Can you guys hear me now? Tanya, can you hear me? Hey, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Because that's why I'm kind of late, because I was having some issues. Okay, cool. Hey, Candy. How you doing? It is good to see you guys as well. Thanks for coming in. So I'm gonna just talk to you guys while other people coming in. Hey, Cassandra. I read the book. This book came out in 2011, 2012. So I had already read it, but I decided I'm gonna read this again. So I was reading it again. Sorry, y'all. I gotta light my sage when it comes to, YouTube. Red Bunny, you already know. So I was like, let me, for people that haven't read this, y'all might be really interested in hearing some things from his perspective. I can tell you right now, he does not talk about Aaliyah. He talks a lot about his mom. He talks about hold on, you guys. Okay, hold on. Before I go, do I got any mods on here? Because I need somebody to help. This is what happens when. Give me a second. Okay, I done lost the whole chat. I need a mod on here to help me do something really fast. Dang, I ain't got no mods on here. Let me see who I can contact, y'all, because I need some help with something before I start. I'm sorry. But y'all, let's see. I don't want to start just yet, you guys, until I get some more people to come in. So I apologize. And I need a mod, just at least one. Tanya, are you a mod? Red Bunny, I could have sworn you was. I need a. I'm trying to add some people as mods, and it's not letting me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, y'all. Let me see. I got you, sis. I just gotta wait till someone else come in to add you because it's not letting me for some reason. Let me block. Have you guys read the book yet? Has anybody read it? While I wait on somebody to come in. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I don't know if I'm gonna get to the part with his mom, but it took me a while to get through that chapter. It was a hard one for me. I'm just gonna tell y'all that now. Once I get to that chapter, I probably will take a lot of breaks there. Yeah, Candy. So I read it a while ago too, but I mean, man, reading it now is almost like I'm reading it for the first time with everything that went on. And you guys, make sure you pay attention because a lot of the stuff that's in this book was talked about at trial. You're gonna see the difference, and was talked about some of the accusations that was made. You know, he spoke about things in this book. And then also, if I'm reading too fast, or if there's some questions or something, once my mods come on here, I won't be looking at the chat. So I'm gonna have them just text me. So put it in the chat and then they'll text me and let me know. Stephen, it's a really good book. We all on here. You only on here because of the love you have for this man. You're gonna have even more love. You're gonna look at everything in a different perspective as you read this. Okay. Does anybody know how to contact Nova? I'm pretty sure she's a mod. Chris, you a mod, right? I got my book from Amazon. Chris, I'm about to text you. I need you to do a favor before I can start. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Amazon. Wait. This is annoying. Oh yeah, I gotta turn it off. Hold on. Okay, yeah, give me. Oh my God, this. I want to know if you guys purchased the book from Amazon, does he get the money from it? That's what I like to know, because where does the money go? Oh, okay, Chris. I'm texting you. Y'all like my shirt? Ugh. I bought this probably right after the trial ended, but I haven't been on live, so I never got a chance to wear it, and I finally get a chance. Native One, hey, I know you're mine, right? Is it just me? Wow. Hey, Chris, if you still on here, I text you. I'm gonna wait until some more people come in, yeah. Again, y'all, if I'm reading too fast, too slow, whatever, put it in the comments and someone will text me and let me know. Because once I start reading, I won't see any of the chat. I read the Oh, Chris, I don't know. Um, hey, Mildred, I'm just waiting on some more people to come in before I start, and I'm trying to get some things set up with my mod. So just give me 5 more minutes. Just be patient with me. I'm sorry. Why am my stage keep going out? The chapters in this book, y'all, is kind of short. So I'm gonna leave it up to everybody here that's in the chat to let me know when I should stop, and then I'll continue like maybe later this evening or tomorrow. I know that when I was reading it, I would try to stop, but it just got so it was hard to put it down. So I mean, y'all let me know when you're ready for a break or whatever. I just looked cancel. Really? Would they remove his book off of Amazon? I'm gonna show y'all in 1 second. No, it's on Amazon, you guys. Um, hold on. Wait, there's no price. Oh, yeah. Hardcover is $46.95. Paperback is $49.61. This particular seller is a used book, but it's in acceptable condition. This particular seller only has one left, so it is on Amazon, you guys. It's a second hand. Get it from a publishing house. Oh, yeah, Tiff. That's the one I was saying too. Chris, were you able to get them in there as mods? Because I'm gonna go ahead and start. Hold on 1 second. What? I'll be right back, you guys. I think I know what I have to do. Okay, I think I gotta do it from my phone. Okay. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna start. Oh, Red Bunny, I added you. I hope you don't mind. I'm sorry, I just did something and just didn't bother to ask, huh? Okay, so everybody here know I'm going to be reading Soulacoaster, The Diary of Me by yours truly, Mr. R. Kelly. My book is a little bit beat up, so I had it for a while. Improvise. So I'm not gonna have the camera on the entire time, so y'all ain't gotta worry about sitting here just staring at me. But I'm gonna turn it on when I want to show y'all the pictures. Like he got his pictures here from when he was in Kenwood. I'm gonna show you guys that and anything else that's relevant to it. So the first Act 1 back in the day. Everybody can hear me? My sound, everything good, Chris? I'm good, y'all. Oh, Chris, I got it. I got it. Thank you, though. Okay. So let's see. I know Tanya, right? But you know what? We're gonna continue on. Okay, so the first chapter, the music is swarming. Since the day of my birth, I feel like my soul has been on some kind of roller coaster with all the ups and downs, twists and turns, laughing and screaming, smiling and crying. Sometimes I ask myself, when will this ride stop or will it ever stop? Before you go on this roller coaster with me, though, there is one thing I have to say. No matter what speed it goes, how high it soars, or how low it drops, hold on. Even as I worked on this book, the music was swarming, pushing and inspiring and challenging me. And I let it. I always accept the challenge. From the earliest moments to last night's recording session, music has been my life's mission and my greatest passion. I feel like God has placed a lifetime of melodies inside of me, and that's a wonderful thing. But unfortunately, a great gift comes with a great price and a hell of a responsibility. I call my gift a beautiful disease. When I'm working on one song, it seems like I'm always interrupted by another song that's knocking, sometimes banging, at the door of my soul. There are times I feel like a radio station with all the channels blasting at once. I often get smothered by songs and lyrics, smothered by ideas about musical pieces and how they mix and match. They're like jigsaw puzzles. As soon as I put one together, I'm on to the next. My mind is always moving fast and furious, and it won't let me rest until all the pieces of the song fit together. When I was a kid, I found out that I couldn't read or write like other kids. I worried myself sick that something was wrong with me and that my disability would trap me. When the music started flowing through me, at first I was overwhelmed and worried. Why was I hearing so many songs? Musical phrases, lyrics, song structures were fully formed in my head long before I could understand what these things really were. Even when somebody that I even when somebody said that I had a special gift, as a little kid, I was scared that it would drive me crazy. It took me a lot of time, effort, and energy, and a lot of God's grace to learn to recognize the gift for what it was and harness it, even as I struggled in other ways. I got a leash on my music, and now I walk it. It's not running wild anymore. I can walk it wherever I want it to go. This book is like my music. It's not just straight melodies. It comes to me late at night. Certain scenes and voices and memories appear unexpectedly. Things that made me proud and things that are still hard for me to even think about. My life is like a mansion with lots of rooms. Some of those rooms are well lit with bright, joyfully colored party lights and full of happiness. Other rooms are dark. Some of the doors to those rooms have never been cracked open. Well, now I'm opening those doors and I'm inviting you in. Mom. This is the picture. When I call out mom, it brings the spirit of Joanne Kelly into my heart. I'm calling out mom at the beginning of this book because as I go through the pages of my life and start to wake up the images and feelings of my past, I need to invoke her here in the present. I need the spirit of my mother by my side. She's still my God and my strength. She was the first person to believe in me. She told me that I can achieve all things through Jesus Christ. At 45, I can still hear her words, and they're just as comforting now as ever. It was she who taught me to believe I could fly beyond the sky and soar into pure space. No matter what we were going through, no matter how small our Thanksgiving table, my mother's inspiring strength kept our hearts full, even if our bellies were sometimes empty. She was strong in faith too. Sometimes I would, sometimes I carry with me sometimes I carry with me to this day. She taught us how to be thankful. Didn't matter if the neighbor or that neighbor had more than we did. Whatever we had was reason to thank the Lord. Financially, we had nothing. Spiritually, we had everything. The reason I love my mother so much is she was not perfect and she never claimed to be, but I loved her because she was my mother. She had her bad habits. She loved her Winston cigarettes and her Miller beer. Sometimes she drank too much and get sick. My mother wasn't ashamed to talk about her imperfections. She discussed her faults, telling me how she wanted to stop drinking and smoking like she did. My mother was a praying woman who looked to God for a better way. Above all, she was a loving woman who protected her 4 children with the strength of a lioness. Okay, sorry. My mother was my daddy too, so to speak, because she raised me on her own. Her husband Lucius became my stepfather. No disrespect to him, but he was not my real father. As a kid, when I first understood that my father left my mother when she was pregnant with me, I wasn't really upset about but it hurt. Thankfully, I had someone who was a genius at being a mother and a father too. Though I never met or seen my father on special occasions like Christmas and birthdays, my siblings' fathers would come by and take them shopping for toys and clothes. I never got jealous, but I do remember being sad and curious. In fact, one day when I was about 11 or 12, I decided to ask my mom questions about my father, like, who is he? Where is he? And why doesn't he come and take me out for my birthday or bring me anything for Christmas? My mother would just roll her eyes, look away from me, and say, don't say nothing to me about that no good son of a bitch before because the minute he found out I was pregnant with you, his coward ass left. Disappeared in the wind, she'd say. Didn't have nothing to do with either you or me. I remember my mother's eyes on one of those days, close to blood red as anger grew and grew while she talked about my father as if he was the devil himself. I remember my eyes getting baby blood red too, because my mother I loved. I loved her, and what she hated, I hated. It was that day, that moment, that I decided to hate my father. Not knowing really what hate meant or having a clear understanding about love, she told me on that day to never mention him again. I am your mother and your father, she said. I promised her that I'll never talk about him again, and I never did. I remember taking the word father and putting it in a little brick box in the back of my mind until now. My mother was a woman of strength, love, and courage. She always felt like what we didn't have, God gave to us. Whatever you ain't got, God got you, so count it all as joy, she would say. Now most people most people won't believe this. Now most people won't believe this because I'm talking about my mother. But Mama Joanne would sing her butt off. People said she sounded like Gladys Knight and Aretha Franklin mixed together. Every time she opened her mouth to sing, whether it was in church, in a club, or outside on a porch, I would watch the people to get their reactions. My mother is the reason why I fell in love with old school music. To this day, the closer I stay to the real to this day, the closer I stay to the real soul of music, the closer I am to the spirit of my mother. To me, she is the soul of music. I was 5 years old in 1972, and already music was all over me. Music was my mother, and my mother was music. When she was out of the house, I never was quite right. When she came home, I felt safe. My mother was my comfort zone. All I wanted was to live in the music with her. The first time mom let me go with her to hear her sing, my heart started hammering so hard. I thought I was a straight up I thought I was straight up on my way to heaven. It was one of those sweet summer nights in Chicago when the breeze comes off Lake Michigan and everyone wants to go outside and enjoy it. I was holding my mother's hand, walking down the street to the nightclub where she and her band, the Six Pack, were going to play. My mother had grown up with music in the house. My grandfather was a musician who played blues guitar and used to do gigs playing B.B. King numbers. As we paused, as we passed the original Regal Theater, Mom ignited my imagination with stories of legendary black artists who had once played on that stage. Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, Ella Fitzgerald, The Supremes, The Temptations, B.B. King, James Brown, and even little Stevie Wonder. Al Green's at the Regal tonight, Mom said. Chicago's South Side in the early 70s was music in motion, bursting with our Southern blues roots and deep urban rhythms just like us. And among Chicago folk, no one was bigger than Al Green. Let's stay together. Love and happiness. I'm still in love with you. Were everyone's favorite jams. I love to hear Al. My mother said as she looked up at his picture, but I got some singing to do on my own. Got my own show to put on. Outside the little lounge where Mom was going to perform, she turned me over to the drummer in her band, a big man with a big laugh and a wide smile. The club was having a five. The club wasn't having a 5-year-old walk through the front door, but my mother knew that they weren't watching the back. Before I knew it, the drummer had scooped me up and hid me in a drum case and carried me inside. As the band started to play, I opened the lid to steal a peek. My eyes went wide. I was amazed. Clouds of smoke, swells of laughter, women's sweet perfume, the strong smell of cigarettes, the scent of whiskey. I knew that something big, something exciting was about to happen. Everything about the place thrilled my soul. The jukebox was playing Marvin Gaye. As I waited on my mother to come out, she was in the back room getting ready like always, smoking a Winston and drinking a Miller. She was taking her time. The longer the folks waited, the more she knew that they wanted her to come out and sing. Finally, Mom appeared. She was wearing her only stage outfit, a silky black dress with gold sparkles up and down the sleeves. She was a heavy-set woman, flawless brown skin, brown eyes, and thick eyebrows. She looked beautiful. She was beautiful. She made her way to the front of the band. No stage, no curtains, no introductions. Just stepping up to the mic, strong as she could be. And when the band kicked in, she let the first note go, and I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. She smashed the night, smashed the crowd, smashed the song. First song she belted out was Aretha Franklin's number singing, "Don't send me no doctor, filling me up with them pills. Got me a man named Dr. Feelgood, and Lord, he takes care of all my pains and ills." Me, I had no pains or ills. I had me a mother who could sing. She didn't dance. She didn't wave her arms or do any tricks. She didn't have to. Miss R.Kellys was a stand-up, straight-up soul singer. Peeping out of the drum case, I saw how people loved her. She took the midnight train to Georgia, leaving the pips behind. My mother didn't need no pips. She had enough voice for 4 singers. She was tearing the roof off that little club and me. Well, I was cherishing every minute. The joy of music was the joy of my mother. As far as I could tell, my mom ruled the world. Lulu. Lulu. I love love. There's no one on earth more romantic than me. I've been in love with love ever since I can remember. I've always loved the idea of having a girlfriend. I love the closeness, the sweetness, holding her hand, kissing her cheek, whispering words of affection, and hearing her say that she feels the same about me. My first girlfriend was named Lulu, and she was so special. Though we were only 8 and it was puppy love, I believe she was my first musical inspiration when it comes to love songs. I could still smell the fragrance of her innocence. Lulu and I had a very special bond that, even at our young age, felt futuristic. Ours was that kind of bond that young people talk about when they say they're going to grow up and get married and just be together forever. And though it sounds much like a fairy tale, it was what me and Lulu believed in our hearts, and no one could tell us any different. Sometimes Lulu and I would play house. We built a make believe house out of a big cardboard box that we put in the backyard. We cut out openings for windows and hung fresh paper towels to look like curtains. We took crayons and drew little decorations on the walls. We got a towel to look like a rug and placed it on the ground. We did everything we could to make it look pretty. Inside that cardboard house, we had a make believe kitchen where Lulu served me a make believe lunch. We sat on the towel and drank make believe coffee, just like our mothers did. We just sat there and looked at each other. Lulu had light brown eyes and a smile that made me smile. In our make believe dream house, Lulu and I made our vow to be girlfriend and boyfriend forever. Let's take a walk, Rob, Lulu said to me one day. It had rained earlier, but the sun finally came out and walking sounded good. We left my backyard hand in hand. Little 8-year-old me was floating on love. Across the street on Concord Drive sat Beacon Hill Elementary, a wire fence that was built up to keep kids away from Thorn Creek, which rushed like a river between Beacon Boulevard and the railway line. I like the river, said Lulu. I like looking at the water. Me too. Although there was a sign on the gate that said danger, keep out, there was also a hole in the fence that beaconed us in. The rains had swollen Thorn Creek. The water flowed faster and stronger than normal. We were fascinated just to look down at the water, which had a rhythm of its own. After a while, a bunch of kids came along. They were laughing and carrying on. One of the kids, a boy bigger than me, said, "Hey, this is our river. What are you doing down there?" "River belongs to everyone," said Lulu. "You don't own a river. You can't own a river." "Hell, I can't," said the boy as he stepped up to Lulu. "I say it's my river and y'all get out." I stepped in front of Lulu and said, "We were here first. We're not leaving." "Out," the boy screamed. "It's our river too," I screamed back. With that, the big kids started pushing and shoving, and one of them pushed Lulu so hard she fell backwards into the water. Before I knew it, she was struggling to get out. I reached for her, but the fast-moving current, stronger after the rain, was carrying her away. I didn't know how to swim, neither did she. The other kids were running away, and she was screaming, "Rob, Rob," and I was screaming, "Lulu, Lulu." Suddenly, she was out of sight beyond the river's bend. I started yelling out for help, but I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I was hysterical. I was jumping up and down, and after what felt like forever, some grown-ups arrived. I explained what happened and followed them downstream until they came upon a big rock. There was Lulu, her head crushed against the rock. She wasn't talking, wasn't moving, but there was a lot of blood coming from her head. "Lulu can't be dead," I screamed, but the gush and the blood and the women moaning told me what I didn't want to hear. I wanted Lulu to come back, wanted this day to start over. This time, me and Lulu wouldn't go inside the fence. We wouldn't go near the water. We go back to our cardboard dream house and sit on our make-believe rug. We go there and live happily ever after. Death couldn't be this real. Lulu's life couldn't be snuffed out like this because some fool pushed her too hard. It didn't make any sense. Lulu couldn't be dead. She's alive. I knew that I'd be seeing her smiling eyes as soon as I woke up from this dream, but it was no dream. It really happened. That night, I was still in a state of shock. Mom, sensing what I was dealing with, held me close in her arms and said, "Wasn't your fault, baby. You couldn't do anything to save her. Lulu is in heaven now. She's with the Lord, sweetheart, and you're with me. It's okay to cry. Cry all you need to, baby, because I got you, and I'm with you. I'm right here." My mother's words helped, but she couldn't change the awful truth that Lulu was gone. I kept seeing her caught up in the current, reaching out for me. I heard her screaming out to me. Watched the river washing Lulu away until she disappeared, gone forever. A beautiful butterfly, lost in the raging storm. We good? Everybody good here? You good, Lolo? I only read 2 chapters so far, so I'm on the third. Um, Chapter 3, The Dream. When I was about 9 years old, I had a dream I never forget. I was in a house where everyone was white, where everything was white, floors walls, ceiling, carpet, bricks on the fireplace, curtains at the windows. I saw myself seated at a white piano playing a song. This was real because at 9 I didn't know how to play any kind of instrument. But in this dream, the melodies were flying off the keys and filling the room. It was as if it was in the midst of a musical storm. Then suddenly I heard a doorbell. I stopped playing and ran to see who was there. I opened the door, but no one was there. Stretching my neck to look in all directions, I couldn't see a thing. In the distance, though, I heard a faint sound giggling. I didn't know who it was that was laughing or what they were laughing about. So I went back to the piano, and the beautiful melodies and chords just started back up. Then the doorbell rang again and again. When I got to the door, no one was there, except this time the giggling was louder. The third time it happened, I was at the door practically before the bell rang. I desperately wanted to find out who was doing all the giggling. I quickly opened the door, and standing there were musical notes, except they were all cartoon characters. I tried to reach out and touch them, but they took off and ran like the wind. I chased after them, giving it all I had, but they were too fast for me. I yelled as loud as I could, "Hey, who are you guys?" They stopped dead in their tracks, turned around, and came back to me and said, "We're your biggest hit song." And then in the blink of an eye, they ran clean out of sight. I went back to the house and sat down at the piano, and I played a melody that was like no other melody I ever heard. I began to sing the hook to the song, but for some strange reason, when I woke up, I could not remember what I was saying in the hook. Couldn't remember the words. It would take about 20 years before those words came back to me, and that dream made perfect sense. Chapter 4. If I'm reading too fast, you guys, can you put it in the chat? And then could somebody text me and let me know what they're saying in the chat if I need to slow down or something if you can't hear me? Chapter 4. Coffee with 3 creams and 6 sugars. We moved around a lot when I was young. We lived in the housing projects on 63rd on the south side before moving to a small place on 107th and Parnell. Before then, the projects didn't seem as bad as people make them out to be today. My family knew everybody in the neighborhood, and everyone in the neighborhood knew my family. We were always broke or not having the things we wanted, but I remember love taking the place of the material things we wanted or needed. We might not have had the money to pay the rent a lot of times, but when I remember sitting out on that porch until 1 or 2 in the morning listening to Al Green or Marvin Gaye and playing cards with my mom, my aunties and cousins, I wish I would have brought that part of my childhood with me into this world of success. Because now that I'm successful, that's what I'm missing in my life. The world I was born in, though, was filled with its own beauty. In the 63rd Street projects, nothing was more important than the game of basketball. I started hooping when I was 5 with street ball and haven't stopped since. Hooping was everywhere. Me and my brothers will hoop any chance we got. Hooping isn't just a hobby or a sport, it's a way of life. Unlike indoor supervised basketball, in street ball, you had to adapt to the rules of the neighborhood where you played. Aggressive hand and leg checking was allowed. You could play full court or half court. Sometimes 3-pointers were 3-pointers, and other times they were just considered beautiful shots. There were no hardwood floors. When you got knocked down, you landed on concrete or asphalt. Some some hood courts only had a rim or a backboard. Instead of the familiar swoosh of the ball through the string net, you listen for a clang of chains or the sweet sound of nothingness as the ball dropped through a netless rim. Sorry. I love basketball because it helps me blow off steam. It gives me somewhere I can put some space between all the other things going on in life, even music. Like music, hoop makes life good. I love it for the fast action and high energy, but I'm going to be straight. I'm also pretty damn good. Thousands of brothers play better than me, but no one loves the game more. Joanne Kelly knew about me in basketball early on. She had a vision. Mom never looked behind, she looked ahead. She saw something in me that I could never have seen in myself. She understood that I love basketball more than most other kids. That's why she encouraged my passion for sport. She knew that nappy-headed little Rob needed to feel worthy, strong, and proud. She saw how I loved to compete, so she let me play hoop as much as I wanted. Mom and I always had beautiful times together. It could be something as simple as getting up in the morning and walking to McDonald's. She didn't have enough money to buy us breakfast, only coffee for her and a Danish for us to share. To me, that was enough. I just wanted to be with her. She fixed her coffee with 3 creams and 6 sugars and tasted it to see if it was sweet enough. She wore this cheap red lipstick, and when she tasted her coffee, she left a red mark on the cup. She always asked me if I wanted a sip, and I always did. And because I love my mother so much, I always turned the cup to where she had left that red mark. I like to drink from the same spot she drank. One day you're going to be famous, baby, she would say to me with a smile. But I really didn't know what famous meant. I mean, famous like Al Green, she added. Famous like Sam Cooke, Marvin Gaye. See, you got a beautiful little singing voice that's going to get you big, that's going to get bigger and stronger. And then I'm going to get enough money to buy you breakfast here every day, right, Mom? I would ask. Yes, you will, sweetheart. You sure enough will. My mother would take me back home, and after dropping me off, get ready for work. She had a job at the hospital where she was training to be an EKG technician. Before she left, she never failed to kiss me goodbye. Be good today, baby, she said, and listen to your grandma. We lived in a typical Chicago three family building. We called them 3 flats. Grandma lived with her man, Uncle Kerry, on the top floor. Uncle Kerry owned a TV repair shop, but some of his customers were never happy. They complained that after Uncle Kerry fooled with their TVs, they worked even worse than before. Uncle Kerry said they just didn't want to pay their bills. Grandma was heavyset like Mom. I loved her, but the woman had her moods. I could tell when she was in mood swings, when the mood swings was on, because she and Uncle Kerry would get to screaming at each other. That usually meant they were already hitting the hard stuff. They liked their old granddad whiskey, and by early afternoon, they would be down a bottle. They would be down a bottle already. I told you to fix that TV of mine a week ago, Grandma was screaming, and the damn thing still don't work. It was working till you started messing with the antenna, Carrie was screaming back. You the one that done fucked it up. Excuse my language. Here, here you go again, blaming me for shit you can't do. What good are you around here if you can't even fix the goddamn television set? If it's so easy, you fix it. I'll fix you, you son of a bitch. It was World War III. Grandma and Carrie went at it something fierce. I couldn't tell if he was beating on her or if she was beating on him. Next thing I heard was Grandma yelling, Rob, you get up here. I ran upstairs and Grandma told me, you go to Mr. Eichenberg's store, give me a pack of Pall Malls, a hunk of hoghead cheese, and some more of them moon pies. I waited for the money. What you waiting for, boy? Cash money or food stamps? Don't got either. Tell Mr. Eichenberg I'll pay him on the first. I ran over to the store, wondering if Mr. Eichenberg would go along with Grandma's pay plan and let it slide. He did. Back then, small neighborhood store owners still operated on basic principles of trust and family ties. You come from good people, he said. Plus, I've never seen you try to steal anything from me, not even a candy bar. Never would I do nothing like that, I said. And with that, Mr. Eichenberg gave me an Almond Joy candy bar. Back at the house, after giving Grandma her stuff, I heard my stuttering Uncle Doug calling me from down in the basement. The basement was his kingdom. Need your help, Rob. Well, he's stuttering, so. Need your help, Rob. Get down here, he yelled. Uncle Doug was a mess. He had a big pop belly, wild woolly hair, and smelled like someone's sweaty feet. That day, like so many others, drinking wild Irish Rose straight out of the bottle, he started in with stories about how he had been shot 4 different times and stabbed another 6 times. I heard them all before. You called me down here to tell me stories, Uncle Doug, I asked. No, boy, I called you down here to see if that distant cousin of yours is here. Which one? The one with the big titties. Uncle Doug, why you always looking at big titties? No harm in looking. Is she around? No. Well, I'll just stay down here and let you help me get this job done. What job? This job behind the milk crates. Uncle Doug walked to the other end of the basement where he dumped nasty old car seats and junky lamps. Bunch of old records were scattered on the floor, dirt and dust everywhere. When he moved the milk crates, I saw Timskins, our German shepherd, laying there. Timskins asleep? I asked. No, Timskins dead. Dead as in bitch ain't breathing. How'd he die? Accident. What kind of accident? I set some poison in the peanut butter to kill the rats. Kill Timskins instead. Mom's gonna be furious, I said. She loves that dog. She can't know. How's she not gonna know? You ain't gonna tell her. When she comes to find out Timkins ain't here, what we gonna say? You better not say nothing. Dogs disappear. Not this dog. This dog don't even go outside. He's going outside now because we're gonna bury him in that empty lot down the street. Now put him in this bag and follow me. I followed my uncle's instructions. I knew better than to argue with my elders. Even when my elders did crazy things, Uncle Doug did the supervising. I did the digging, and after a long while, we managed to bury Stimkins. That night, when my mother got home, the first thing she asked was, "Where's my dog?" She looked at me. I looked away. She called up to Grandma and Carrie, and they were asleep from a long day of drinking and fighting. She called down to Uncle Doug, who didn't answer. She looked at me again. You know something. You know something, Rob. I can see it in your eyes, she said. You ain't good at lying. Now tell the truth and shame the devil. Truth is, I hesitated. I wasn't comfortable snitching on Uncle Doug. I wasn't comfortable snitching on anyone. Truth is, Mom insisted. Truth is what? Mom insisted. Truth is that Uncle Doug's rat poison killed Stimskins. Oh, Lord, she cried. Now I'm going to have to go down there and kill Uncle Doug. Next thing I heard was a big commotion from the basement. My mother was down there chasing Uncle Doug, and Uncle Doug was doing all he could to duck and hide. You can run, you bastard, but you can't hide, she said. Your boy's lying, Uncle Doug lied. I didn't kill your dog. My boy don't ever lie to me, said Joanne Kelly, and never will. There's only one motherfucking liar around here, and that's you. Now you're going to give me a new dog, or I'm going to kick your sorry ass from here to Mississippi. By noon the next day, Uncle Doug was presenting Mom with a brand new puppy. Hey, everybody that's coming in. Y'all good? Just making sure everybody good. Text me if we need to stop. Text me if you can't hear me. Text me if I need to slow down. Okay. The next chapter, we getting into the good stuff, y'all. Women in the House is what it's titled. Growing up in the hood, the number one rule was don't snitch, don't tell. Like learning 2 + 2 = 4, it was drilled into you. If you didn't know 2 + 2 = 4, you failed. In the hood, if you snitch, you weren't going to make it. There were also women in our little house on 40th and King. There were cousins, aunties, friends of my aunties, and older women. When my mother wasn't home, the older women ran around a little freer, meaning when my mom or my grandma weren't home, they'd dress a certain way. When my mother and grandma were out, they felt free to wear less clothing. You could see through their blouses. Sometimes they wore bras, sometimes they didn't. When they walked around in nightgowns or pajamas, you could see their panties. And on a few occasions, like on a very hot summer days, they wouldn't even wear panties. As a very young boy, I didn't think much of it. The women really didn't pay much attention to me or my brothers. I looked at them the same way any kid would. Kids are naturally fascinated by body parts, and I was no different. As I crept up in age, though, and made my way through grammar school, I found myself more curious and sometimes aroused. And I was ashamed of being aroused. But there was no one I felt I could talk to about this. I couldn't have a sit down with my mother because I wouldn't know what to say or how to say it. There was no man that I trusted enough to share shameful feelings with. Growing up with that shame has haunted me throughout my life. One winter afternoon, I came home from school early when my mother wasn't home. As I came through the door, I heard a strange noise. It sounded like bed springs squeaking. Let me show you guys the picture of him at that age. He was 8 years old here. It sounded like bed springs squeaking. The walls in our place were paper thin, and the sound came through like there weren't any walls at all. This squeaking got louder and louder. Then I heard voices, a woman's scream, but it didn't sound like a scream of pain or panic. Then I heard a man's voice shouting, but it wasn't in anger. Oh God, do it, get it right there, baby, right there. The woman pleaded. You like it, don't you, bitch? How much you want it? How much can you take? The man shouted. All you got, the woman shouted back. I was just 8 years old and I didn't understand what was happening. I thought the man was probably hurting the woman, but it didn't seem right. I was confused, curious, so I just wanted to see for myself. I crept toward the bedroom where the noises were coming from. They were doing so much hollering, I figured they wouldn't hear the door as I opened it just a little. I opened it just a little, then I looked inside. A man's backside was high in the air, coming down on the lady with her legs spread wide, her big booty propped up on a pillow. I didn't understand how it was all working, but he was moving down on her and she was coming up on him. First, the rhythm was slow, then faster, then crazy fast. They were screaming, moaning, and going wild. I couldn't stop looking. I've never seen nothing like this before. Screaming, cursing, bed sagging, bodies bumping. Just then, the woman caught sight of me. They stopped abruptly. Little Robert, what you doing in here? I got scared and started running. She shouted, come back, it's okay. They were still in bed, both of them naked, when she said, you can watch, but you better not say shit to nobody about this. I knew the women in my house weren't dressing or acting right. My mother and grandmother wouldn't dream of parading around the house half dressed. At the same time, I couldn't snitch. In my house growing up in the hood, the number one rule was don't snitch, don't tell. It was the same as learning 2 + 2 = 4. It was drilled into you, and if you didn't know 2 + 2 = 4, you failed. In the hood, if you snitched, you weren't going to make it. Still, as I grew older, things began to change when I was around these women. When I was 9, they changed in a major way. I began to regret this code of silence. If my mother had known what was going on in the house, she probably would have burned the house down. She didn't play that. I wanted to tell her, but I had a hard time trying to figure out who was really in trouble, me or them. At that age, I didn't really know how to handle it. I knew it wasn't right, but I just didn't know how to say anything about it. Talking about it was strange, so I locked it away as my own little secret. At that time, my mom was going out with Lucius, the man she later married when I was still a kid. I wasn't happy about it because I wanted her to stay home with me, but Lucius was okay. He was a nice man, nice to me and most times nice to my mother. He liked to tell stories about army days. Since my real daddy was long gone, I liked listening to the older man talking about back in the days. I liked Lucius more. I saw Lucius more as like a big brother than a father. My mother and Lucius went out together often. Sometimes they left me with Uncle Doug. My brothers didn't like Lucius, but my attitude was different from theirs. Anything that made mom happy made me happy too. One Saturday morning, we were watching TV. Don't watch that television set all night, mom said before she and Lucius left the house. Me and my brothers like horror movies. We were watching The Creature from the Black Lagoon when the TV crapped out. Picture went dead. I called up to Uncle Carrie to fix it, but he was snoring loud enough to wake the dead. My brothers went off to bed, but I kept banging on the TV, hoping to get the picture back. When it did pop back on, the monster was rising out of the Black Lagoon. I was waiting to see what happened next, and just like that, the damn picture crapped out again. Disgusted, I fell asleep on the couch. I was far away in some dream when I heard that same noise, bed springs squeaking. The guy yelling, tell me how much you like it, bitch. The lady screaming back, give it to me. Give me all you got. I got up and looked around the house to make sure my mother wasn't home. She was still out with Lucius. This time I knew what all the noise was about. Truth be told, I wanted to have another look. I opened the door just enough to see them kicking it hard. I mean, they were deep into it. I stood there for a while, and just as I started to close the door, the woman spotted me. Don't move, Rob, she said. I was scared, didn't know what to expect. Come over here and get this camera, she said. Take a picture of us. I was dumbfounded, couldn't say a word. You do know how to use this thing, don't you? I was too stunned to talk. All I could do was shake my head no. It's easy, she said. Just aim this camera and snap the goddamn picture. She gave me a Polaroid camera. The guy liked the idea just as much as she did. They got into positions where I could see their private parts. I snapped the picture. When she showed me how it took only a minute to develop, I was amazed. The photographic technology impressed me more than the sex. She grabbed the photo and kept it for herself. I took the memory of them doing the dirty and stashed it inside my mind's brick box. A couple of Saturday nights later, Mom was out again, and I was sitting on the couch with Uncle Doug. We were watching TV. My favorite show was The Jeffersons, but this particular night we were looking at Three's Company. Uncle Doug turned to me and asked, "Now this here is every man's goddamn dream. Every man's dream of living with two women. Which one do you like?" "The blonde," I said. "Chrissy." "I like both them bitches," Uncle Doug said. Ain't about to kick either one of them out of my bed." Halfway through the show, the TV went dead again. "Carrie," Uncle Doug shouted. Where's the motherfucking lame ass repairman when we need him?" "Gone with Grandma," I said. Uncle Doug let out a big sigh. "Oh well, we probably better off. If he start fooling with the TV, that fucking thing will probably burn up and blow the house down. Boy, I had enough for one day. I'm going to bed. Good night, Uncle Doug. Good night, Rob." I stayed on the couch staring at the dark TV, thinking what it'd be like to have a dad like George Jefferson. Someone with enough money to move us into a fancy high-rise in the sky. I started thinking of Jack Tripper, the guy in Three's Company, and the cool but confusing situation that he was in. I drifted off to sleep, fell into a cozy dream about Three's Company when a strange feeling in my body woke me up. The feeling was down below my belt. I opened my eyes and saw that a female was playing with me. She was at least 10 years older than me. I was 8. I'm sorry, you guys. She was 10 years older than me. I was 8. "What are you doing?" I asked. "You'll like it," she said. "It'll feel good. Look what happens when I rub it." She kept rubbing it till I got hard. I didn't say anything. Then she put it in her mouth and started sucking. At first, I was scared she was going to do something crazy like bite me. I tried to push her away, but she wouldn't stop until she was finished. When she was, she said, "You better not say shit to no one, or else you're going to get a terrible whooping," she threatened. I knew she meant business. I knew to keep quiet every time she did it, and she did it repeatedly for years. She warned me about what had happened if I snitched. No matter how many times it happened, I knew I couldn't tell anyone. I was too afraid and too ashamed. All I could do was stash the secret and hide it in my imaginary brick box. Sunday morning. Sunday morning. I'm probably going to get through a lot, you guys, because the chapters are kind of short. And I want to get to the really good parts. So let's see. Sunday morning. My belief in God has been with me since I was a little boy. And I still believe in God now. I believe in the grace and the mercy of Jesus. That belief I got seated in me when I was just a kid. No matter how many other crazy things jumped off in my life, God was always there. My mother made sure of that. On Sundays, I will put my freshly ironed best black trousers, clean white shirt, little clip-on bow tie, and follow Mom to the little storefront church where we went to sing and pray. I had to get myself ready for a long day. Church went on for 3, sometimes 4 hours. The church didn't hold more than 25 people. It was no bigger than a liquor store or a pizza joint. Our pastor was Mother Nancy. She had these big, frightening eyes, but was a sweet lady who was all about the Lord. She preached her sermons like songs, singing the lessons she hoped to impart to us. A small band backed Mother Nancy. The beats came from a drummer banging on a snare. He worked it hard, and the groove he laid down made me happy. The broken down organ had a bunch of missing keys. From where I sat, I could see the woman in the old instrument, and don't ask me how. When she hit a key that didn't work, I could fill in the missing note in my mind. It was a game like I like to play. I could hear the whole composition. Everyone in the room had the music in 2D. I could hear it in 3D. When my mother got up, faced the congregation, and started in on Amazing Grace, she became a star. She sang so hard until everyone was standing and waving, shouting in God's name. They loved my mother singing. When the saints heard I could sing, they wanted me to do a solo, but I was too shy. Besides, I figured mom sang good enough for the two of us. Later in that service, when I got a little bored with the songs, I changed the words around. When someone was singing Jesus on the main line, tell him what. Wait, you know what? Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. I sang. That girl in the choir is so fine. Gonna tell her what I want. My lyrics went right along with the song. Once Aunt Rose sitting behind me heard me and slapped me upside my head. Said, "Boy, you better sing the right lyrics to that song. Or I'm telling your mama." Service went on so long I usually couldn't help but nod off. One time I didn't know how long I had been snoozing when a woman woke me up. It was my mother. R.Kellys had caught the Holy Ghost and was shaking and shivering like someone had a terrible fever. She was yelling out, ain't gonna smoke no more, Jesus God. Ain't gonna have another cigarette as long as I live." Tears were streaming down her face. She was crying and talking in tongues, reaching into her purse, grabbing a pack of cigarettes and throwing them in the aisle. "No more," she was yelling. "Ain't gonna touch another one of these cancer sticks for the rest of my life. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you, Lord." After church, we went home for a big Sunday dinner, which was always delicious. We were all filled up and satisfied. Mother was drinking her coffee when she leaned over and whispered, "Run over to Mr. Eichenberg's and give me a pack of Winston's." "But Mom," I started to say. You heard me, boy. Now go." When I got back, my mother was waiting for me at the door. She took the Winstons, went to the bathroom, locked herself in, and lit up. When she was through, she would spray the smell with the can of aerosol. She didn't want anyone to know, but I knew. I knew more than I should about things that happened in this house. I was there the Sunday that Grandma came back from church and announced that she had got saved. "That mean you ain't drinking no more of them old granddaddy whiskey," Mom asked. "Not a drop," said Grandma. "Well, what about your Pall Malls?" Mom wanted to know. "Quit smoking, quit cursing, just living for the Lord." I was surprised. Grandma and Uncle Kerry loved their old granddad, and when they fought, they loved cussing up a storm. "What about Kerry? He got saved along with you?" asked Mom. "Yes, he did," said Grandma. Kerry standing next to her, the man was all smiles. Well, well," my mother muttered. "The Lord works in mysterious ways." "Yes, he do," said my grandmother. "He sure enough do." From that point on, Grandma's moves were more talking down to you than screaming at Uncle Kerry. In fact, we referred to Grandma and Uncle Kerry, who lived on the upper floor, as the Uppities. After Grandma got saved and indulged in her uppity attitude, she and my mother got into heavy arguments. For example, my grandma didn't like my mother playing bingo. "You're going against God," Grandma told her. "Why you say that?" "I don't. The Bible does." "Where in the Bible does it say that you're not supposed to play bingo?" "Back then, they ain't had no bingo." Proverbs 13:11. "Dishonest money dwindles away, but he who gathers money little by little makes it grow." "That's what I'm doing," my mother said. "I'm making my money grow. Besides, nothing dishonest about bingo." "You play the numbers," said Grandma. "Everyone plays the numbers." "Look here," Grandma explained. "Whoever loves money never has money enough. Whoever loves wealth is never satisfied." I didn't say I love money. I just said I need money. We need money. You need money. We need God. We got God, her daughter said. "But to keep from getting kicked out of this house, we got to pay rent. And you telling me that if I hit the numbers and collect a few thousand, you won't be following me to a nicer house?" "I'm following Jesus to wherever he leads." "Well, I believe Jesus is leading me to the numbers. Man, because this week I got a hunch. But if my numbers do come in, I won't bother telling you. I don't want my Bible-believing mother covered in my sin." With that, my mother walked out of the room. Grandma gave me a look as to say, "Boy, you better not smile." And I didn't. Everybody good? I agree. He's seen a lot. So this is him. We're getting into the older days. I guess I only been reading for an hour, so I think I'm good. I'm good, y'all. Okay. School days. When I was at church, I learned to sing the words from memory. But at school, when it came time to open a book and read silently or out loud, I couldn't focus on the words. I didn't even see the words. Every time my teacher called on me to read, my heart sank. I choked up. I stammered and stuttered. It was terrible because the other kids would start giggling. I felt like a cripple and an alien. Here were my schoolmates learning like nobody's business, building up their vocabularies, reading all these stories. I wanted to read so bad I could taste it. I wanted to do what everyone else was doing, but the more I tried, the worse it became. Trying to learn how to read and spell in school for me was like throwing a brick on the top of the Sears Tower. That's how hard it was. I really tried hard because for no other reason, I didn't want the other kids calling me a dummy. I looked around at every other kid and they were reading and writing and spelling, doing math. They were going forth with their books and their studies. But when it came to me being able to study, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't make sense of the words on the page. I desperately wanted to learn how to read, so I made hell of an effort. But the more I tried to study, my mouth would get dry. I get sleepy and start yawning the minute I would even try to read a book or study spelling words. I wanted to do my homework and get all A's. I wanted to prove myself and make my mother proud. But every time I made up my mind to conquer the problem and started reading, every time I opened the book, my mind would turn off. Time and again, I make a mess of the whole reading business, and I wished that the ground would open up and swallow me whole. I didn't know what to think about myself. Was I sick? Was I really a dummy? What was wrong with me? Those thoughts scared me to death, but I was too afraid to say anything to anybody. You got genius, my mother told me one day after school, where the kids were laughing at me because I couldn't read. I wanted to believe my mother, but it was hard. To me as a kid, if you were a good reader, it meant you had a good brain. If you were a bad reader, it meant you had no brain. Bad reading meant you're obviously a dummy. It wasn't until I was an adult that an educator told me about dyslexia. She said dyslexia is where kids have trouble learning to read or interpret words. She also said it had nothing to do with my intelligence. Stevie Jobs, Walt Disney, and even Leonardo da Vinci all had some form of dyslexia. But my disability is something more than dyslexia. They still don't know what caused my problem. I'll never know if it was possibly brain damage, as one specialist diagnosed, or an accident of the spirit, God's way of making sure that I fulfill my destiny. Another crazy thing about my reading problem is that I've always loved words. Still do. I love stories about faraway places and different kinds of people. I wanted to be able to read those stories like everyone else. I always loved listening to how different people, my mother, my aunts, Uncle Doug, Lucius, told stories, each in their own special way. I instinctively understood the power of language and the magic of storytelling from a very young age. Words had a spirit that got all over me. Depending on how they were used, words could scare me, comfort me, encourage me, make me happy, or make me sad. It broke my heart that I found it so hard, in fact, downright impossible to read the words on the page. Outside of school, I spent a good amount of time with my brothers, Bruce and Carrie. My mother wanted all her kids to get along. Y'all blood, she will remind us. Y'all need to be there for each other. Sometimes that was very easy, especially if it involved kung fu. Me and my brothers were deep into Bruce Lee. We go to the Met movie theater on King Drive down the street from where we lived and sit there hypnotized by the films like Into the Dragon or Fist of the Fury. Bruce Lee was our man. From his lightning fast nunchucks to his awesome sword work to the way he downed a dozen opponents without breaking a sweat. He had that cut up 12-pack body, that attitude, that look in his eyes that said, I don't know the meaning of fear. When we left the theater, we were out of our minds with Bruce Lee cockiness. Sorry guys, give me one second. When we left the theater, we were out of our minds with Bruce Lee cockiness. We were We were worked up and ready to roll against anyone who even looked at us funny. We come out of the movie theater kicking like we knew what we were doing. You better not try to challenge us after our Bruce Lee flick. Big bro Bruce and little bro Killer, we call Carrie Killer after a Flip Wilson character grandma loved, came charging out of the Bruce Lee film, high on the action we had just seen. Man, we were flying on that Bruce Lee energy. We got home playing like we actually were in the movie when I landed a roundabout kick on Killer that sent him through our living room window. He got cut up a little bit and felt some pain, but it was nothing like the pain we feel when mom got home. We knew that if we didn't think of something quick, mom would give us the worst whooping of our lives. So we started thinking and plotting, trying to come up with a story that we were sure mom would buy. We got it all planned out. We thought we were real smart. Mom came home and right off yelled, "What the hell happened in here?" Big bro Bruce led off. Me and Killer were his backup. We were just sitting here in the living room watching TV, said Bruce, when someone, maybe them were gang members or something, came by hollering and screaming. And next thing we knew, they threw a brick right through the window. We ran to see who it was, but by then they were gone. You see, Mom, the brick is still there, right there where it landed. Thank goodness it didn't hit none of us. We were lucky. Mom, real lucky. My mother stood there just staring at us. I mean, seriously staring. Gonna ask you boys again. What happened? Me and Killer backed up Bruce's story. We said how scared we were even when the brick came flying through. We said how scared we were when that brick came flying through. Mom kept staring. Her eyes were like laser beams going through our heads. Gonna ask you one more time, boys. Then I'm gonna get the biggest switch I can find and start whooping your behinds until I hear the truth. The thought of whooping had us start defending ourselves even harder. We kept saying we were minding our business, how we were being good boys, how we didn't do nothing wrong, and then here come this brick. Mom just stood there shaking her head. We saw that she wasn't buying a word of it. But at the same time, to our little brains, our story seemed bulletproof. If what y'all say is true, she said, then why is all the broken glass on the porch? Why ain't there no broken glass here in the inside? If someone throws a brick in the window, how does the glass shatter backwards? We hadn't thought of that. Of course, my mother was right. There wasn't a piece of glass in the living room. The only thing in the living room was the brick sitting on the floor. The cleanest brick you ever seen. It wasn't even sitting crooked. For days after that, we could barely sit at all. Mom whooped our asses so good. All we got was the whole thing. All we got out of the whole thing was a bad memory from her switch of fury. Bruce Lee created the kick butt of kung fu movies that paved the way for everyone who followed, from Chuck Norris, Steven Seagal, Jean-Claude Van Damme to Jackie Chan. The death of the indestructible hero, when Lee's brain swelled in his sleep and he died in 1973, was a painful pill that my brothers and I tearfully swallowed. There were times like this when my brothers and I stuck together. At other times, we could barely stand being in the same room, especially Carrie and me. I never got along too well with my little brother. We used to fight all the time. One night when I wanted to watch Good Times and he didn't, he had another program he thought was better. Nothing was better than Good Times. I not only love the show, but I love the theme song. I love singing it to this day. The show opened with a shot of the high-rise housing project. Although it was never mentioned in opening credits, Good Times, the Evans family, Florida James, JJ, Thelma, and Michael, faced on every episode was absolute reality TV to me. But Carrie was watching an old Three Stooges movie and wouldn't let me change the channels. He took a swing at me and landed a blow to my left eye. My eye got puffy and I got crazy angry. I grabbed a broom from the kitchen and started chasing him. I planned to hit him over the head with this broom and chased him into the bathroom. Our mother yelled for us to cut it out, but we kept fighting. "If y'all don't stop," she screamed, "I'm coming in there." I still wasn't stopping. I got carried backed into the bathtub when my mom showed up. She happened to be carrying a knife she'd been using to slice some vegetables. I didn't know she was directly behind me, so when I stepped back, I stepped into the knife and got cut. Blood was gushing everywhere, and I was hollering, "Y'all trying to kill me. Mom wants to kill me." My mom dropped the knife and grabbed me crying and said she was so sorry. She immediately started to bandage me up. Turns out the cut wasn't that deep, but that didn't keep me from hollering like a baby. My mother always wanted to show us how family should be able to lean on each other and stand by one another. I wanted to please and obey her. Take your brother Carrie to the park, Rob, she said one day. Let him play on the swings, but don't push him too high. When we got to the playground, Carrie was happy as could be. He loved those swings. He jumped on and asked me to push him. I gave him a shove. Higher, he screamed. I pushed him higher. Higher, he screamed even louder, so I pushed him higher. Little bro was having the time of his life. Higher, he kept demanding. Now I knew not to push any higher because he was already flying super high, but he was insisting, so I kept pushing while he kept sailing higher until the swing got loose. I saw him get caught on the chain. He came flying off and hit the grass. Carrie was a mess, blood all over. He was crying. I was scared. Somehow I got him home. Mom rushed him to the emergency room. All I could think was, God, what have I done to my little brother? We got a picture again of Rob. We are at Secrets. This next chapter, I don't know what chapter it is, but it's called Secrets, you guys. As a kid, I had a lot of secrets. Some were terrible, some were beautiful, some were both. There were so many secrets to stuff into my imaginary box that I was running out of room. The first secret was sex. I couldn't reveal it because there was a rule against snitching. I had a feeling my mother wouldn't play that no secret shit, no way, no how. Meanwhile, though, odd things were happening in my body. I was confused by it. I was dying to tell my mother, but I was scared to death about what had happened if the real truth came out. One secret was about what was happening in the house. Next was my secret about reading and writing. The third, strange as it seems, was music. I could hear music like a radio playing nonstop in my head. Sometimes it would switch stations. Every now and then it would play one song, and then sometimes before the song even finished, another one would come on. I would hear melodies, although I never knew what they meant. In fact, I thought everyone heard the music. If I was at school and it was time to read, I put my head down on the desk and just drift off. While I was drifting off, though, music would start up so heavy and loud that it felt like my head would explode. I picked my head up to see if everyone had heard. I would pick my head up to see if everyone had heard it, or I just say to one of the other kids, "Hey, did you hear that?" They look at me like I was crazy, and that just made things worse. It was another problem that I put into the brick box because I didn't want nobody to know, and I was afraid about what would happen if they found out. It was one of the scariest times in my life. I could only imagine. I could only figure out if I could. I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't figure out if I was sick or retarded or dying, or if there was just something really messed up about me. My mother always taught me that too much of anything can kill you. So I used to worry about too much music happening inside of me. Was it an overload or an overdose? I couldn't really tell anyone how music wouldn't leave me alone. No one except maybe my mother would understand. As a kid, it was too much for me to understand. I was writing songs before I even knew what songwriting meant. Just as one melody came pouring out, another one interrupted it, and then another, and then another, and then all kinds of harmonies and all kinds of notes kept coming from everywhere. Ideas, thoughts, endless songs. It was beyond crazy. I didn't want to tell anyone what was happening inside my brain because I couldn't explain it. My brain was overcrowded. Music was overwhelming me. Sorry. I wanted to be happy, wanted to please my mother, please my teacher. I wanted to be like other kids. Instead, I was stumbling and falling down over words while melodies were pouring in and singing inside of my head. Here's another thing. Even though there were times when the sheer volume of music inside my head had me thinking that I was an alien, there were even more times when music confronted me, ministered me, and gave me life. Because I absorbed music like a sponge absorbs water, I couldn't help but to soak up every thirst quenching drop. Okay. Let me show you guys this picture. Hey, everyone just coming in and saying, hey. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys see it? There's another picture. Picture the porch in front of our 3-flat on a late afternoon in the summer. Sky clear, weather warm. Mom out there with Lucius, Uncle Doug, and Uncle Cuz. I didn't never know if the man was my uncle or my cousin. Pictures of the neighbors dropping by, caught up in the sound of the radio floating on air. Now hear the sounds of the Isley brothers singing, drifting into memory. Ain't no place I'd rather be. The groove so free and easy that you had to sway with Smokey. Soft and warm, a quiet storm, or Frankie Beverly when the sun settles down and it takes a lovely form. That's the golden time of the day. This was music from heaven, music without pressure, pure magical music, May singing, shine children, shine. And mom swaying along, arms outstretched. If you believe in love, shine. 1 second. I'm sorry, I had to let my puppy out, y'all. That unforced, free-flowing, sweet sound of voice, horn, and bass made everything seem all right. It took a sting out of life. It was nothing but sugar and cream, nothing but clouds floating on a breeze of love. Music said life, and for all the strife could be heaven on earth, if only we listened to the singers and the songs they sang. Watching them listening to Teddy Pendergrass or Donny Hathaway, David Ruffin or Eddie Levert, Etta James or Curtis Mayfield, I started dreaming this dream. I imagined that one day people would be relaxing on their porches, listening to the music that I made, songs that I sang. One day I prayed I would take the pressure off and bring the calm to folks like Mama and Lucius, like Frankie Beverly and Mays. One day I'd be able to lay down grooves that made people happy, love it. I create music from the heart that touches hearts. In the world of music during the 1970s, Chicago soul was like an ice-cold pitcher of sweet tea. Known for its blend of Southern and gospel soul, backed by sweet harmonies and horn and string arrangements, Chicago soul was as powerful music coming out of Detroit or Memphis. Was as powerful as music coming out of Detroit or Memphis. Record labels like Chess Records, Wonderful, Shy Sound promoted artists like Jerry Butler and the Impressions, the Dells, Etta James, the Shy Lights, Curtis Mayfield, Gene Chandler. Sam Cooke, the most loving man you ever want to listen to, Mom said. He was her favorite singer by none. Sam Cooke was raised right here in Chicago, she boasts. Not only was Sam a soul music pioneer, Mom said, Sam was a businessman who owned his own record label and publishing company. He came out of church, she explained, but took the church with him. That's why you hear God in every note he makes. Ain't no one like Sam. Even though I was only 10 years old, she strongly urged me to study this man. You learn him good. There were two sides to him. You best learn both. When he was with the Soul Stirrers singing gospel, and when he started singing pop, no one could teach him. No one could touch him, baby. Each side of that man's music was as good as the other. I'm going to show you guys a picture of Sam Cooke. As I get further in this book, you guys going to understand a lot of Rob's ways and where they came from. That's why I really wanted to read this to you guys. My mother and I listened to Sam Cooke for hours on end, whether it was touch the hem of his garment or you send me, whether Jesus wash away my troubles or twisting the night away, nearer to thee or Cupid, he'll make a way or I love you for sentimental reasons, joy, joy to my soul or change is gonna come. I mean, you heard Rob saying that change is gonna come. I could hear the church echo in Cook's silky voice. His soulful confession helped me understand what I saw at home, in church and on the streets of the south side of Chicago. I understood sorrow with Chain Gang, dreamed of gritty love with Cupid, and enjoyed finger-popping fun with Twisting the Night Away. Listening to Sam Cooke's music wasn't enough for Mom, though. She wanted to make sure I truly understood his ability to manipulate lyrics and command each gang, no matter if it was bluesy ballad, soul felt gospel, raw rock and roll, or funky rhythm and blues. Hear him bend that note, baby, she would say. That's his specialty. Singers are like great chefs. They got their specialties. Some bake pies, some fried chicken. You find your specialty, sweetheart, and when you do, the moment you open your mouth to sing, folks will know it's you. Meanwhile, listen to the chefs, learn their recipes. My mother considered Stevie Wonder a master chef. The first Stevie Wonder song I learned was Fingertips. When I got older, she took Stevie's Master Blaster cut and taught me how to memorize every last lick, every breath, every rip. She placed a nickel on the record player's needle to slow down the revolution of so the runs will go really slow so that I can learn them and get them down pat. Joanne Kelly and Stevie Wonder's mother, Lula Mae Hardaway, had a lot in common. Lula Mae recognized her son's musical gifts at an early age and nurtured his genius. Stevie was barely a teen when his mother heard him repeating just a slice of a lyric, "Here I am, baby, here I am, baby." It was Lula Mae who supplied the hook. Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Stevie's mother was by his side when he signed in Motown in 1961, and she helped him write hit records such as I Was Made to Love Her, You Met Your Match, and I Don't Know Why I Love You. Soon I was sounding more like Stevie than Stevie. Same was true with Marvin Gaye. I could sing What's Going On and Let's Get It On with that Marvin Gaye-like attitude, mellow but intense. I could fix my voice like Donny Hathaway. Mom made sure I knew the songs of the older cats like Jackie Wilson and Ray Charles. At Christmas time, it was all about Nat King Cole. I was born into a perfect musical storm. Everything that Mom loved, I loved. From Billie Holiday to Dana Washington to Aretha. Dina Washington to Aretha. I soaked up everything she had soaked up. She loved Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, but when Michael and his brothers came on ABC and I Want You Back, Mom was loving that just as much. When it came to music, the woman had no prejudices. Her musical history became my history. Like everyone else in the hood, when we saw a new history in the making, we jumped on board in that musical change. When the Sugar Hill Gang started rapping about a hip hop, that hippity to the hip hop, you don't stop, and the rappers delight. Those early jams, Curtis Blow 1980 hit The Breaks, which was the first certified gold rap album, The Grandmaster Flash, and the Furious 5 1982 Game Changer, The Message, which is regarded as one of the greatest songs in hip-hop history, had us young kids dancing just wild and free as Mom and them were dancing to James Brown. Like Tarzan in the jungle, learning how to talk to animals and swing from vine to vine, I learned how to talk to music. I learned how to swing from one musical vine to another. I heard every sound there was to hear, and I could make every sound that I heard. I grew up in a place on the planet where music, beautiful music, God's music, the people's music, my mother's music spoke to me every minute of every day. You got that gift, boy, my mother said. You got that talent. But how could a talented person have such a terrible time with simple reading? Didn't that prove something was wrong? Wasn't that something that I had to hide from the world? And what about what was happening in the house behind my mother's back? Were good boys supposed to be doing the things that had been happening to me? Shouldn't I have tried to stop these things? Shouldn't I have stopped gazing at these women running around half naked? Shouldn't I have stopped taking Polaroids of people doing the nasty? On the Soulacoaster, a talented kid with too many secrets did his best just to hold on. Okay, guys. Devotion. Dang it. We good? Everybody good? Let me look. Okay, y'all seem good. Somebody just text me if we need to stop. If it look like people was logging off, just let me know. I'll keep going. Devotion. One afternoon after school, I was walking home, glad to be out of the classroom, when I heard a blasting from our front porch. It was kung fu fighting. That song always made me happy, and seeing Mom and Lucius on the front porch drinking Millers, I could see that they were getting happy too. They were dancing and hugging like newlyweds, carrying on like they didn't have a care in the world. But then Lucius said something to Mom that she didn't like, and suddenly things started to change. Didn't take much for things to change when Mom and Lucius were drinking. Now Mom was cursing out Lucius. Now Lucius was cursing out Mom. She said, I ain't gonna take that. He said, I ain't gonna take that. My mother ran in the house. He followed her. She screamed at him to get out of her kitchen. He said, screw you. My little heart started beating because I was scared that something was going to happen to her. But Joanne Kelly was a straight up tough. That woman could take care of herself. She was out of the kitchen and back on the porch, and Lucius was close behind. Get out of my face, Mom warned Lucius. Kung Fu Fighting was playing over and over again. The record was stuck. I ain't going nowhere, bitch, yelled Lucius. She ran back in the house, and when she came out again, she was holding a heavy glass mug. Put a hand on me and I'll fuck you up, she threatened. Who you gonna fuck up, bitch? Lucius taunted before grabbing and twisting her arm. With her free arm, Joanne Kelly whacked Lucius across the head. The mug split open and cut his forehead, blood gushing out everywhere. Lucius staggered and fell and passed out unconscious. My mother ran to him, screaming for me to call 911. A neighbor called the police. By the time the cops arrived, Lucius had come to. What happened, they asked. Lucius hesitated. I was shaking because I thought they'd take my mom to jail. Lucius looked up at the cops and said, I drank too many and fell down the stairs. That's all there is to it, asked the cop. That's all there is to it, said Lucius. That was the day that I fell in love with Lucius. 2 weeks flew by. It was a Friday night and the rent was due. Mom was short on cash. Lucius was supposed to pay his share, but he wasn't home. He had gone out with the boys. My mother convinced the landlord to give us another week. I was glad because I was tired of hopping from house to house every time our money was funny. We called the landlord Monster. Seemed like the monster was always on our tail. Saturday came and my mother was still looking for Lucius. She was boiling mad. Sunday we went to church. When we got back, Lucius was still no-show. Mom was boiling even more. Monday evening, he showed up. Where you been, she asked. Out. Any fool knows you been out. But out where? Don't matter, said Lucius. You right, it don't matter. As long as you got my rent money. I don't. What you mean you don't? Can't you understand English, woman? I don't means I don't. That ain't gonna cut it. Gonna have to. Give me your share of the rent. Can't give you what I ain't got. Besides, I'm tired of talking. Lucius stormed out, but Joanne Kelly was not letting him off that easy. She wanted her money. She reached for his wallet. He pushed her away. She scratched his face with her fingernail. He kicked her, then ran out to his car. She ran after him. Lucius got into his car, slammed the door, but my mother's dress got caught on the door. Lucius took off, dragging her down the street. Me and my brother Bruce chased the car, jumping onto it, beating on Lucius to stop. The car stopped. Mom was banged up and bruised. With all the screaming and carrying on, somebody had called the cops. Somebody had called the cops, who arrived soon after that. Who hurt this woman, they wanted to know, looking at the black and blue marks all up and down my mother's arms and legs. No one, she said. I just hurt myself. Cops looked over at Lucius. Sure you don't want to press charges, they asked. I'm sure, she said. Oh, well, that's not really a picture. Chapter something. Mr. Blue. In one of the neighborhoods where we lived when I was a kid, there was a man named Mr. Blue. My mother always liked him because during the summer, he'd put us in the car and drive us out to the country and show us how to pick fruit. Mr. Blue brought us skateboards and bicycles. Mr. Blue was cool. On this particular morning, Mr. Blue came by, saw that I was by myself, and told me to come over to his place. I followed him. When we got there, he said, help yourself to the watermelon in the fridge. The watermelon looked good, so I helped myself to some. Meanwhile, Mr. Blue went to the bathroom, took a shower. I didn't think nothing of it. When he came out, he was wearing a robe loosely tied around his waist. As I finished my milling, he told me to come into his room. When I was a little boy about your age, Mr. Blue recalled, I had me an uncle who paid me $1 to rub his dick. Shit, I'd take that money and buy me all kinds of candy. At this point, Mr. Blue pulled out his penis and started rubbing it with grease. It looked like a monster. The last thing I wanted to do was rub it. Well, sir, Mr. Blue, $1 ain't what it used to be, but $5 ain't nothing to sneeze at. If I give you Well, sir, Mr. Blue said, $1 ain't what it used to be, but $5 ain't nothing to sneeze at. If I give you $5 to rub on. Before Mr. Blue could say another word, I was running out the door with his voice trailing after me. He was shouting, if you know what's good for you, boy, you won't say nothing to no one. Say a word now. Cook your goddamn goose. Later that night, I was talking to my good friend Sam. The thought of what happened with Mr. Blue was bothering me to the point where I couldn't think of anything else. I was scared to say anything, but I just couldn't hold back. Hey, Sam, I whispered, if I tell you something, promise you'll never tell anyone. Okay. It's about Mr. Blue. Sam immediately cut me off. You too, he asked. Sam told me that Mr. Blue tried the same stuff on him. We vowed never to say anything. A month later, I was putting together another cardboard house in the backyard. This time I got real curtains. I got it tricked out so pretty I wanted my girlfriend Lizette to see it. Your playhouse is a real house, Rob, she said. We sat on the little rug I had put over the grass and pretended to be watching a TV that wasn't really there. We pretended we were married. Lizette kissed me on the cheek and I kissed her back. The puppy love started to grow. We were both 10. That night I dreamed of Lizette. We lived in a house like you see on television with a white picket fence, a backyard, swimming pool. Afterwards, we were riding in my fancy car to a fancy restaurant where the rich folks eat. I woke up happy. Beautiful dream, beautiful Lizette. I had an idea for my playhouse. I decided to take some cushions off my mom's bed and put them on the grass and pretend it was a couch. Me and Lizette would sit on the couch together and act like husband and wife. The pillows were pink, Lizette's favorite color. I grabbed the pillows and carried them outside. When I got to the yard, I saw that the playhouse door was ajar. Even stranger, I heard Lizette's laughter and playful voice. I looked inside and saw my friend Sam on top of Lizette, kissing her and trying to pull her pants down. Get out of here, I screamed to Sam. Get away from my girl. But Sam wasn't budging and neither was Lizette. I couldn't control my fury, so I jumped on Sam. He was stronger than me. He pinned me down and gave me a good licking. To retaliate, all I could do was scream at the top of my lungs. You told me not to tell anyone, but I'm telling everyone. I'm telling how Mr. Blue messed with you. You said it was a secret, but it ain't no secret no more because I'm yelling it out. Mr. Blue messed with Sam. Mr. Blue messed with Sam. My sister heard me screaming and told my mother, who was shocked. She didn't know about Mr. Blue. She called the cops and they showed up at Mr. Blue's door. We never saw that man again. Jump shot. There were times when I had to get out of the house. There was too much noise, screaming, arguing. Too many people were having sex. A bike ride was a great escape. By the time I was 11 or 12, I had rode my Huffy bike all the way from 34th Street to the Sears Tower. At that time, it was the tallest building in the world on South Wacker Drive. When I got near, I looked up at the awesome skyscraper and think, it's going to follow me. Crazy as it sounds, I get scared. But I wouldn't run. Rather than back away from the tower, I get closer. I get right underneath it. I challenge it and say, Sears Tower, I dare you follow me. I dare you scare me anymore. You ain't nothing but steel and concrete. You might be some kind of symbol to this city, but one day I'm going to be a symbol. I'm going to stand for Chicago. One day I'm going to stand as tall as you. I remember that day like it just happened. It had rained the night before, and riding my bike down Martin Luther King Boulevard, the morning mist felt fresh on my face. Inside my head, I was hearing music. Music was drowning out the rest of the world. Music was my shield and my protector. It was a blessing and a burden. It was heavy on my head when I was pedaling down the playground to hoop with my pals. Like a lot of kids, I was dreaming of playing in the NBA like Dr. J. Folks said that the south side of Chicago was rough, but I never fooled with the rough guys. They didn't bother me. That business didn't interest me. I wasn't afraid of the streets. Hearing gunshots, for example, was no big thing, but I've been hearing them all my life. But this gunshot was different. This pow rang in my ear, and suddenly I felt something hit me in the chest. My head went woozy and I couldn't control the bike. Then something got crazy and strange. It was like I was leaving my body. In slow motion, I saw myself falling off my bike. My vision went blurry, and I saw people running towards me. Before long, my mother was running up to me along with my sister and brothers. I heard them in the echo and saw them in a fog. Robert's been shot, my mother shouted. My baby's been shot. I closed my eyes and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. My shoulder was hurting something fierce. Mom was sitting next to me holding my hand. Rob, God is good. God spared your life, baby, she moaned. What happened? You got shot, son. Who shot me? We don't know. Years later, after I had some success, BET was doing a show about where I grew up. As I was showing the director and the film crew around the hood, we actually ran into the guy that shot me. He had gone to jail for what he'd done, and he talked about it on the camera. It was all good. Then he handed me a demo tape to check out to see if I could do anything for him. But back then, I was only worried about one thing: will I be able to shoot ball? Doctor says you'll be fine. They can't take the bullet out because it's too close to a nerve. If they touch the nerve, it'll paralyze the whole half of your body. So they're going to leave it in there. They say the tissue will grow around the bullet, and the blessing is that the bullet didn't hit your head or your heart. The blessing is that God has beautiful plans for you, baby. But will I still be able to make my jump shot? I had to know. 3 weeks later, I was back on my bike, pedaling over to the playground to work on my jump shot because of the bullet in my shoulder, my shot was off. I wasn't happy. I was frustrated and I cried about it because it hurt like hell when I tried to lift my arm. But I really got scared when I started shooting funny. I wanted my jumper back. More than anything in the world, I wanted to feel that sweet power of the ball going through the hoop. The pain didn't matter. I couldn't go through life without a killer jumper shot. There are more things important in this world than a good jump shot, my mother told me when I got home. Like what? Like music. You were born to sing songs, not shoot basketballs. I didn't dare talk back to my mom. But in my mind, I was thinking, I got to get my jump shot back. My jump shot was all I had. How else can I get out the hood and take care of my mother? Hope. Mr. Hope. Some of the kids were scared on the streets and with good reason. Some kids were scared of the playgrounds where the bullies and gangbangers acted as they ruled the world. But none of that scared me, not even after I was shot. Instead, I was scared of the classroom, scared of being called on, scared of everyone learning that I couldn't do what they could do, read or write. No one wanted to learn more than me. No one seemed more troubled. The minute the bell rang, I ran out of school like a bat out of hell, and I couldn't wait to get to that playground and find me a game of basketball. One day when I was 11 and on my way to hoop, me and some of my homies got cornered by some thugs looking to steal our lunch money. I wasn't about to get messed up over lunch money, so I gave them my change. One homie, though, refused. It's my goddamn money, he said. Without even hesitating, two of the gangbangers slashed his face with a broken whiskey bottle. That's when I knew I had made the right decision. I spent the rest of the afternoon at the playground working on my jump shot that still wasn't right. Every year when we were growing up, there was this amazing event called the Bud Billiken Parade and Picnic. Coca-Cola had a float. McDonald's had a float. Jesse Jackson had a float. Entertainers waved at the people. Singers sang. Musicians played. And there was funky music, good food, and good times. We looked forward to the parade every year. It was our Disneyland. Like Walt Disney was coming to us. You got to see all kinds of celebrities if you were lucky. Everyone, mom, grandma, all aunties, uncles, cousins, will start out early, setting up their little chairs and crates with their cards and beers and wait for the parade to come by. It was an all-day free party right out on the street. The parade started at 35th and King, and we lived on 40th and King. Me and my brothers will follow the parade all the way to the end. I went to the barbecues and picnics and looked at all the floats. I saw all the performances. I was inspired by the parade. I got to see lots of artists who performed on floats. New Edition, Belle Biv DeVoe. Everybody wanted to be in the Bud Billiken Parade. Years later, when I was about 15 or 16, I sang for Lionel Richie. He was performing at the parade that year, and somebody told him that I could sing and write songs. He had asked them to bring me over to meet him, and he asked me to sing something I wrote. I can't remember the name of what the song was, but Lionel Richie offered me $500 on the spot to give him that song. Now, at the time, I was broke, and I couldn't even pay attention. $500 was a lot of money, but even back then, I knew that my work was worth more than that, so I turned him down. I always wanted to be on the float performing like the groups that were famous back then. I had been in the crowd following the floats and waving. In 2011, I felt truly blessed to be the honorary Grand Marshal of the oldest, largest African American parade in the country. As my float rolled down King Drive, I pictured my mother sitting in her chair with the rest of the family and her friends watching the parade go by as she had for so many years. I wish she could have been there to see her son wave to her. I always loved music. I always loved basketball. In those days when I was hooping, you'd always find me at Washington Park, Madden Park at 33rd, or King Drive. Madden Park was where the big boys hooped. The older guys were much stronger than the kids, than us kids, and they played harder. They banged. I always wanted to play with them. I never wanted to play with the guys my age. I knew if I played with older guys, my game would get tighter. So I called next, meaning we got the next game. But once we got on the court, we regretted it because the older dudes didn't play. They were rough. They didn't care nothing about our age. They were out to win at any cost. They hit hard. I saw so many shoulders dislocated, knees shattered, head smashed on the concrete. I got banged up so hard I couldn't help but be nervous. But I knew the only way to get over that was to keep on playing. I missed a lot of shots. I threw the ball away more times than I could count. Sometimes the bigger guys literally took the ball out of my hands. They frustrated me until I was ready to quit, but I never did. One day after a rough game, this older guy came up to me and said, "You know what you're doing wrong, young fella?" "Yeah, I'm missing a lot of shots. I'm throwing the ball away and they're taking it from me." "It's more than that," he said. "You're chasing the game. You're not letting the game come to you." Don't know what you mean. Well, you need to know, bro. You need to stop forcing your shots. You got to find your groove. Will that give me points? It's not about shooting the ball in the basket. It's about being positive. Dude had an interesting way of talking, so I kept listening. Plus, he saw I had something. He believed in me. His name was Robert Reed. The other guys called him Hope. At this time, Hope was on his way to becoming a neighborhood legend because of his street ball skills. His mother and my mom were very close. She lived right across the street from us. Hope was slim and smooth talking. He was about 14 years older than me, about 5'8", with a face like Dr. J. Later, when I watched him on his Robert Reed All-Stars team, I saw he had Dr. J moves. Hope was a great point guard. He invited me and Bruce, whose hoop schools were sharper than mine, to his place. Hope schooled us. He had reels of NBA films, and as we watched the movies, he pointed out moves that we were missing. He talked about going with the flow. Finding the flow, Hope said, is everything. The game's got to flow, and you got to flow. The art is to let those two flows flow together. Hope knew I was into music, so he kept making musical comparisons. There's a righteous rhythm to every movement, he explained. It it's isn't something you create. The rhythm's already there. You tap into it, you ride it, you let it take you where you want it to go. Hope was a beautiful guy. I could feel that his mind was elevated, even though I couldn't do everything he suggested. For example, he said that the rage always hurts. Well, if I was the close in the game and someone tripped me on purpose, I went to the rage. Didn't know any other way. Control that rage, advised Hope. If you don't, rage will control you. When rage is in charge, your game falls apart. I knew that he was right. I seen it happen, but I was still no good at controlling my fits of rage. I got less angry, though, when Hope showed me how to finesse my jump shot. After I got shot, Hope helped me work on getting my jump shot back. "You fighting that shoulder injury," he said, talking about that bullet lodged in my body. "Don't fight it. Work with it." Hope is one of my best friends to this very day. I still respect his wisdom when it comes to basketball. It was because of Hope that I started developing and strengthening my shoulder. Hope helped me rediscover my game. Bruce and I used to practice the move that Hope taught us in the backyard. First, we nailed a bottomless crate to a pole. Then we moved on up to a bike wheel that we took all the spikes out of. And then we moved up to a rim. We called it Planet Dunk a lot. After playing for hours, we went over to 42nd and Stadium for the best footlongs on the planet. Polish sausages smothered with onions and flaming hot barbecue sauce and a mountain of fries. It was all good. Um, Native one. It's actually change the Z to a D. Thank you. But change the Z to a D, y'all. All right. The next chapter. And y'all understand why I say I've been on here an hour and 55 minutes, but the book is so good, you just want to keep going. So as long as y'all with me, I'm going to keep going. I'm waiting on, y'all cue me when y'all ready to stop. And then I can just pick up later or tomorrow, whichever's best. Okay, until you just can't boogie no more. In Chicago, you love the sweetness of the summer because you made it through the meanness of the winter. One summer Saturday, the streets were bouncing and the whole neighborhood was dancing to the sound of my brother Bruce's band. Me and my mother were singing Taste of Honey's Boogie Oogie Oogie. She looking over at me looking over at her, smiling all the while. A singing team that had everyone up and happy. Wasn't always that way though. There's a story behind how I got to sing that day. My brother Bruce's band was pretty cool. Bruce played bass, a guy named Poochie on the lead guitar. Poochie's brothers were also in the band. They did all instrumental versions of popular songs. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, they did all instrumental versions of a popular songs. I watched them rehearse on the porch, and I knew the songs that they would rehearse, and I sang along with them in my head. Naturally, I wanted to sing with them, but Bruce would always tell me that he didn't want a lead singer. I really wanted to be in the band, but the more I wanted it, the more Bruce seemed to be against it. When it came to anything to do with music, I knew my stuff. For example, Bruce and his band will tune up at the same time. I tell him, if y'all tune up at the same time, by the end of the tuning session, everyone's gonna pretty much be off key. Better tune up one at a time. Get out of here, Bruce would say. Why do you do this stuff, little brother? Oh, what do you know about this stuff, little brother? Bro, I can sing. We good, Rob, he said. We don't need no singer. I may have been younger, but I knew he was wrong. They praised songs like Cool in the Games, Ladies Night. They needed a singer. It was just a situation, though, where Big Bro didn't want to mess with Little Bro. But Little Bro wasn't going away. I kept bugging Bruce to give me a chance, let me rehearse, let me sing. He kept saying they only wanted to do instrumentals. Finally, I went to the boss, Mom. When I told her the story and she was really feeling me, after all, she was a singer too. She told Bruce, if you don't let Rob sing in your band, there ain't gonna be no band. Bruce had no choice. He told me what songs he wanted to sing, and I was ready. Except for one thing. I didn't know all the lyrics. I'll have Lizette write the words out for you, Bruce said. Lizette was had good handwriting, and she printed the lyrics to the OJ's Used to Be My Girl and Earth, Wind and Fire's Serpentine Fire. The words were written on a yellow pad. The letters were big. The words couldn't be any plainer, but I had a hard time reading them. I had a hard time reading anything. As I stumbled over the lyrics, Bruce and the other guys saw I couldn't even make out simple words. At first, I tried to play it off like I really couldn't see them, but they figured it out. I think Bruce saw this as a way to keep me out of the group. I got embarrassed because I thought he might be right. If I can't read, how am I going to be able to do this? So I stopped singing and left. That night, my mother saw how upset I was. What's wrong, baby? I told her about how I made a fool of myself. No child of mine is a fool, she said. It's just that music comes easy to you and reading don't. What you need to do, son, is listen to the records and get the words directly from the singers. Memorize the lyrics from the record. Then you don't have to read. All you got to do is sing, and your singing is something no one can make fun of. I did what my mother said. I learned the records, and to make me feel even more secure, she came out there so we could sing side by side. We sounded as good as Taste of Honey, maybe better. Once I learned all the songs, it got to the point where we could plug in and sit on the porch and play, and the whole block would turn out with people coming from everywhere just to listen to us. Growing up, Bruce and I were close. We had gotten into all kind of trouble together. In spite of the fact that in the beginning he didn't want me in the band, we'd we act up with all sorts of pranks. Sometimes play with our food. Our mother hated that, but you know how boys are. One night, Mom fixed a traditional soul food dinner: ham hocks, pinto beans, cornbread, greens. I liked it all except greens. Couldn't stand greens. When my mother went back into the kitchen, Bruce and I started messing with our food. I stabbed the greens with the fork, flicked them up, and just like that, they flew across the room and stuck to the wall. Mom didn't notice that night, but the next night, with Grandma at the table, she did. Who the hell threw those greens against the wall? She asked. Bruce, I said, pointing at my brother. Rob, said Bruce, pointing back at me. One of y'all is lying, she said, and I want to know which one. Bruce is lying, I said. I'm telling the truth, Bruce shot back. Rob's lying. Robert would never lie, Grandma said, with a staunch fast defender. If she hadn't said that, maybe I would have confessed. But I didn't want to look like a liar in front of my grandma. She held me up on a pedestal. Okay, said Mom. So if that's how y'all want to play it, fine. I'll be right back. She went into the yard and came back with a switch. Don't whip Rob, said Grandma. He'd never do anything like that. And if he did, he'd never lie about it. Stay out of this, Mom told her mother. This is between me and my sons. Mom next turned to us and said, pull down your pants. Right here, I asked, right in front of Grandma. You heard me, boy, right here. It was embarrassing, but we did it. We stuck out our booties and Mom started whooping us. First Bruce, then me, then back to Bruce, then me. It got to hurting so bad I finally blurted out the truth. Okay, I confess it. I was the one. I threw the greens. Go to your room, Bruce, said Mom. Rob, you stay here. Before she started whipping me again, I looked over at Grandma and saw the sad look on her face. I had let her down. Meanwhile, Mom was more furious than disappointed. She took that switch and let me have it twice as hard. When she was through, I could barely walk. Now get out of here, she said, and get in your room. Think about what you did. Think about what lying got you. And Rob, if I ever catch you lying like that again, I'm giving you an even worse whipping. You hear me, son? Yes, ma'am. Willie Pearl. Let me type it in here for y'all. Hold on a second. Okay. Willie Pearl. In my book, Willie Pearl gets her own chapter. I want to play tribute, and though she's long gone, I want to tell the world how her spirit entered my soul and helped give me the confidence I have today. I owe her so much. Willie Pearl was Mom's best friend when we lived in the Vista Gardens apartments. Willie Pearl and her two boys, Bum and Wolf, stayed right upstairs above us. The woman had her problems, but she always managed to work and feed her sons. She always kept up appearances. When Willie Pearl came downstairs and showed up at our front door, we got happy in a hurry. Her hair was always done up right, her clothes were fashionable and bright, and her smile could cut through anyone's sadness. In our poor neighborhood, she was one of the first to buy her kids one of those toy Casio keyboards. Soon as I saw that flimsy little thing, I started fiending to play it. It called to me. Hey, Joanne, said Willie Pearl, look at how your boy ironed that instrument. Think he can play it? I believe he can, my mom said. Well, let him try. I put my fingers all over that Casio. I wanted to be one of the guys who could just sit down and play whatever was on the radio, but I couldn't. With two or three fingers, I could fix around baby chords. I heard simple melodies in my head, and those were the only ones that I could imagine to play on this keyboard. I started into this song called Orphanage, about a little boy who had lost his mother and father. The story flowed through me. I didn't try for it. It was just there. I found the right notes on the Casio and the right words to tell my little tale. Um, Good God Almighty, Willie Pearl exclaimed. Your boy can sing, Joanne. Your boy can really sing. Where'd you learn how to sing like that, Rob? Just made it up. No, you didn't. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Where'd you learn that song, Rob? Just made it up. No, you didn't. Oh, yes, he did, my mother said. Rob has a mind for making up music. That's beautiful, said Willie Pearl. I can't believe he's blessed. Y'all keep this Casio down here. My boys don't care nothing about it. But your Rob, well, he's got a thing for it. Rob will use it. You mean that? I asked Willie Pearl. Indeed, I do, child. Now you go and write some songs. Write one for your mama. Next day, when Willie Pearl came over, I had a song ready. What's it called, son? She asked. Hard Times, I said. And it's for your mama? Yes, ma'am. It's all about mom. Hard Times was a simple melody in a deep blues bag. When I started singing, I could see that I had tapped the main vein. I could see into Miss Willie Pearl's eyes, which were wet with tears. Hard times, I sang. She working day and night, hard times just to keep the landlord away. Hard times, she does it all alone. Hard time, her love keeps us strong. Sing it again, son, Willie Pearl said. I sang it again, and before I knew it, the woman was calling every last person living in Vista Gardens to come over and hear me sing about these hard times. He don't sing like no boy, said Willie Pearl. Robert sings like a man. She was showing me off like I was her own son. After that, many were the times Willie Pearl would come over just to hear me sing. Some of those times I could see that she was flying high in the friendly sky. Other times she was sober as a church mouse. But every time she made me feel special. In her loving way, she let me know that my songs lifted a burden off her shoulders. It was powerful seeing that I still cherish it to this day, knowing that something I created lift burdens and lighten loads. As Willie Pearl closed her eyes and sat back with a sweet smile on her face, I let new melodies come to my fingers and new stories come to my lips. Willie Pearl, this beautiful woman who let me use that little Casio, inspired me to create. You touch my soul, boy, she said. You touch my heart. Her words of encouragement fueled my reaching some of the highest Soulacoaster moments. Hooping ahead. Okay, this is a picture of Rob on his first basketball team. He's the one holding the picture, you guys. He's the one holding the picture. My hoop skills got me on my elementary school basketball team. Our team did really well and the school was proud of us. As a result, I had some positive energy moving through me. Basketball was a way for me to feel good about myself. Our coach, Mr. Wright, was a smart and honest man. When it came to ball, coach was all business. He demanded the best from you. He was firm but fair. I wasn't the greatest player in the world, but I had a great desire to win, my hard work and my hustle. Coach saw my desire and encouraged it. He knew how bad I wanted to win. I respected his attitude and he respected mine. He started me as a forward. My jump shot might have looked a little funny, but it was falling. I was reading the defense, forcing turnovers, cashing in on fast breaks. The basketball court was where I shined. The basketball court was never the problem. The problem was the classroom. Because of my reading, I kept falling further behind. I had ways of covering up, skipping class, pretending I lost my book. But I knew that one day it'd all catch up to me. And it did. I was held back a few grades. But because of basketball, I was allowed to slide in school. This reading problem hurt my heart so bad because of how I longed to know what was in those books. I had a desire for learning. I had an imagination that drew me to stories. When I looked through picture books, for instance, the pictures seemed to be waving at me. If our classroom took a field trip to a museum, I became a part of those paintings on the wall. If there was a picture of a man on a boat in the middle of a sea, I'd make up a story in my mind. The man had dreamed of an enchanted island. The man had dreamed of an enchanted island where a princess was waiting for him, and she was the love of his life, and he was sailing all the way around the world to find her. I felt like a bird without wings. I had the desire to fly, but just couldn't do it. I had the desire to read stories, but just didn't know how. To me, stories were the most beautiful things in the world. I'm in love with hearing a good story. When our class went to see The Black Stallion, the story jumped off the screen into my soul. The movie was so powerful and inspiring to me. A boy and a horse surviving a shipwreck, stranded together on a deserted island. After they were rescued, they achieved the impossible. The Black Stallion made me believe that I could survive my struggles, that I could overcome the obstacles in my life. Things that I didn't think I could ever do, I believe now that I would. We also saw Star Wars. The movie touched me too. I could relate to Luke Skywalker overcoming Darth Vader. I understood what the Force was about. From that day on, I wanted to believe the Force was with me and would get me through those dark days at school. During my last year at elementary school, nothing could stop our basketball team. We buried the rest of the league and we wound up undefeated champs. But I also couldn't be any sadder because there was no way I could graduate with the rest of the team. I found I had too many F's. My failures had caught up with me. I was going to be held back in elementary school while the rest of the guys will move on to high school. Then came the news. My teacher called me into her office and said plainly, "You'll be graduating with everyone else." I couldn't believe it. I thought she had me confused with another student. I even asked her to repeat it. "It's no mistake, Robert," she said. "You'll be graduating. We all know that you have a strong desire to win. You've proven that in basketball. So we're hoping that when you get to high school, you'll show the desire in the classroom." I don't understand. Okay, keep reading. "But you must realize that high school won't fool with you. If you don't try harder and make passing grades, high school will kick you out." I just got to say that I don't understand how up until this point, his teachers did not know he couldn't read. Okay, I'll go back. I think I thanked her and left, but her words hung heavy over my head. Her words were echoing inside my brain. When a week later, my mother and I went to our elementary school graduation. I was smiling at the same time I was frowning. I was feeling funny about the whole thing. I knew I had gotten a pass. I knew I hadn't earned this diploma. All of the families were there. Everyone was happy and proud. Aunts and uncles, cousins and grandmas crowding around the graduates, taking pictures, congratulating, hugging, wishing them well. As they called out the names of the classmates, I was flashing on all the games we had won, the points I had scored, the plays I had made, the championship, the trophies, the pride that came with victory. I also remember how the older kids learned to read and write while I couldn't. Flashing on all these times when staring at the words on the page, my eyes went blurry, my mind went blank. Flashing on how it felt to get all F's. In my heart, I knew I didn't deserve this diploma. The feeling haunted me, and I felt like I was living a waking nightmare. When the principal called out our names, each of us got up to get the handshake and the certificate. Terrence got up and hurried across the stage where he was handing his diploma. Larry walked over to get his diploma. I saw the faces of my fellow classmates and their families. Everyone was lifted with pride except me. I was filled with shame. So much shame that when they called my name, I walked across the stage, took the diploma, threw it into the audience, and ran out of the auditorium. My mother ran after me. We were in a parking lot when she said, "What's wrong, son?" "I don't deserve it," I said. "I didn't earn it. I want to be able to say, this is mine. I earned this. Then nobody can ever take it away from me. That day will come when you will feel that way. You did earn it, Rob. You just got to be patient." Chapter something, room 126. Kenwood Academy, situated in the same Hyde Park neighborhood as the world-famous University of Chicago, where President Barack Obama and his wife Michelle once lived, was considered a great high school that attracted the smartest students, kids who would wind up going to the best colleges. I got to go there, but not because I was smart, but because I played basketball. I was happy for the chance to keep playing with my teammates and to move up to a higher league. I was totally blinded by my past, but I couldn't see into the future. In my fantasy, I had a shot at the NBA. I felt good about basketball, but I didn't feel good about high school because I knew eventually everyone would find out that I couldn't read. I was afraid that I'd lose my shot at pro basketball and my dreams of a better life. I couldn't go back to grammar school, and I didn't know how I was going to get through high school. I was trapped. I never have teachers like in grade school who keep passing me, because besides I didn't want that. I wanted to learn to read like everyone else. Key point in the book, I wanted to learn to read like everyone else. On my first day at Kenwood, I went to music class held in room 126. I didn't know what to expect. I remember that there were 40 to 50 kids in the classroom. Everyone except me seemed to be old friends. I didn't know a soul. I took a seat in the front row and thought to myself, what the hell am I doing here? I felt like an alien. Then a teacher arrived. The minute she stepped into the room, all talking stopped. Her hair stylishly done. I saw from how she dressed that she had class. Her eyes were dark brown. Um, were dark brown. Her eyes were looking over the room, seeing who's who and what's what. Her eyes told me that she was no substitute teacher and that this lady was not playing. Her name was Mrs. Lena McLean. She said, there are 2 students in here with gum in their mouths, and I'm going to give you 2 seconds to put the gum in the garbage or I'll fell them. Right away, about 20 students got up and put the gum in the trash can. I saw that this lady was smart. If she had 6 seconds, they would have had time to think about it, and maybe only 5 or 6 would have gotten up. She sure took charge of a classroom. Next thing I knew, she was pointing right at me. I got scared and checked to see if I was chewing gum. I wasn't. I didn't know what she wanted from me. Do you know who you are? Yes, ma'am, I'm R.Kellys. No, you're God's child. The Spirit of God is on you, son. You're going to be famous. You're going to write songs for Michael Jackson. You're going to travel the world. People will pay to see you. You are anointed. God has given you a gift that no one can take away. I had never met this lady before, and she had never met me. I didn't have a clue as to what she was talking about. I had heard of prophecy stuff before, but never about me. Besides, I wasn't into prophecies. I didn't believe them. Even in my mother's church, I would always too shy to jump up and start hollering. I never did catch the Holy Ghost. Now here at school, this teacher was talking in tongues, and I was confused as to what as I could be. I love music, sure, but my main plan in life was to play basketball. Meanwhile, Miss McLean kept talking, even as she walked over to the upright piano and sat down. She began playing gospel chords, which seemed weird to me. I had never seen a teacher play gospel songs. At this time, I didn't know that she was also a pastor as well as a teacher. I didn't know anything. All I knew was that Miss McLean was lifting her hand with her fingers spread apart and prophesizing on me like a preacher. While she was playing, she was praying. Praise God, praise his holy name. Praise him for giving this child a talent that the world will recognize. Praise him for putting this boy in my classroom where he can grow. Lord, let him grow, keep him strong. Then she looked over at me and said, stand up, boy, I want to hear you sing. I'm not really a singer, I said. I'm a basketball player. Son, you're not a basketball player anymore. You're singing today. Just follow me. She started singing Billy Preston's You're So Beautiful to Me. I followed her and sang the same words, the same notes. I was so shy though that I couldn't face the class. I just faced her. Her face bright and smiling gave me the confidence. Her voice inspired me. I started singing stuff that was amazing, even to me. Something clicked in me. I don't know exactly what. I just started flying. The weirdest sensation came over me. I was able to sing lower than I ever had. I was able to go higher. New ideas popped off my head, and I could sing them all. The girls in the class were going crazy, and the guys were giving me the woof, 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 dog cheer. I was a new person. This woman was taking me someplace I had never been before. I had a new lease on life. Part of it had to do with girls. In high school, if you were light-skinned or could sing a little, it was a wrap. I wasn't light-skinned, but having heard me sing a little, the girls were showing me serious love. That was enough to make my day, but not enough to make me change my mind. I still wanted to be Michael Jordan. Next day, I was at basketball practice when I saw Miss McLean coming around and talk to my new coach. No one had told him about my reading problems, so I thought I was like everyone else. So he thought I was like everyone else. Do you have a R.Kellys? She said. Yes. Call him over here, please. Coach called me over and I stood in front of both of them. I want Robert off the team, Miss McLean said. He's a good player, said the coach. Doesn't matter to me how good he is. His music comes first. Robert must be focused. Basketball is a distraction, but he loves it. I realize that, but if he plays ball and does music, he'll wind up diluting them both. He's going to have to choose. But shouldn't he have that choice? God already made that choice. Miss McLean explained. God has given this boy a precious gift, and I wouldn't want to defy God's will, would you? I had some thoughts about Miss McLean's attitude. Music was cool, but hoop was still my heart. I couldn't give up hoop. You aren't giving it up, she explained. You're giving up your place on the team. Basketball is a good recreation, but I'm sure you'll be playing it for the rest of your life. But you need to listen to me, young man. You need to be in my music classroom every single day. I expect you to arrive early and leave late. I expect you to work twice as hard as any of my other students. Why? Because you're twice as talented. One day your records will be brought by millions. One day your songs will be played all over the world. I was asking myself, how is that possible? That's just a crazy lady talking crazy stuff. You think this is crazy talk, Miss McLean said as if she was reading my mind. But you can ask anyone in this school and they'll tell you that I'm not a crazy woman. I'm a serious woman. I'm a God-fearing woman. I am a trained musician, personally trained by my uncle, Thomas A. Dorsey. Have you ever heard of Thomas A. Dorsey, Robert? No, ma'am. Thomas A. Dorsey was a genius. They called him the father of gospel music. He started out playing for the famous blues singers May Rooney in the 20s. Ma Rainey in the 20s. You need to study these things, Robert. This is your heritage. My uncle used to go by the name of Georgia Tom. In 1928, he wrote a song and recorded it with Tampa Red called Tight Like That. They sold millions of copies. Then in the 30s, his wife died giving birth to his son. The baby also died. My uncle was so grief-stricken that he wrote a song called Precious Lord, Take My Hand. I know that song, I said. My mom sings it. Everyone sings it. Aretha sang it at Dr. King's funeral. Before that, Mahalia Jackson sang it. I know you heard of Mahalia Jackson. She sang here in Chicago. Mahalia got famous singing my uncle's songs like Peace in the Valley. When Uncle Thomas went from writing blues songs to gospel songs, though, some people didn't like that. I'm talking about church people. They thought his church songs sounded bluesy and jazzy. Well, they did. But Uncle Tom knew that there's no sin in writing gospel song with jazz chords. No sin in putting blues feeling into God's music, because all music is God's music. You must understand, Robert, that Uncle Thomas invented modern gospel because he wasn't listening to anyone except God. He knew that God wanted his message sent to the world. And if a jazzy feeling or a bluesy feeling made God's message more appealing, then so be it. Uncle Thomas taught me to play piano, to write music, to recognize genius. He had genius, Robert, and I see this genius in you. I still have to come early and leave late every day, every single day. Not only that, but I'm going to teach you more than just popular songs and gospel singing. I'm going to teach you opera. Opera? That's right. I'm going to teach you the most difficult singing areas. The more styles you learn, the better you'll be. I wanted to complain. I wanted to say that I still wanted to be on the basketball team. I wanted to refuse to come early and leave late every single day. I wanted to reject all this hard work she was talking about. But I didn't open my mouth for one simple reason. This lady intimidated me. I love Miss McLean. I loved her because I could feel that she loved God, she loved music, she loved me. She was strong, but I was used to strong women. My mother was strong. Miss McLean couldn't sing like Mom. She didn't have Mom's powerhouse voice, but she could teach me things my mother couldn't. Miss McLean knew all about breathing. She taught me to breathe deeply from my diaphragm. Shallow breathing leads to shallow singing, she said. You aren't a shallow singer, Robert. You're a singer who must sing from your soul. When Miss McLean gave me a song where the notes were too high for me to reach, she said, lift your eyebrows when you sing. I lifted my eyebrows and hit the notes. Then when the notes got higher, I complained I couldn't hit them. She said, think of a jet plane soaring through the clouds. Think of the highest, tallest things that you can imagine. I thought of a jet in the Sears Tower and hit the notes. But then when the notes got ridiculously high and there was nowhere in the world I could sing them, she pressed on my stomach really hard. I hit the notes. This was a technique I still use to this day. That's how I hit the note song When a Woman Loves a Man, by thinking of jet planes and the Sirius Tower and the sun and the stars. Miss McLean gave me a song called Ama de Cura, the first love song. She said it was written in Italian 400 years ago. I can't sing a song that old, I said. I can't sing a song written in Italian, but I did. Miss McLean showed me that I can sing anything. Miss McLean and I, Miss McLean said that I could write a gospel song, a love song, a dance song, so I created them my way, all in the same afternoon. She had told me that she had written masses, orchestra works for pianos and violin. She had even written electronic music. If I can do it, Robert, she said, so can you. Miss McLean was a college trained. She went to Spelman in Atlanta and then earned a master's degree in music from the American Conservatory in Chicago. Whatever melodies I have inside of me, you have even more inside of you. Those melodies are limitless because you're coming from a limitless God. Our job is to praise him through music. As long as you keep praising him, he's going to keep blessing you. I got to the point that if Miss McLean told me that I can jump off the Sirius Tower and fly over Lake Michigan, I'd be jumping and flying. When it came to music, Miss McLean did wonders for my confidence. When it came to reading, though, I was still sunk. At one point, my reading was so shamefully bad that I stopped going to classes altogether. I couldn't take the pressure. I ran to the music room instead, but there I ran into trouble. There was this guy named Charles Craig. He was a Herbie Hancock fan, a wizard on the keyboard and another protege of Miss McLean. Not only could Charles play great, he could also write great. Gospel, jazz, blues, pop, classical, the whole 9 yards. Meanwhile, I couldn't play an instrument or read or write a single note of music. I didn't know the sharps from the flats, and when I looked at the musical score, I got a headache. I did everything by ear. Being around Charles was a little intimidating, but I saw Miss McLean admire him, and it made me want to learn piano. By watching him, though, I also learned something. He was a bad little guy, but when he read from the sheet music and played it flawlessly, it sounded cold. It didn't feel good, on the other hand, when he let loose and just improvised. It felt great. I wanted to play in a way that felt great. Miss McLean always talked about following the good feeling wherever it leads. When I found this secret room at school that everyone seemed to have forgotten about, it became another place, a safe place where I can escape from my classes in the world. And there was a piano in there. Okay, y'all seem to be doing good, okay? We all right. Okay. Ribbon in the Sky. Give me a second. My lips are so dry. Ribbon in the Sky. By the end of the 9th grade, Miss McLean told me I was ready to enter into the school-wide talent contest. I was too shy and wanted to wait, but she insisted. She said I could practice in our classroom before I sang it in the auditorium in front of the whole school. But even in my music class, my shyness had me acting strange. It was Miss McLean who had handed me a pair of sunglasses and told me to put them on, and it worked. I pretended to be Stevie Wonder, and that was easy because I was doing his Ribbon in the Sky. My classmates encouraged me. They gave me the confidence to sing before the entire student body. On the day of the contest, I wore the shades. I even had my friend Larry Hood guide me on the stage like I was blind. I was still too shy to look at the audience and sing. Charles Craig accompanied me on the piano. When I got to the line that says, "There's a ribbon in the sky for our love," the screaming started. The screaming got out of hand. I was afraid that I might start a riot, but I was also overjoyed. Girls were screaming for me. Everybody was screaming for me. That's the day, like Peter Parker, I got hit by the spider, a music spider. If Peter was a Spider-Man, I was Music Man. I got a feeling that day that I had never gotten on the basketball court. I felt love like I never felt from anyone except from my mother. This time, it was coming from 500 people in the auditorium, but it felt like a million people to me. I wanted to experience that feeling again and again. I had taken a chance, got my courage up, and earned those screams. I earned the audience love. That feeling of connection began to replace a lot of darkness. It eased the shame I still felt inside. I felt from feeling out of place to thinking that maybe, just maybe, this was the reason I graduated. Maybe this school was exactly where I was supposed to be. Miss McLean saw me as a winner and did everything in her power to make sure I saw myself the same way. But I couldn't. No matter how good it felt to make music, I couldn't get away from the fact that I was at the very bottom of my class. And in school where hundreds of kids were reading their books and finding their way, I was lost. History, geography, science, literature, they all required reading. I started to wear sunglasses all over at all I started to wear sunglasses at school all the time, hiding behind them, hoping no one would see me, call on me, or realize I was even alive. I walked down the hallways, practically hugging the wall, dragging my head against it like I was crazy. I ran from the classes and started locking myself into the little room in the back of the music room. It was really like a just a storage closet no one used with a lot of junk in it, some broken down chairs and an untuned upright piano. I went in there every day, basically just to hide. But while I was hiding, I figured I might as well try to play the piano. I wanted to show Miss McGlynn that I could play the piano too, like Craig. I started messing around, making these little two-finger chords. It was slow, but they sounded good to me. Two fingers became two fingers and one bass finger. On the other hand, that became three fingers, then four fingers, bass finger became one finger, then two fingers, and so on. I kept it simple and I started figuring out melodies on the piano. I did this for a whole year. It was really how I started writing songs on the piano. By the end of that school year, I had so many songs I had written and that I had learned and written on that piano. Miss McLean tried to figure out just how I was learning so quickly. She had no idea that I was practicing and teaching myself every day in that closet. On the negative side, I was ditching all my classes and hiding out in that storage room. When the bell rang, I put on my dark shades, leave the room, walk down the hallway like I was going to a class, then turn right around and go right back to that room. I never walked the hallways without my shades. I felt like they made me disappear. I kept my head down. I did this for a long time, and then I got caught. The school was about to kick me out, and rather than face my mother, who whipped my butt, when she found out how much I skipped school, I decided to run away from home. I was feeling a little nuts. Somehow, Miss McLean found out that what was happening and called me to the office. You've got to stay in school, she said. You got work to do. I can't do my schoolwork. I can't stay in school, I said. You'll get help, Robert. I'll see to it. The principal says I'm beyond help. She told me that all my failing grades and all these classes I've skipped, she's throwing me out. I don't want to be here when my mother finds out. I want to be on a bus going to Alaska. I'll see the principal myself. Next thing I knew, Miss McLean took my hand and walked me into the office of the principal, who had this take no prisoners kind of administrator. I felt like the scarecrow brought for an audience with with the Wizard of Oz. I'm a little busy right now, the principal said. So am I, said Miss McLean. Busy training my best students to become important musicians whose influence will be felt all over the world. My only problem, though, is that he said he's being expelled. He is. That's unacceptable. I cannot stand by idly. He needs an education. It's not like he's gangbanging or selling drugs. The boy is doing his best. That's not what my reports say. Your reports are wrong. I should know. I'm his teacher. His other teachers don't agree with you. They share my view that Robert is not an acceptable student. Let me be direct, said Miss McLean. You always are, said the principal. Robert has failing grades, she defended, and there's nothing more I can do. Well, there's something that I can do, the teacher responded, standing up and pointing her finger directly at the principal. I can go to the press and tell my story. I could tell them that we have a musical genius here at Kenwood who's being kicked to the curb. I could tell them the truth. Here at Kenwood, talent has blossoms, and this young man in question is beaming with talent. Your choice is simple. You see to it that he gets help, or I see to it that your treatment is reported far and wide. Well, if that's how you see it, Miss McLean, it isn't how I see it, she said. It's how it is. Miss McLean saved the day and I got to stay in school. It had taken a long time, but the turning point had arrived. Music, not basketball, became my calling. I saw that. I felt that. And for the first time, I felt like I was being introduced to my true self. Meeting the real Robert was a profound healing for me. I dedicated myself to music. I also dedicated myself to helping Miss McLean in any way that I could. I owe her everything. She took me all over the city when they lit the big Christmas tree in downtown Chicago. She had me sing Joy to the World. That night I was actually on the news. When Oprah asked Miss McLean to put together a choir, I was in that choir. One day my mother said, "Why are you spending so much time with this woman outside of school?" Because she's getting me on TV. She's telling the world about me. Last month she even took me to our church, the Holy Vessel, where she's the pastor. She had me sing. And during her sermon, she even talked about me. How's a teacher going to be a pastor too? Sometimes God puts people. Okay, I don't know, but she is. Well, you don't need to be going to her church. We got our own church. You my boy, not hers. The fact that my mother was jealous of Miss McLean becoming a part of my life made me love my mother even more. Miss McLean was changing my life and she was giving me a future. I needed to keep going to her church. When she sat down and played the piano at church, for example, she had me sitting on the bench next to her. I was there to turn the pages on her sheet music. I couldn't read the music, but when it was time to turn, Miss McLean nodded at me. I turned the page perfectly. Everything I did for Miss McLean, I wanted to be perfect. Miss McLean wanted me to go to Memphis for a gospel convention. She's going to play. She was going to play and she was going to have me sing. I was excited. Never been outside of Illinois. Never been on a plane. I was going to be able to learn a lot, see a lot, and be with the choir. You can't go to Memphis, my mother said, but decision is final, boy. It's too far from here, and God knows what goes on at that convention. It's a gospel convention. You don't think gospel folks party? Miss McLean will be watching out for me. Miss McLean this, Miss McLean that. Boy, all I hear you talking about is Miss McLean. I'm tired of hearing about that woman. I kept begging, but couldn't convince my mother to let me go to Memphis. Then one night she came into my room and saw me crying. "What's wrong, son?" she asked. "I just gotta go to Memphis. I really do." I could see that my mother was moved by my tears and finally said, "Well, let me just talk to this lady and see what she has to say for herself." Right then, I got a burst of joy and confidence. I felt like the things were going to work out. A few days later, Miss McLean was in our kitchen talking to my mother. "I just had to meet this person who's got my son smiling more than I do," she admitted. I know I've been taking up a lot of your boy's time," Miss McLean responded. "You sure have. And I know how much he means to you. He means the world. And all I can say is that no one can ever take your place. You got that right. You are the person who first inspired his music," Miss McLean continued. "And I know that for the rest of Robert's life, you will continue to be his main inspiration." Glad to hear you say that. Well, it's the truth. But sometimes God puts people in places where they need to be. I know the good Lord placed me in Robert's life because Robert needed a certain kind of schooling. And for that, I'll always be grateful to God. Praise his holy name. Amen. So what I'm saying is that Robert has a destiny. You are the main ingredient in that destiny. He was born of your flesh, and he contains all the music that God put in your heart. In a much smaller way, I also play a part in Robert's destiny. I was here to show him certain things, encourage him in certain ways, and take him to certain places. I believe that Memphis is one of those places God wants me to take him. My mom started to answer back, but didn't. At that very moment, I felt her jealousy melting like an ice cube in the noonday sun. Soon they were talking heart to heart, mother to mother. A week later, I was on my way to Memphis. Okay, I'm going to show y'all. This is Miss McLean's choir. Hope y'all can see that. Y'all not going to be able to see it that good. But that's Robert. Look at his face. He's not even looking at the camera. He's looking up. And this is way over here. Miss McLean. Y'all see? And this person right here, I haven't gotten to her, but we'll talk about her. Chapter something, I don't know. In the basement. Anybody needs this? Native one. I haven't even gotten to the part where people gonna be like, "Oh, they need to read this book." I'm getting there though. Trying to read as much as I can. Okay. Chapter 19. In the basement. In high school, I was a nappy-headed kid. Sure, it helped when I started singing, but I couldn't really compete with the guys who wore the Izar shirts and the fresh Adidas sneakers. They all had money and I didn't. I came from the hood. I used to draw the alligator on my shirt. That's funny. I do it carefully and hope nobody will look too closely. It seemed like ever since I started doing talent shows, pretty girls started paying attention to me. I had met a girl in high school named Sujay, who seemed to like me for who I was. I didn't have a crush on her, but she was pretty and sexy, so we ended up getting together. I appreciated how Sujay appreciated me, but I have to say, there was another girl who really got my attention. Her name was Billy. We're still friends to this day. Hi, everybody coming in. Sorry, her name was Billy. We're still friends today. But she'd see me only at her mom's house. She really wouldn't associate with me at school. Billy wasn't a clique of girls that ran with the other boys. All her boyfriends were basketball players. I knew I didn't come up to her standards, but she was so beautiful, I didn't even care. I met with her on the QT if that's what she wanted. I'd meet her anywhere. Then there was Charlene. She sang in the choir and was also a talented dancer. Sometimes she wore leotards to class. Sometimes she wore ballet dresses. She was gorgeous. She was the Beyonce of Kenwood. Whenever I saw Charlene, I heard music. I got shy whenever she came into the room, though. She came from a beautiful family. Her mom and Miss McLean were friends, and she was talented. Man, I really wanted to get next to Charlene, but she really didn't see me that way. We were cool, but only as friends. So that's what I was showing you guys, Charlene. Where's she at? And I can see why he called her the Beyonce. You guys can see why she would be the Beyonce, light skinned and the long hair. And the only way I would change that was in make-believe. When Miss McLean asked me and Charlene to do a musical together, she did the choreography, and Charles Craig and I wrote the music. I made her my girlfriend in the play. That's how I got to kiss Charlene on stage in public. In private, she wasn't having it. When I was 17, I met Chance, who was my older woman. My homie was kicking it with Chance's sister. She'd always call me cutie pie, showered me with affection. I had a deep crush on her. We'd take walks in the park, go to the movies, and talk all night. I fell in love with Chance, who knew more about lovemaking than me. She had experience, and I was eager to show her that I was mature for my age. We were falling deeper in love and learning about each other's bodies. Soon I thought I knew all there was to know. Except to my surprise, I didn't. One day at my mom's house, we were making love in my room when I happened to look down and saw blood. I pulled out and saw that I was covered in blood. I panicked and started crying. What the hell is going on? I asked Chance if she was bleeding too, and she said, yeah. She tried to explain something, but I ran out of the room and went straight to my sister Teresa. What happened? I demanded. You ain't bleeding, said sis. She is. She's having her period. Teresa explained how the monthly cycle works. I understood, but I also didn't want to go back there. The blood was too much for me. It freaked me out. When it came to sex, I swore I was done, and I was. I didn't have sex with another girl for at least 3 or 4 years. We're making progress, y'all. We are in Act 2. So, next chapter is 20? Easy. One Saturday afternoon, when I was in my late teens, I was hanging out with my boys and we were bored. We go downtown. How about Rush Street, Rob? Rush Street is cool. Let's see what's happening on Rush Street. Rush Street on the north side of Chicago Avenue had expensive restaurants, cool night spots, and a lot of rich folks and tourists walking around. People with money and style. Rush Street was beautiful. We got some bus transfers, rode downtown, jumped off, and there we were in the middle of the mix. Kids from the hood hanging with the rich white people, checking out the scene. Rush Street was crowded with tourists, businessmen, and fine ladies. Compared to where I lived, downtown was like a whole new world. And every time I went there, I always wanted to be part of that world. Me and my boys were sitting on a ledge near a fancy apartment building where we had a front row seat to what was going on. I noticed a guy playing a guitar that had attracted a little crowd. He wasn't playing great and his voice was even worse, but people were busy throwing money into his open guitar case. That's when I got an idea. Hey man, watch this, I told my homies. I put on my shades, took my Chicago Bulls cap off my head, and put it on the ground and started singing Easy Like Sunday Morning by the Commodores, a song I knew everyone loved. But with the cars and the trucks going by, it was kind of hard to be heard, so I sang really loud. I gave my solo everything I had. 4 or 5 people passing by stopped and smiled, nodding in my direction. One guy gave me a thumbs up and dropped some change in my cap. Another guy stopped and listened for a minute or two, then dropped the buck. A woman did the same, then another, and then still another. But before long, my cap was overflowing. I kept singing, and folks kept dropping bills. Before I knew it, I made close to $75. I never had so much money at once in my whole life. I took me and my boys to the famous pizza place right in the middle of downtown called Giordano's. And though it didn't look like we belonged there, 4 or 5 raggedy young boys from the projects, I had more than enough money to feed us, and that's just what I did. We ate good that day. I even carved my name in a wall, a Giordano's tradition. Great day, Rob. Easy day. Easy like Sunday morning, Nakun. I think I might come back here tomorrow. No one said a word. My friend's silence gave me the idea that even though I was treating them to pizza, they looked down on what I had done. To them, street performing was like begging, like being a bum. But I didn't care. No one. Next day, I went back to Rush Street by myself. I made $90. I was there a lot longer and my throat got hoarse, but I hung in. I loved it, and so did the passing crowd. It felt really good to sing for people and make them smile. It felt even better taking money home to my mom to help with rent. You got all this money by singing? She asked. People like the way I sing, Mom, I said. I knew it. I always knew your singing was good enough to get you paid. Are you proud of me? I asked. Son, I couldn't be prouder. Niece. Now at the end of this chapter, well, I'll wait to the end of the chapter and then ask you guys. All through my school life, kids made fun of me once they found out that I couldn't read. At home, even my brothers and sisters did the same. They called me all kinds of nasty names. I would always try to avoid getting into it with my brothers and my sisters because every time we get into it, the first thing that they would bring up, no matter who was around, was the fact that I couldn't read or write or spell. I remember that feeling to this day. Lanice was a classmate who used to sit in the desk directly across from me in 6th and 7th grade. One day I noticed her watching me fumble around with my pencil while we were taking a test. She asked me if I was okay. I said right away, yeah, I'm good. And I started staring intently at the test like I knew what I was doing. But her vibe let me know that she didn't believe me. I started filling in the circles fast so that from her perspective, it looked like I was acing the test. But sadly, I was failing in every possible way. I couldn't wait for that bell to ring because I was so embarrassed. Recess was my only escape at that time. I would sit outside on the school steps and just watch all the other kids, some playing around, some talking and laughing, some playing sports. I would ask myself, why me? Why can't I read and write like everyone else? Why do I start to yawn every time I get ready to read something? Why is it that every time I open a book, confusing music notes start to ring in my head really loud as I look at the letters? My mother had set up with me so many nights trying to help me learn to read and write. She would even give me spelling bees. She would sit down and spell out a word, and then she would make me sing the word while spelling it out. After nothing else worked, not knowing what I was doing at the time, I would always make a sentence out of a word and sing it back to her as if it was a song. She would say, "That sounds great, baby, but spell the word." And that's when everything would go blank, 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 blank. That's when I discovered that darkness did not just come from the flicking of a light switch, but it was also within me. Failing at reading hurt me a lot more than I ever let on. So when I met Lanice, I really appreciated her because she was the only one at school who didn't look down on me. After that first day in class, I started walking her to her next class. Then we started hanging out during recess. She would always talk about dancing, and I would always talk about being successful. Lanice never cared about the fact that I couldn't read. She just loved to hear me talk about how I was going to take my mom out of the hood and move her to some big old house up in the hills. How the driveway would be filled with all kinds of cars, and my mom would never have to worry or a care in the world when it came to having the things she wanted. Lanice loved the fact that my dreams of success were built around my mom's happiness. Lanice was a beautiful inside and out. She had light brown eyes, long sandy brown hair, and a dancer's body. She was a ballerina and a singer who understood my music and my talent, just like I understood hers. She could dance in any style. From classical ballet to hip hop. She had an old soul and was wise and loyal. Lanice always believed in me. And of all that became the ingredients and the recipe to the big pot of love that I fell in. Niece had a grandmother named Grandma Cheryl who called everyone darling. When I met her, it was like meeting my own grandmother because she made me feel right at home. Grandma Cheryl loved everyone, just like my mother loved me. Grandma Cheryl loved me just like my mother loved Niece. Everyone got along like old friends. It all felt like family. I remember the first time Lanice took me home to meet her family. Her mom, Marcella, had some questions for me. Questions like, where did you meet my daughter? And why did you choose her? We're in the same school, and no disrespect, ma'am, but she kind of chose me. She also asked me if I had a job, was I going to college, and what was I going to be in life. I told her at that time that I didn't have a job. I doubted very seriously that I was going to college, but that I was going to be a very successful singer. And Lanice's mom laughed out loud and asked me, how the hell are you going to be as successful as singing or anything else if you don't go to college? I'm working on that, I told her. Marcella just continued to size me up as she asked, working on that how? And even though I heard her, I said, huh? How are you working on that? That's when Grandma Cheryl interrupted. Darling, he's not under investigation. Quit asking him all those questions. If Lanice likes him, then I like him too. And so you might as well get used to it. That's when I fell in love with Grandma Cheryl. He has good manners. Thank you, ma'am. I said, I try. We better go or we'll be late for the movie, said Niece. What are you going to see, Grandma Cheryl? I said, Beverly Hills Cop. That Eddie Murphy is a good-looking boy, said Grandma. He sure is, Lanice agreed. If y'all excuse me for just a second, I said, I need to use your bathroom. I had to go real bad, but didn't want Niece's mama and grandma to know that I really had to go. In order to make them think I was only peeing, I had to get in and out in a hurry. When I got out of the bathroom, Niece's grandmother said in a voice that couldn't have been any nicer, Darling, you better go back in there and fix yourself. What's wrong? I asked. Niece pointed to the back of my pants. I was in such a hurry that I hadn't torn off the toilet paper that was sticking out the back of my jeans. I ran back in the bathroom and the first thing opened the medicine cabinet to see if there was poison. I was ready to kill myself, but there was no poison, just aspirin and bandages. I straightened myself out and got ready to face these folks again. This time I made sure there was no toilet paper hanging out my backside. I guess I was just a little nervous, I said to Niece's grandmother. We noticed, said Niece's mom. The Chitlin bucket. The Chitlin bucket. Street performing is as old as America itself. History tells us that the founding father, Ben Franklin, performed his poetry on public streets. A lot has changed since then. When I came of age in Chicago, if you wanted to street perform, you had to pay for a license. When I saw the number of people that I I could draw in by singing, I got serious about my street act. I took it so seriously that I even got a license from the city so I could perform legally. I knew I could draw in even more folks if I used my old broken down keyboard, the old Casio that Willie Pearl had given me. Thanks to Miss McGlynn's hardcore and disciplined training, I could sing a cappella or sing while playing the keyboard. I also understood that it was all about location. With a better spot, I make better money. I found one of those spots in downtown Chicago at a busy L station. At a busy L station at Randolph and Jackson. I wanted my best friend Big L to go with me. At first, he didn't want to come to watch my back because it felt a little awkward. He was one of those who thought street performing was like being a bum. But because Big L was my best friend, he didn't want to turn me down. So he did it. I had to motivate him by showing him just how much money I could make. I played at Randolph and Jackson for as long as I could by singing over the noise of the cars, the buses, and the street sounds made me very hoarse, very quick. I decided that the underground and the subway would be a better spot because there was an echo underground and the acoustics gave my voice a better sound, reverb. The only problem was that when I started to sing a lyric that I really wanted people to hear, if a train was rolling into the station, it made a lot of noise. I couldn't sing over the noise of the incoming train, so I decided to play it off and act like I was really jamming that part of the song. Then as soon as the train stopped and it got quieter, I would bring my voice up to give the illusion of continuing the song. No one could tell that I had actually stopped singing. The minute the train passed, I was back into the song on cue without ever missing a beat. I learned to read the crowd quickly. For instance, sometimes there was a lot of white people down in the subway, and I didn't want to sing something that they wouldn't relate to, so I started singing songs that felt country or pop, trying to capture the spirit of their culture. It worked, and sometimes there were a lot of black people riding the train, so I would sing songs that they could relate to, Ribbon in the Sky, Stevie Wonder, A Song for You, Donny Hathaway, or even songs that I wrote myself. Money was coming in steady and strong, and I began to develop something of a following. But back then, even when I was nobody, I still had some haters. You ain't no better than a beggar, and a neighborhood singer said, you just a street beggar. That's all you are. I knew he was jealous because even though he wanted to, he couldn't really sing. He had a voice that sounded like a wounded frog. Besides, even as a teenager, music was life to me, beyond restrictions or someone else's labels. All singing's begging. What do you think Teddy P's doing when he sings Turn Off the Lights, or Marvin Gaye? What's Marvin Gaye doing when he's singing Sexual Healing? That's begging. Ain't no harm in begging, brother. You begging don't get you much for more than a cheeseburger. Didn't mom always say, turn lemons into lemonade? Well, I didn't know if McDonald's sold lemonade, but they sure showed Big Macs. People love their Big Macs, and the underground spot where I was singing was just below McDonald's. Right above the subway stop I had performed under was a McDonald's. People of all colors will come down to catch the train. Ooh, found my glasses, y'all. Okay. Sorry. People of all colors will come down to catch the train, and a lot of them will have McDonald's bags in their hands. So I started singing about McDonald's, about how when your day is through, McDonald's is the place for you. I figured if I wrote a McDonald's song and sang it as people with McDonald's food came down, not only would they pay me, but I knew that they would get a big kick out of it and go home smiling. I made up lyrics about icy cokes and apple pie, the chicken McNuggets, and the tasty fries, and it worked every time I would bust out with a McDonald's song. The people would drop more and more money into my bucket. Things were looking up down in the subway. Before long, I had enough money for a new keyboard. I had gone from a baseball cap to a paper bag to a chitlin bucket within a month of street performing. People started hearing about me and started catching the train from that spot just so that they could see me perform. I started making so much money that the people started to notice. When I say people, I mean pickpockets down in the subway. I used to see them trying to pick people's pockets all the time. They never knew that I saw them because when I street performed, I would always wear black sunglasses like Stevie Wonder. It was part of my act. So they didn't know that I saw them till one day I had made so much money that the chitlin bucket was overflowing with 10s, 20s, and $1 bills. Suddenly, the thieves started turning their attention towards me. Slickly, but not wisely, I noticed it and told Big L that he had to watch those guys. He told me that he was already aware of it. I continued to sing. Then, out of nowhere, one of the three guys that I knew was a pickpocket ran up so fast, snatched the bucket, and kept going. My glasses immediately flew off my face. I think it was from the speed of me getting up to chase him. Me and Big L ran so fast after this guy that when we got close enough to catch the back of his leg and sweep that we got close enough to catch the back of his leg and sweep kick his ass. He fell down and Big L started punching him. My money was flying everywhere. I was trying to collect it all. The guy had fallen down onto the tracks. I turned around to see Big L jump down on the tracks after him. I remember yelling out really loud, "Don't touch the third rail," because I had heard that the third rail is the track that could electrocute you, killing you instantly. Big L got back up on the platform and the pickpocket ran straight down the tracks like Speedy Gonzalez out of sight. After that, I went to Kmart and bought a big rope. And for the rest of the street performing career, I tied one end of the rope to the chitlin bucket and the other end to my ankle, figuring that if anyone else tried to take my money, that they were going to have to take my ass right with them. It never happened again. I had another memorable encounter when the street was my stage with the police. It was raining really hard that day. I had brought a chair and, of course, my keyboard, and I was ready to go. Although it was raining, it was Friday, and I felt like the sun was going to shine on me because it was payday, and that's when I made most of my money. Anyway, as I was singing and minding my own business, I had my black shades on, and people dropping bills in the bucket on by the second. Business was booming until all of a sudden, two cops walked out of nowhere and said to me, "All right, Stevie, let's go." My first thought was to act like I was blind. That's what they thought, so why not play along with it? But honesty took over. I took off my glasses and said, "What's the problem, officers? You need a license to perform on the streets." So I showed them my license, but for some reason, they still took me out of the subway and straight to police headquarters on 22nd Street. The police put me through all sorts of bullshit. The bottom line was I was in my rights. I had my license. They had to let me go. They said that if I ever tried to set up at that spot again, they'd keep chasing me away. They released me, but they wouldn't give me a ride back to the subway. So there I was in the rain with a keyboard and a chitlin bucket with money in it. I wasn't worried about the money getting wet, but I do remember being really mad because the keyboard was getting wet. I knew that it would be soon short out and not work anymore. I was so pissed because of the injustice that I made my way to another spot 3 stations away from where the cops had chased me and started singing Superstar by the Temptations. A line in that song, "Remember how you got to where you are," seemed to give me motivation. I sang it with so much soul, folks just had to stop and listen. It was then that I discovered the true power of my voice because that day I made so much money I had ever made as a street performer. We still good, y'all? Everybody still there? Y'all hanging in there? If y'all need to leave, I understand. We are at Don't Look Back. If I'm reading too fast, y'all, let me know. Exactly why was they messing with them? Just to be messing with them. Chicago. All right, y'all. Don't look back. When I finally got up enough nerve to tell Miss McLean that I couldn't read or write or even spell, she told me about people who were brilliant, who had come before me, paving the way for people who were handcuffed in some ways. She talked about Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder and how they were blind and overcame their disability, and that the world loved them and their music in spite of that. She would even go even further back and talk about how Beethoven was deaf, but still he heard music and was one of the greatest composers ever. She even revealed a secret of hers that she had had an operation on her hands and how it did not stop her from continuing to play the piano and composing music that is still sold today. Those inspiring examples gave me hope that I needed. They were the light at the end of the tunnel that I had yearned for since the discovery of my disability. If they did it, Robert, she say, then I know you can do it. And for the first time in my life, I believed it. My mom taught me how to fall in love with the future. Don't fall in love with the present or the past, Robert, she used to say. If you do, you'll stay in the present or you'll stay stuck in the past. If you learn how to love your future, then you will get to the future. That's why I keep my eyes closed on the future every that's why I still keep my eyes on the future every day. I believe everything that my mother told me, and I trusted McLean's predictions about my future most of the time. When she told me, one day, Robert, you're going to be one of the greatest writers of all times, I listened. I wanted to believe. But with the kids still laughing at me, it was really hard. Once I started street performing and making money, though, there was no going back. School kept getting harder. School felt like something I could never conquer. School meant shame and humiliation. School just made me feel downright bad. I was no longer on the school's basketball team, so my on court skills no longer mattered. Performing made me feel like I was worth something. The streets had become my stage, and my audience was willing to pay me. I didn't want to face my teachers, the other students, or especially Miss McLean. I didn't want to tell them that I was a street performer because I knew that they looked down on that. So I stopped going to class. In spite of Miss McLean's best efforts to keep me in school, I quit, just like that. Instead, I started heading to the subway station where I could sound more like James Ingram than James Ingram, more like Jeffrey Osborne than Jeffrey Osborne. I could sound like anyone. I could be anyone that felt like $1,000,000. There was no test to fail, no books to intimidate me, no judgmental looks from stuck-up kids who mocked me because I couldn't do what they did. My street following was getting so strong that I found that another street performer. My street following was getting so strong that if I found another street performer, say a sax player, got to my spot before me, I would offer to give him $150 to move to another location. $150 was more than he made in 2 days. Meanwhile, I made that in 2 hours. I hustled and printed business cards and passed them around. The cards advertised that I could sing at weddings, birthday parties, even funerals. I was hired to entertain at all kinds of events, including stripping at women's bachelorette parties. Oh, I'm good, Native One. Thank you. Even back even back then, I felt that whatever I did, I had to do it creatively. So when I was stripped, I had to tell a I had to tell a story or create a fantasy because I had learned enough about women by listening to women most of my life. So I know they needed this to escape reality sometimes. So I come out as the Dark Vader. I put on a black mask and the black robe. When I drop the robe, I'll be wearing nothing but my leather drawers. Because I had a body, I was ripped real good. Went crazy. Then I go from Dark Vader to Luther singing, "Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby? Baby, 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 oh, baby, baby." My voice gave me advantage over all the other strippers working. Some might have had better bodies, but when I started singing, it was a wrap. Some people thought I could dance as good as I sang and strip and paid well. The money was rolling in. So were the threats. I was naive about the strip party scene. It was controlled by big time thugs who weren't about to put up with some freelance kid dressed up as Dark Vader cutting into their profits. About 6 months, After about 6 months, the threats became aggressive. So I recognized I better stick to singing in the subway stations. Meanwhile, financially, I had become my mother's biggest helper, a beautiful blessing. I loved seeing the smile on her face when I gave her money. It made me happy to arrive home with 3 bags of White Castle burgers and rent money. I was a bona fide breadwinner. Instead of an imaginary brick box filled with secrets, I got a real metal cash box where I kept my money. Soon I was paying the bills and saving hundreds of dollars, and I was still a teenager. Then something happened that broke my heart. My metal box was stolen, and everything I had worked so hard for, all my savings disappeared. I didn't know who did it, but obviously it was someone in our house. I didn't want to start accusing anybody, so the easiest thing for me to do was to just move out. When I moved into the YMCA downtown, close to some of the spots where I street performed, I had a single room with barely enough space for a bed. I sit up all night playing my keyboard and writing songs. Drug dealers and hookers and pimps lived up and down the hallways and right across the hall from me. You had to share a bathroom and use a public phone. I didn't care. I was in survival mode. I kept a box of cereal and a carton of milk and was good to go. My niece hung in there with me. She was my girlfriend, and she believed in my dreams. While I sang in the street, She worked as a cashier at an Amoco station. That's a gas station, y'all. We were in this love thing together. What could go wrong? Oh, let me show you this picture. I think everybody should have seen that picture. That's the picture where he talked about his stripping. Now we're going into never enough. La niece. How do you get to be a man when you got no man to show you what it means to be a man? You look around and you see what other guys want. You see what other guys do. What I saw was that all guys with the most swag had more than one woman. In grammar school, the girls looked at me as someone who couldn't even read. In high school, even when I started singing, the girls who knew me from the classroom remembered I could barely get a sentence through without stumbling over myself. I heard them laugh and I saw smirks. All that rejection shit hurt. But niece showed me love. Niece was true love. My niece should have been enough. But with the newfound success, my pride started blowing up. My ego took over. Ego started filling up those holes of youthful insecurity. Ego made me think that one girl wasn't enough. Ego made me want to taste every single flavor. Ego had me thinking I was all that. I was slim, cut up, strong. I went from playing on the streets to performing in clubs where I jump on the top of a giant speaker and start singing and stripping at the same time. I like showing off my voice and my body. Ego had me following a shorty to a crib before because she said her roommate didn't mind. Her roommate was real friendly too. Ego had me freaking. Niece had me loving. Ego said go crazy. Niece said go easy. Ego said the more the merrier. Niece said it's you and me, Rob. It's all about you and me. Niece said, Rob, let's go to the Baker Square and get that delicious coconut cream pie we love so much. Niece said, let's live happily ever after. My mother said, I love Niece. Niece said, I love your mother. Niece and I started talking about moving in together. We were moving on up and we were styling. We were happy. It was all good. Next chapter. Adapted by the gift. Abducted by the gift. Sometimes I feel like I've been abducted by my gift, kidnapped and taken away to a musical place never to be found again. Music possessed me in a way that sometimes scared me. It kept growing inside of me. Everywhere I go, everywhere I turn, and everything I do, the lyrics and melodies are always right there, constantly reminding me that there is no escape. Sometimes I feel like music has made love to me, and sometimes I feel like music just has sex with me. I feel like I'm pregnant by music, and it is the father and mother of my child, and there will be no denying that. One day I was riding in the car with one of my homies who was a drug dealer. He had a brand new Mercedes Benz. Matter of fact, he had several nice cars. He was older than me, and I looked up to him not because of his line of work, but because he believed in me. He always told me that I would be big and have it all. He will protect me from the gangbangers because we played basketball for money in the hood and we would win a lot. Believe it or not, I had a street jump shot. I had a sweet jump shot on me. When we would win, sometimes the other guys didn't want to pay up. They would try to lie and say I traveled or something or was cheating. That would always happen close to us winning the game or on the game winning shot itself. And my partner always made sure nothing went down and we got paid. I never judged or knocked his hustle because I knew like whatever he did didn't concern me. Besides that, he respected me to the point where he never involved me in any of his business. He would pick me up every Saturday morning and we would go hoop. And we would always talk about music on the way there and on the way back. What was new and what was hot, what songs we liked and what songs we didn't. He loved music just as much as I did, except he was not musically gifted. He would always ask me to sing for some of his family members or even sometimes his girlfriends. The family members I was cool with singing for, but the girlfriends I was not so cool with. Because sometimes after I would sing for them, I would feel it in my spirit and I could also see it in their eyes that they wanted me. That would make me a little bit uncomfortable because he was my boy. But because he was my boy, I would sing. Coming from playing basketball one day, my friend took me on a drive. We were on Interstate 57, way south of the city, heading to the suburbs. He had a business out there. We were going down Lincoln Highway through the village of Matson to a place called Olympia Fields, where the houses are big, the lawns lush and green, the vibe classy and calm. I was about 16 or 17 years old. Suddenly, I noticed a huge mansion from the giant logs. It was a log cabin that grew up to be a mansion. The house was way back behind a huge gate of plot of land bigger than a football field. Stop, I said. I got out of the car and walked up to the gate, amazed by what I saw. At my age, if you had told me this was heaven compared to where I live, I would have believed it. I put my hand on the gate and just stared at the house. I'd never seen anything so beautiful. This is McDonald's house, I said, my friend. The guy who runs a bunch of McDonald's franchises owns it. I learned much later that James Morrows, one of the 50 owner and operators at the McDonald's restaurant, owned that McDonald's house. This is going to be my house one day, I said. Yeah, young blood, you can have a house just like this. I looked back at him and said, no, I'm going to have this house. Say what? I just know I will. You crazy, Rob. I didn't argue. I didn't have to. I knew it was going to happen. My friend started talking, but I held onto the gate and closed my eyes and began to drown him out, telling myself when I opened my eyes that this house will be mine. And then we left. Back to the hood, back to the hustle. Shooting stars. All my life I heard about the city of Los Angeles and the glory from music stars to movie stars. It was the land of fortune and fame. Although the stories I heard about, it seemed like a book of fairy tales. I wanted and had to have my name written into the story. I knew LA was a step in the right direction. I had just been hearing it as long as I could remember. Miss Megland always talked about LA and big time producers like Quincy Jones. There was a producer who was making a name for himself in Chicago who had asked me if I wanted to go to LA. He put together a 5-member group that needed a lead singer. I auditioned and got the gig. In 1984, 5-member groups like New Edition were hot. Coolin' Now was the number one R&B song in the country. Can you write songs as good as that? Asked the producer. I can, I said, and I did. I wrote 4 killer songs. Another writer named Chucky Booker had also written a bunch of tunes for us to sing. We flew out to LA. In Chicago, it was winter. In LA, it was summer. LA was all sunshine and palm trees. We stayed in a little apartment where we slept on the floor, but who cared? I was in LA, baby. I was on my way. The producer told us he locked up a deal for us at A&M Records, same label where Quincy Jones himself produced all those funky hits for the Brothers Johnson. Right now, the label was listening to everything we've written. They're deciding which songs to go on the record. While they were deciding, we were to be photographed. We went to the photographer's studio for the first publicity shoot. Man, this is Hollywood. The next day, the producer came in and announced that the songs A&M wanted to go on, announced what songs they wanted to go on the record. All 4 of mine had been chosen. When I looked at the list, though, I didn't see my name next to the songs. I didn't get any credit. It's not about individual credit, said the producer. It's a group effort. The singing is, I said, but I wrote those songs alone. Sorry, Rob, but the deal's done. The songwriting and publishing are part of a group deal. I can't give you any ownership of that. But don't worry, we'll be getting an advance, and that'll be enough money for everyone. That night, I called my mother. It doesn't seem right to me, she said. That's what I think. But we're set to go in the studio in a few days. What can I do now? Demand your credit? I did. They won't give me any. Then just come home, son. Just get up and leave. Well, look at it this way, Robert. If they screw you now, they're going to screw you later. Cheating is cheating, Robert. I wouldn't mess with these folks. 3 days before the recording session, I told the group goodbye. They were furious. They accused me of dogging them, but as far as I'm concerned, I wasn't dogging anyone. I was doing what was right. I did what I always wound up doing. I came home to Chicago. I wasn't home all that long when I felt like I had to try it again. LA had kicked my butt once, but I wasn't going to quit. I know you're discouraged, said Mom. You got every right to be. The music business is cold-blooded, son. It's testing you. It's saying it's saying how bad you want it, boy. And if you want it bad enough, you'll stay with it. If you don't want it that bad, you'll quit. But I just can't see my baby quitting. Her baby wasn't quitting. I was focused on the future just like she taught me. I was going back to LA super intent on coming home with that record deal. I won't be gone all that long, I told her niece. I don't want you there at all, Rob. I gotta keep after it. I said, I gotta catch my dream. As long as I'm still part of it. Baby, I told her, you are the dream. I want to come with you, said niece. Wish you could, baby. I said, but I don't even have enough money for me. How could I support two of us? As soon as something happens, though, I'm sending for you. I promise. That chapter right there tells me he really needed his mom. She's the only one who told him to come home. If they'll cheat you now, they'll cheat you later. Stars. So this is the chapter. He went back to Hollywood, guys. I looked up at the sky from Venice Beach on the west side of Los Angeles. The mountain air was sweet, the weather mild, the ocean breeze perfect. No one was bothering me. I was out there on the sand, laid out on a blanket. That big old full moon shined down on me like a giant spotlight. The sound of the roaring waves was hypnotizing. I closed my eyes and I thought, I can do it. I can make it. I can make it in Cali. It didn't matter that I didn't have a place to stay, that I was living homeless on the beach. It didn't matter that I was carrying my clothes in a paper bag. Niece and her folks had sent some money so I could eat and buy a few clothes. When it came time to enter an amateur contest in the clubs like Red Onion, I would clean up. I got on stage and killed. But damn it to hell, I never won. Never. I never won a single contest in LA. I knew I was better than the other contestants. I knew I had talent, but it seemed like I was the only one who knew it. I got a better response on the streets than in the clubs. As a street performer on Venice Beach, I attracted with no keyboard or guitar. I just belted out a big ballad like Distant Lover and wound up with a few bricks. Of course, the competition in LA was fierce. Wound up with a few bucks. Of course, the competition in LA was fiercer than Chicago. There were jugglers, comics, and painters. There was every form of artist imaginable, offering his or her wares alongside of me. I missed home. I missed my mother. I missed my niece. I missed the crew. I missed the comforts of Chicago. I wasn't going back, not this time, not without some sign of success. I was just like a junkyard dog. Once I got my teeth into something, I wouldn't let go. I kept hustling. One thing led to another, and I got the name of a big shot music exec at Warner Brothers, Benny Medina. Everyone had heard of Benny Medina. At the age of 24, Benny worked for Motown and was considered Berry Gordy's protege. He worked with artists like Ray Charles, Rick James, Madonna, Fleetwood Mac, Biz Markie, Big Daddy Kane. The TV show Fresh Prince of Bel-Air will be based on his life growing up. Benny would definitely sign me to a deal. Benny agreed to see me, and on the phone, he said, "Come to my office. I'll see what you can do for me, and then I'll see what you can do for me, and then you'll see what I can do for you." I arrived half an hour early. Sitting in a chair outside Benny Medina's office was a light-skinned black guy, waiting for Benny just like me. We started talking. He said he sang. "How about you?" he asked. "I'm a singer too." He went in first. Half an hour later, it was my turn. Benny Medina was cool. Said, "Go over to the piano and play whatever you like." "I like to play my originals," I said, "and I want to hear them, Robert." I played 12 songs. Benny was knocked out. "Man, you something, Robert," he said. "You great. Your songs are brilliant. Your voice is tremendous. Come with me right now. I want to introduce you to everyone in the building." I was on cloud nine. Benny took me to meet all the other execs and producers. "This is R.Kellys," he said, "our next superstar." "Does that mean I'm in?" I asked Benny. "Yes, sir. Just give me a week or two, and I'll get right back to you with the papers." I called practically everyone I know in Chicago. My mother said, If it's going to take him a while to work up your contract, come home and do your waiting here." I had just enough for a plane ticket, so I flew home. I moved into the basement of Lanice's grandma Cheryl's house. Meanwhile, I couldn't stop thinking about that pending contract from Warner Records and Mr. Benny Medina. A week passed, then two, then three. I called Medina's office. He was out. Called again. He was on the phone. Called a third time. He was gone for the day. Another week passed. I kept calling. Benny kept ducking. By week 5, I was feeling desperate. I was calling every day. His secretary was so sick of me. The second she heard my voice, she said, "Mr. Medina can't come to the phone right now. Why can't he just tell me what's happening?" "He's telling you," she said. "You're just not listening." But he's not saying anything. That's the point. Big break. Yeah, I remember Rob's first group. We're getting into about them now. I spent my late teens missing the bass, missing the brass ring. My early 20s were the same story. One day soon after I got back to Chicago, we were sitting around watching music videos on TV at my mother's house. The video for the song called "Off on Your Own" came on. "Wait a damn second," I shouted, jumping off the old sofa. "Who is that?" "That's Albie Shore," said niece. "That's the light-skinned guy who was sitting next to me outside Benny Medina's office." I tried, but I couldn't find love in Hollywood. Every single door, and I mean every single door, was opened and closed on me. 100 talent shows, and I was never the winner. 100 possible breaks, but none of them ever broke my way. When I got back from LA, I decided to take a different approach. I did my homework and I studied the market. Solo singers like Jeffrey Osborne weren't so popular as they used to be, and since New Edition came out a few years earlier, the group was on the rise. Now you hear the boys doing "Dial My Heart," Tony hit Lil Walter, Johnny Gill with Little Walter. Johnny Gill, once a straight up R&B singer, joined New Edition and got hits with "If It Isn't Love," "You're Not My Kind of Girl." Teddy Riley's group Guy was all over the radio. I decided I was going to get the break I've been looking for with a group. In 1987, I found 3 guys who could dance and sing. I put together a group, became the lead singer, and then set to work. "You got a name, baby?" asked niece. R. Kelly and MGM, for musically gifted men. Why R. Kelly? Why not Robert Kelly? Maybe it was the stories my mother used to tell me about great soul singers of the past, or maybe it was the trips to plays and operas that Miss McLean took me to. Whatever it was, I knew instantly that I needed a hook to get noticed. Robert's too ordinary. R sounds more mysterious. It's got more intrigue behind it. People will be asking, "Who is this R. Kelly?" R would get lots more attention than Robert. During the mid-1980s and into the 90s, New Jack Swing, a sound that was for the first time blended R&B melodies with hip-hop beats, was the rage. Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis and Teddy Riley were considered its pioneers. The sound of music was changing and exciting. Rap music beats were influencing R&B music and creating something new. I wrote a new bunch of songs incorporating the beats that defined the New Jack feel, as well as a couple ballads which my mother loved. The group idea was working. It wasn't long before the opportunity came our way. R. Kelly and MGM started making some noise. We blew up. In Chicago, we were working practically every night. The ladies were screaming, but the money wasn't coming in yet. Our managers even signed us to a small record company based in New York and Miami. They put out a single and made even a video for a song I wrote called "Why You Wanna Play Me." But just as things started going our way, jealousy worked its way through the group. Because I was doing all the creative work, writing and producing the songs, singing lead, choreographing, and imaging the group, I felt envy building behind my back. I heard whispers and I saw unhappy glances. Melanie, nope, it's not public announcement, it's MGM. I knew that there were problems, but in 1990, when we were asked to go on the Big Break, a talent show in LA hosted by Natalie Cole, where the first prize was $100,000, I put those issues to the side. We went to the West Coast. The contest had 3 levels. You had to win the first to get to the first 2 to get to the finals. We won the first round hands down. Then we won the second round. Now it was time for the third, the one that would get us the $100,000. Our uniforms were okay, but I didn't think they were flashy enough for the finals. So on my own, I went out and started street performing, and just like before, made good money. I took my earnings and bought us some killer outfits custom made by Barbara Bates, a Chicago-based designer who was also making clothes for all the stars. We were ready. Back in the dressing room in Hollywood studio, an hour before we would do the same, the guys came up to me and said, Rob, we don't think that it's fair that you get half the money and we got to split the other half between us. We think if we win this 100,000, we should split it 4 ways. You decided to spring this on me minutes before the show, I asked. We just want to get it straight. We want what's fair. I was pissed. I wrote the songs, I said. I do the arrangements. I lead the scene. I'm the lead singer. I create the steps. I give you the parts. Rehearse those parts. Tell you if tell you if you're flat or sharp. I do 90% of the work and you want me to have 20% of the reward? No, sir. Words were exchanged. Fists started flying. We finally cooled it, and I said, tell you what, fellas. You guys go on without me. If you win, you keep everything. Or I'll go out alone, and if I win, I keep everything. That's fair, right? My offer made them even madder. They didn't accept. They accused me of manipulation. Meanwhile, Natalie Cole had heard all the noise coming from our dressing room and decided to cancel our performance. Look, I told the guys, this is crazy. We'll figure out our splits later. Let's just forget this fight and go out there and kill. Everyone agreed, and we sweet-talked Natalie into letting us back on. We went out, we killed, we won. The big break was ours. We went back to Chicago, conquering heroes. Nothing left to do but wait for my share of the prize money to come. I waited some more, and I waited some more. Amazing Grace. Hate is heavy, and in my heart, I'm not a hater. I got a loving nature, a forgiving nature, but it is hard to drop my upset when my share of the big break money prize was so slow in coming. I decided to be patient though, because my mother said patient always pays. I was patient for a month, then another month, and a third. Soon my patience was gone. Somehow the money disappeared. I didn't get a dime of the $100,000 in cash and prizes. For all I know, it got lost in the mail, but I blame MGM. I decided that I couldn't deal with them anymore. Our manager decided to stick with the group. I had no choice but to forget MGM forever. Around this time, I went to audition at the original Regal Theater where a producer was putting on a gospel musical, Don't Get God Started, starring Vanessa Bell Armstrong and Marvin Winans from the Winans, the 2 gospel greats. I figured I sang good enough to get the part, but I missed the bus and arrived late. The security guard told me the auditions was over and to go home. I can't go home, I said. I came to sing. They all through singing in there. I let out a big sigh, and I thought about leaving, but something inside of me said no. Instead, I started singing my mother's favorite song, Amazing Grace. Sang it loud and proud. The security guard looked at me like I was crazy. But before he could say anything, this lady showed up. I recognized her as the actress from Good Times who played Penny's birth mother on the show. Her name was Chip Fields. And Penny was her then 11-year-old Janet Jackson. In real life, her daughter was Kim Fields, played Tootie on the 80s show The Facts of Life. Turned out she had a big part in the play too. Wow, said Mrs. Fields. You can really sing. Thank you, ma'am. Let me give you a script. I want to hear you read for this part. The word read was a dagger in my heart. I couldn't let her know I couldn't read. Couldn't let her see me stumble over the words I didn't understand. Okay, can't read today, I said, scrambling for an excuse, because I forgot my glasses. No problem, said Miss Fields. You can take the script home with you and go over it tonight. Come back tomorrow when the producer arrives from Los Angeles. That's Barry Hankerson. You've heard of him, haven't you? No, ma'am, I answered. He manages the Winans, Vanessa Bell Armstrong, and Gladys Knight. He's going to love your voice. That's the part of the young preacher in this play that you're going to be perfect for. So let me give you $5 for car fare, but please show up tomorrow at noon. I took the money and thanked Miss Fields again. You're forgetting the script, she reminded me. I went back, got the script. The script, of course, was the problem. I can't read the script, I told my mom as soon as I got home. Every time I look at it, the words start wiggling, and it's like being back at school. This is my big chance, and I'm about to lose it. There's no need for you to lose it, son. You just need to tell the truth. Tell them you sing better than anyone, but your reading is just not the best. It's the worst. They'll help you with your reading, son. Just go over there tomorrow and tell the truth. I was nervous. Couldn't even fall asleep for the butterflies in my stomach. I opened up the script and tried to making sense of the story, but that didn't work. I couldn't keep the character straight, couldn't comprehend the meaning, didn't know what the play was saying. Tomorrow was going to be hell. Tomorrow turned into today, and I was out of bed by 8 a.m., still trying to figure out the script. It was no use. I decided not to show up. Then I changed my mind. I had to go through with the audition, but how? Riding the bus on the way over, I kept hearing my mother's words. Just tell the truth. When I arrived, Mrs. Fields was happy to see me. You studied the script, she said? The truth is, I hesitated. The truth is, I don't read very well. Don't worry about that, baby, she said. I know a lot of people in the show business who don't read well. We can help you with that. Don't worry about reading today. You just sing. The producer here, and he wants to hear you sing. Sing what? Sing Amazing Grace like you did yesterday. I went out onto the stage of the Regal Theater. I looked out into the audience, but it was too dark to see who was sitting there. I took a deep breath and sang Amazing Grace. That's it, I heard a man's voice cry. He's got the part. I saw the man walking towards the stage, medium built, light skinned, eyebrows looked like they were stitched together. Man was dressed sharp. I'm Barry Hankerson, he said, and I'm offering you $700 a week to do this plus expenses. I was so green, I didn't know what plus expenses meant. I thought it was his way of being slick, trying to prove that I was no one's fool. I said, I can't go with all that plus expenses business. Everyone laughed at me. Don't worry about it, son, said Hankerson. We'll get the details worked out and you just have to come back tomorrow. I ran home and told everyone the good news. And the next day when I showed up at the theater, I decided I'd take it to another approach. Look here, Mr. Hankerson, I said. I'm not really right for this part, can't read the lines very well, and I'm not good at memorizing. I'm an artist. I got a bag of demos. I just want you to hear 3 or 4 of my songs. Would you do that for me, sir? I will, he said. I'll listen to them right now. I pulled out 3 cassettes out the bag. The first was the early version of Turn Back the Hands of Time. The second was Honey Love, and the third was Dedicated. Hankerson's assistant took the tapes and one after another put them into the boombox. Hankerson stood the whole time listening to every note. When the last song played, he said, You're right. You're an artist. You got a gift, son. The audition turned out to be the first time I met the man who would become my manager. How y'all doing out there? Everybody good? I ain't got no text messages telling me to stop. I'm going to keep going with this as long as I can so that when I do stop and come back, we won't have that much left. And since a lot of people been here from the beginning, I don't want to take up y'all whole weekend trying to read this. So I'm going to keep going, y'all, but let me know if we need to stop. Wait, what? What's going on? Oh, Tracy, you were asking what chapter was I on? No, I'm good. I don't need a break. I just want to make sure y'all good. I still got mods in here, right? Okay. The next chapter is, y'all let me know if I got mods in here or not. The next chapter, native one. Public announcement. This is the picture. It's a young Rob. After MGM, I had to start from scratch again. I still thought a group was a good idea because groups were still being big sellers. My new life began with me singing at Chicago's Cotton Club on South Michigan Avenue, a joint once opened by Ralph Bottles Capone, Al Capone's older brother. Here you're interested in forming a group. A guy called Andre Boykins said to me one night after a gig. That's right. Well, me and 2 friends sing and dance a little. Cool, I want to hear y'all. How about tomorrow? Tell me where and when. We met in the workout room I was using to rehearse. Dre was right. His boys, Earl Robinson and Rick Webster, were okay, so I started training them. Training was rough. I told them from jump, fellas, this ain't gonna be no picnic. We going for the gold. We're gonna train like it's the Olympics. Every day in every way. I'm not interested in us being good. We gotta be great. We're competing with the best groups in the country, whether they be New York, Hollywood, or Atlanta. I'll be calling practice not once a day, but 3 times a day. We'll be hitting it not 5 days a week, but 7. I'm talking about steps, harmonies, stage presence, the whole bit. I'm also talking about physical training. We're more than just singers and dancers. We're athletes. Maybe they didn't believe me that night, but when we started running the rocks along Lake Michigan, they believed me then. We were doing push-ups and sit-ups like the Chicago Bulls getting ready for the playoffs. As I was working, putting my new group together, I was approached by a well-known house music DJ named Wayne Williams, who ran a small office and recording studio for Jive Records in Chicago. Wayne's really the guy who discovered me. He had heard me with MGM at a backyard barbecue at a residence in North Chicago, even before we signed to the other record deal. He would later tell reporters that he was blown away when he saw us performing. Somehow he picked up on the fact that I was the leader of the group and was impressed with our energy, choreography, and showmanship. I could tell right away this kid had had the eye of a tiger, Williams said. Wayne kept track of me over the months and followed what I was doing during my MGM days. In the early 80s, Jive Records had some R&B hits with Billy Ocean, but by 91, Jive was mostly known for the biggest labels for rap music with Boogie Down Productions, DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince, Kool Moe Dee, and Kool Moe Dee. Because of the deal I had been a part of MGM, I still had some obligations to another record label. But when Jive signed me, they bought me out of my previous contract. I named the new group R.Kelly in Public Announcement. The concept was my vision, with me writing all the songs, singing all the leads, doing all the producing. 10 months after signing with Jive, our album, Born in the 90s, debuted in 92. There I was 24 years old on the cover. Out front, we were fresh fade, suited in leather, surrounded by my boys. Public Announcement. And then that's that. Born into the 90s. My dream had finally become my reality. We had an honest to goodness album. The sound was very much both of and ahead of its time. Of course, New Jack Swing was represented, but so were my R&B roots. With the release of the first single, the New Jack Swing hit, She's Got That Vibe, folks kept comparing my voice to Aaron Hall from God. It wasn't a coincidence that I sounded like Aaron. God was hitting big, and I wanted some of them hits. After all, Aaron sounded like Charlie Wilson of the Gap Band, and I like Charlie. I like Aaron. I could do what they did. If I could absorb Danny Hathaway and Marvin Gaye and Stevie Wonder when I was just a kid, as a young man, I could sure in the hell be a sponge that could soak up what was hot on the radio now. Also on that first album is the ballad Dedicated, which I had written years earlier for my mother. If you listen to my voice now and listen to it on either song from back then, you'll see it's really got the same tone. Jive was a company with an international view. The owner, Clive Calder, said he not only wanted to break us out in America, he wanted to promote all over Europe and the rest of the world too. So before I knew it, I was headed to Europe. I could hardly wait to get to England, but I had a deep fear of flying. I still do. Up until now, I have flown a few times in the United States, but the more I flew, the deeper the fear grew. I'm a person that likes to do things that make sense. And it didn't make sense to me how a heavy plane could stay up in the air like that. It didn't feel right. And I was less fearful though when my mother was sitting next to me. So I made sure my mom came along on the tour. Her presence always had a common effect on me. The problem was my mother wasn't crazy about flying either. So it ended up the first time that I took a real drink was on that flight to England. Mom and I both took a shot of Hennessy and conked out. I'd never been out of the country before. I imagined huge crowds and pretty girls chasing us back to our hotel, but my imagination was racing way ahead of reality. To say that our first show didn't attract a huge crowd would be an understatement. There were only about 5 people in the audience. My group members were crushed. To this day, I never allowed numbers to affect my performance. At intermission, I told the group, I don't care if there's only one person out there. We're going to sing like it's thousands. Then the group started playing they started playing our first single. She's Got That Vibe on the radio. And the next show, maybe 20 people showed up. My guys still were down. Get up, I said. It's going to get better. I guarantee it. By the end of our run, Vibe was all over London, becoming a top 3 record in England. And now the venues were packed. By the time we got to Holland, She's Got That Vibe was on the top 10 best-selling records in the country. Fans were screaming our names in the streets. Women were waiting for us in the lobby. As much as I wanted attention, I never encountered anything like this before. Sudden fame and bliss of fans' affection tripped me out and made me a little anxious at first. Your dreams coming true, Rob, my mother said on the plane home, just like I knew it would. Back in the U.S., Vibe was all over the radio, and the video was playing on all the video shows in heavy rotation. I was eager to see the reaction of people back home. I wanted to see if I'd be recognized. First, I went to a predominantly white mall. No one recognized me. Then I went to the Evergreen Mall in a suburb of Chicago. Back then, we called it Ever Black because because at one time it was a black mall. It was the first indoor shopping mall in America. At Evergreen, I went to a clothing store for the high school girls. I figured someone would recognize me there. I stared at a girl right in her face and even started singing my song. I wanted her to say, "Oh, you're the one who sang She's Got That Vibe." But she didn't say a thing. Our second single, Honey Love, had a video behind it that we shot in LA. I always loved movies, and I always been involved in a storyline and direction of all my music videos. For She's Got That Vibe, I created the choreography. And on the way to the shoot in New York, I wanted to give us something different that no other group had, something that gave us edge. So we stopped at a store on the way to the shoot, and I picked up a bunch of flashlights that we rigged into our hat. Everybody who saw Vibe video asked where we had got them. We continue to use that look in the shows, and we use them again in Honey Love video. Light and the use of it, or lack of it, always played a big role in my life. There were rumors that Miss Holly Berry plays my love interest in Honey Love. But let me put that rumor to rest. That's not Miss Berry. It's a video actress who looks looks a little something like her. When the Honey Love video started getting played in Chicago, I went back to Evergreen Mall. This time I went with my crew. When we got to the record store, I had one of my posse yell out, "Hey, there's R.Kelly over there." The girls started running. Man, it was a great feeling. My guys said he's only signing albums, no singles. The store sold out of albums that day. When we went on tour, we did the same routine in the record stores all over the country. Meanwhile, when I went to the white malls, I still got no love, but eventually I would. It just took time. My time with public announcement was good. Born into the 90s sold millions of copies. It reached number 3 slot on the top R&B chart and was certified platinum. You're My Girl. This is the picture. I think Born in the 90s was my favorite too because I was a big fan of Dedicated. You're My Girl. I said those words to Lanice time and time again. I said them because they were true. Lanice inspired all of my early songs. I made enough money for me and niece to rent an apartment together in a nice building on 75th and Lakeshore Drive. I felt we were like the Jeffersons on TV, living in a high rise up in the sky. I was rolling. When we wanted a special night, we got a room at the Hyde Park Inn. Staying there was like being out of town. Plus, hotel rooms heat up the loving. The loving between me and niece was scorching hot. Then why did I do what the fuck I did? One night I found myself in the same room, the special room that me and niece loved to share with another woman. My plan was just to hit it and quit it, just a couple of hours of pleasure, and I didn't want to pass up. Somehow, though, niece learned I was there and called the room. What are you doing in our room without me, Rob? She was crying. I had to think quick. I'm here to meet Tony. They're coming over here. Who the fuck is Tony? You don't know who Tony are? Now I was getting mad because she didn't know who my alibi was. I don't care who the fuck they are. What does that have to do with you being in our room without me? I rented the room because Tony are coming up here to audition me. They're looking for a new lead singer. Well, I want to meet Tony, said niece. They already came and gone. Well, I'm coming there anyway. You're more than welcome, baby. I'm on my way. Like lightning, I got the chick out the room. Man, I ran around like a crazy man. I found the maid to change the sheets and the towels. I had to make sure it looked like I was the only one that had been there. By the time niece arrived, I was cool. I thought I fooled her, but I hadn't. She knew. As my mother used to say, busted, disgusted, and couldn't be trusted. Women always know when their men are cheating. And like they say, for every action, there's a reaction. Pay attention, y'all. Niece reacted by doing what I did. She found someone else. At first, I didn't want to believe it, but then came proof. Pay attention. One night, she and her best friend were supposed to meet her and her friends were supposed to meet me and her friend's boyfriend. They didn't show up. Something was wrong. I went to niece's mama house, but the folks didn't know where she was. Lanice and her girlfriend said they're coming back here, said her grandmother. The other guy and I turned into detectives. I found a hidden place to park our car. We sat there and we waited. Finally, at 4 a.m., a big white Mercedes-Benz pulled up. A guy was driving and niece was sitting next to him. Her girl and another dude were in the back seat. When the ladies got out and the guys pulled away, I popped out. What are you doing here, niece asked. Wondering where the hell you are till 4 a.m. Having fun? I figured. Fun with who? Rob, I'm not going to stand here and get cross-examined by you of all people. You have no right. At that moment, I knew niece was right. I thought of all the times I fooled around behind her back. I had nothing more to say. We tried to work it out, but I knew she was fed up. Her mind and her heart had checked out of our love. A week later, something happened that upset her, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Then I found out that the guy Lanice had been creeping with wasn't treating her right, and that upset me. A couple of nights later, I got an unexpected call. Look, I got no beef with you, man, but I'm going to tell you that your girl's confused. She don't know who she wants, you or me. It ain't me who's chasing her. It's her who's chasing me. I confronted niece. Who do you want, I asked. Him. I died inside as though I had been shot in the heart. I felt worse than any moment in my life. He's no good for you, I told her. He's going to hurt you. And you haven't, Rob? Not like him. Hurt is hurt. I want to make it work for us. It's too late, she said. I'm gone. My life with niece was over. There go another song. Yep, when a woman's fed up. On my page, I actually had a picture of what niece looks like. I'm going to try to pull that up and I'm going to post it to my community chat so y'all can actually see. You guys can see her. She's very pretty. The next chapter, I don't know what chapter I'm on. Don't give me some kid off the street, give me the president is the name of the chapter. I've always had a big inventory of songs. Even starting out, I had more songs than I knew what to do with. That's because songs float into my mind the way clouds float in the sky. My work ethic was intense and insane. I thought nothing of staying up these 3 or 4 nights in a row, writing or recording. At the time, I didn't know the downside of working so hard. Didn't know it, and honestly didn't care. My music was 24/7 compulsion. For me, it was a natural thing. Before I was even sure what producing meant, I was producing myself. I was figuring out grooves. I was coming up with parts for the keyboard, the bass, the drummer, the guitarist. I was arranging my own background vocals, and most of the time I was singing all the parts. When I auditioned for Barry Hankerson, he asked me if I had written the songs that I sang. When I told him that I had, he asked me if I could produce. I said yeah, because I wanted him to take me on, but at the time, I really didn't know what producing was. I went home and asked my mother. The way you put your music together when you're writing songs, that means you're a producer, my mother said. It does? Absolutely. Very few artists produce themselves. We're talking about Ray Charles, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, Prince, musicians of that caliber. When you have producing talent, though, you need to work it on other artists as well as yourself. I agree. I realized that I wouldn't truly be great until I made another artist great. I needed to find that artist. I asked my manager to find me an artist for me to produce. One day, my manager picked me up and told me that I'll be producing David Peaston. I was excited to meet David, a former school teacher who had become one of the newest hot R&B singers in the country. At that time, I couldn't. I at that time I would have been excited to meet any celebrity, but I seen David on Showtime Apollo in the late '80s. His version of Billie Holiday's "God Bless the Child" tore the crowd up. He was an amazing singer, and his fans were calling him the new Luther. The meeting with David happened before the Born in the '90s hit the airwaves, so David wasn't really aware of my writing or singing skills. Rob said, my manager, he's going to love your songs. You're the perfect producer to produce this guy to the next level. We drove to the hotel where David was staying. I was in the front seat with my manager. I was in the front seat. My manager was driving. When David came out, he didn't get into the car. He came to the front and just looked at it until it became clear that I needed to hop out and sit in the back seat so that he could sit up front. David was cordial but cold. Riding over to the station, there was hardly any talking. The vibe was nervous. In the studio, I got to work. I played David a bunch of songs I had written. I just knew that a couple of them were smash hits. He listened without saying a word. Then David motioned my manager to follow him into the recording booth. They didn't realize the mic was on, so I got to hear the whole conversation. I thought I told you to get Teddy Riley. Teddy can't do nothing but make hits. He's the king of the New Jack Swing. Teddy's the president. Teddy's not available. Then make him available. Don't give me some kid off the street. Give me the president. Give the kid a chance. You won't be sorry. David finally caved, but his heart wasn't in it. He made up his mind that I was no hit maker. I tried. I said, David, you got an unbelievable voice. Now just don't go over riff. Don't just over riff this verse. Sing it like this. I showed him how it went. When it came time to record, though, David changed it back to his over riffing style and ruined the whole feel. We went back and forth for 2 hours until I finally saw what I had to do. I got up and left. Where you going? Said the singer and my manager both asked at the same time. I'm going to McDonald's for a double cheeseburger and fries. When are you coming back? I'm not. And I didn't. I had another early encounter with a celebrity who was a hell of a lot more pleasant. In fact, it was a highlight of my life because it involved my mother. My manager also worked with this singer who was an artist that loved my music. She was a down-to-earth lady who reminded me of my mother, and I knew my mother would love to meet her. Can I bring my mother over today? I asked the singer. My hair's all up in curlers. My face is covered in cold cream. I'm wearing an old house coat. My mom won't care, I said. If she doesn't care, Rob, I don't care. An hour or so later, my mother arrived, and I didn't tell my mom the lady's name. I just introduced her as a friend in the music business. Mind if I smoke? My friend asked my mother. Take one of my Winstons, Mom. Mom said. They lit up, drank coffee together, started discussing everything under the sun, their children, men in their lives, TV shows they liked, movie stars they thought were the cutest. You would have thought they had grown up together. After half an hour of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I turned to my mother and said, Mom, do you know who this lady is? She's your friend. Now she's my friend too. I repeated, do you know who this lady is? Look closely at her face. Look closely in her eyes. I'm looking, Rob, I'm looking. Several seconds passed, and then my mother screamed, oh, my Lord, it isn't. You can't be. My friend started laughing. I'm afraid it is, she said. You can't be. I am. Gladys Knight, asked my mother, still in shock. That's what my parents named me, said Gladys, hugging her like she was her best friend in the world. Yeah, Miss Native One. Miss Joanne played a big part, and I think everything would have been different for him in his life had she still been alive. We had 12 playoff. Listen, we making some progress. Getting far. I've been on it for 4 hours. I'm sorry, y'all. Do we need to take a break? I didn't realize I've been on here for 4 hours. I get to reading this book and I listen. I could read the book straight through. We need a break. You know what? I'm gonna keep reading. Y'all text my phone or call me or something. Let me know if we need to stop. And I can pick up later on today, but I'm good, so don't worry about me, y'all. We at 12 play. On the poster, my name was barely big enough to read. It was the early 90s. I was in my mid-20s and I was on a road with two big stars. I was the opening act. The late Gerald Levert, of course, was royalty. His daddy, Eddie Levert, was one of the mighty OJs. Gerald had been the lead singer for Levert, who had big hits with Pop Pop Goes My Mind and Casanova. He had just released his solo album, and the title song, Private Line, was already a #1 hit. Glenn Jones, who got second billing, had a hit song, We've Only Just Begun. A song that the ladies loved. I do love that song. He also been on the charts with Show Me and Bring Back Your Love. Like Gerald, Glenn could sing. I wasn't thrilled about being third on the bill because when I started singing, folks were just walking in. Most of the seats were still emptying. I was feeling frustrated because I had worked hard putting my show together with what I had. I didn't really have lights at all. Because I was an opener, I had what looked like a flashlight on me and I had a smoke machine to enhance my presentation. Lighting had always been extremely important to me. I want to be heard, but I also want to be seen in the right light. Lighting shapes mood, and for me, the mood's got to be right. Meanwhile, as the tour went on, Honey Love, my new single, started to really blow up. It got to the point where the promoters saw that I was starting to generate more heat than Glenn Jones. They decided to have him open. That meant I'd come on just before Gerald. Glenn snapped about the rearrangement, and I could understand why. I didn't want to disrespect him, but I also wanted to reach more people. I was tired of singing to an empty house. The first night went really well. People were in their seats and got to see me. I was feeling good with the new lineup. The second night, though, they wouldn't let me use my little light or my smoke machine. I figured if I wasn't moving up in the show, I should get more, not less. The promoters didn't see it that way. They wanted to keep the spotlight on the bona fide star. I respected Gerald as an artist and a man, so I went to his dressing room to discuss it. I feel you, young fella, Gerald said, but in this business, you got to pay your dues. My daddy did, I did, and now you paying him. It's part of the deal. I thanked Gerald for breaking it down to me and left. He was right, but that didn't stop me from thinking, what can I do that will still ignite this crowd where I can still stand out and do me, even if I'm singing in pitch black? I needed a gimmick to take the show to the next level, something that will make people remember me. That's how I created 12 Play. I thought about it for a couple of days, and I finally came up with a little skit. Me just talking to the audience. At the point in the show where I would break down Honey Love, I would start talking to the audience. Can I tell y'all something? Can I keep it real? Can I tell y'all about a dream I had last night? Well, I actually had a dream where I made love to Mary J. Blige. Everyone reacted with a big woo. Mary J's first platinum album, What's the 411, was super hot, and here I was talking about kicking it with it. The audience got a big kick out of picturing me with Mary. I went on. Hey, it was only a dream, but it was so vivid. It felt real. But in this dream, it was more than foreplay. It was 12 play. Y'all want to hear it? Can I sing it for y'all? Tell y'all how it went? Everyone yelled yes. About now, my piano player started backing me up with the sexy runs on the keyboard while I sang. 1, we'll go to my room of fun. And the whole audience said 2 at the same time as if it was rehearsed. And that's when I knew I had them. I sang, I sang, I'll say, give me your tongue. The audience roared 3, because tonight I'm gonna, and I grabbed my crotch and sang, fulfill your fantasy. And the women went crazy. It was a wrap. I knew I had, I never heard a crowd scream that loud during the whole tour, during anybody's show, and that was just on 3. At that moment, I had an instant double dose of confidence in who I was on that stage. I knew that I could excite a crowd with more than just having and singing hit records. I knew that I could tell a story or give a testimony or play a game with the audience. That was something that set me apart from everybody else. By the time the show got to the next city, fans had already heard about this 12 play and started screaming the moment I mentioned Mary J. Words spread like wildfire. Fire. This was a way before Twitter and Facebook even existed. Girl, a female from Detroit would tell her friend in Cleveland, "You got to go see this show and hear this R. Kelly sing about his 12 play. It's the bomb." And when I went to the radio station to promote Born to the 90s, and the DJs just wanted to hear about 12 play. It was a talk of every town I went to before I arrived. Haven't recorded it yet, I say, but I will. Matter of fact, it's going to be the title of my next album. The song was causing such a sensation that James Levert's people told my manager that they didn't want me to perform it anymore. Haters. The reason they gave, because I hadn't recorded it yet, was lame. Where is it written that an artist can only perform a song if he's recorded it? I just continued to do my show. My management backed me up. Long as the ladies keep yelling for it, they say you keep singing it. By the end of the tour, no one could deny that the highlight of every show was when I got out there and started discussing a dream I had about loving Mary J. Blige. I'm trying to. Y'all good? This is where we at now. It's getting good, y'all. We just talked about 12 play. The makings of me. Let me just drink something. Give me something to drink. I'm sorry. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, the makings of me. I got a certain place where I'm going to stop at. So when I get to there, then I'm going to ask y'all again if you want to stop and take a break. So when I get there, I'll come back and ask you guys where y'all at. Hopefully everybody's still with me. Hopefully y'all enjoying the book. The makings of me. Born into the 90s had been a great buzz album and a great way to introduce R. Kelly to the public. The Guys in Public announcement had been my background singers and dancers, but the plan had always been that on my second album, I would be a solo artist, not the leader of a group. The guys would still be in the videos and tour with me, but the second album was all about launching R. Kelly. I wanted the next album to be something that was going to stick around for a long time, and we all know that it has. I wanted people to know that I was in it for the long ride. In order to do that, I had to take the music, my melodies, my lyrics to the next level. So I went into the studio totally focused on achieving my goal. I wanted people to know that this was real, that I was real. 12 Play started out from a skit that I had come up with to help me get through a tour, but that concept blew up and took on a life of its own. By the time I got home from tour, the song 12 Play was already a smash, so there was a high demand for the record. The song was also so successful that I decided that I would do a whole album called 12 Play. I would spend my sound checks writing new songs for the album so that I could record them as soon as I got home. Chicago is the center of my universe. My home as a baby, a boy, a teenager, a young man, and an adult. To me, Chicago is the soul of America. It is the home of my soul. It has its own unique musical vibe. Chicago has launched the careers of many extraordinary artists from Sam Cooke to Kanye West. It's the home to many different kinds of music, amazing music, and I'm determined to make sure it's properly recognized and respected. I wrote 3 entire albums over a month and a half, but when I started working on it, I had some concerns. I knew that the song 12 Play was a strong in the concert and the ladies were loving it, but the popularity of New Jack Swing had helped me get me out there. I felt I needed to develop musically if I wanted to have longevity of the Marvin Gaye or Stevie Wonder. The song 12 Play had introduced me to my true self musically, and there was no going back. On the other hand, my management and label were saying that because she's got that vibe, and especially Honey Love did so well, I should be careful not to move too far away from that sound. They wanted to sell records, and the New Jack Swing thing was still hottest seller out there. I thought about what they said. This this was to be my first album as a solo singer, no group, no one on the cover but me. I didn't want to make any foolish mistakes. I wanted to bust out with a winner. On the other hand, I knew in my heart that it was time to take off the training wheels. It was time to introduce R. Kelly, the real R. Kelly, to the world. I felt like a fireman who had gone through the training and practice drills. When he finally hears that barrel go off and he slide down that pole and jump on that big red truck and go put out a fire. More than just having the music gift, I think I have the gift of having the mind of musical scientists. I'm not afraid of the research of trying different things, stretching boundaries. I wanted to bring new things to music. I wanted to be not I wanted to be not like anybody else. That desire was as strong for me as being in the music business. I didn't want to just be a singer or some songwriter. I wanted to be great. I wanted to be remembered for my work. Having the desire, the passion, and being blessed with a gift and being able to channel where I come from and what I've been through. Having a gift is not enough if it's not cultivated and shared. When I went to the record, when I went to the record, the new album, when I went to record the new album, I was able to be both patient and more innovative in the process. I started recording songs I had already written while I was on the road or downtown at CRC Studios. But my mom's house was the hangout spot. Much as I tried, I could not get her to move out the hood and into a nicer place. She had her friends in her life there, and that's all she wanted. That's where she wanted to stay. 12 Play was inspired by conversations with my mom and the aunties and friends hanging out on the porch. They would be listening to their favorites, Sam Cooke, Marvin Gaye, and Teddy Pendergrass. One night I was chilling on the porch with them and they were listening to Pendergrass. That's baby making music right there. That's right. Y'all was born off Teddy Pendergrass. Y'all was born off Marvin Gaye. What do you mean? What do you know about this? One of my aunties challenged me. And that's when the direction for 12 Play album became even clearer. I had to make baby making music, a baby making album. If Marvin Gaye did it, I wanted to do it. I wanted to make an album that people would want to make love to and not just make babies. Wanted to get married and want to love somebody, want to make love to somebody, and to help expand the population. I thought I had a head start with the song 12 Play. I was also inspired by the stories that my mom told me about going to the Regal Theater and being able to see everybody from Marvin Gaye to Stevie Wonder. I wanted that kind of legacy for myself. I wanted people to be sitting on their porches and talking about 12 Play albums someday, like my mom and her friends talked about their favorite artists and their songs. But I wanted to be alive and still in the game, still making hits when that day came. As far back as my first high school performance and my days singing in the subway, my gut told me I needed a hook, something that would make people remember my act. When I was creating 12 Play, I wanted to create a buzz and attract attention. Sex and sensuality was going to be my hook. I saw the album as a suite in 12 parts. It was my play to win the attention and love of music fans all over the world. Sex Me was deliberately designed to generate a little controversy. A group called H-Town had put out a big hit with a song called Knockin' Boots. Sex Me was going to take what they had started to a whole new level. And because I had been to Europe and toured America, playing in summer jams and major arenas, I knew how to excite a crowd. Now the challenge was to put that excitement that was sensuous, but also spiritual excitement into the record that reflected my true heart. That one will reveal the makings of me. Bump and Grind, the second single from the 12 Play album, definitely fits the baby making music category. The song was originally written for the movie Menace to Society at the request of the directors, the Hughes brothers. The song was supposed to play over the scene of Jada Pinkett Smith and Lorenz Tate in bed together. I was excited to do it because, wait, Jada Pinkett Smith and Lorenz Tate. Okay, I think that's the error because she wasn't in, she was in bed with Kane, right? Yeah, Jada, I think she was in bed. Well, okay, whatever. I was excited to do it because it was the first time I had been asked to do a song for a movie before. When I heard Bump and Grind, the Hughes brothers loved the song, but the record company and my manager decided that the song should be released on my album and not the soundtrack. There were a lot of politics about that at that time, and they ended up using Honey Love in the movie instead. But keeping the song for the 12 play album was probably the best thing for me because the song gave me my first #1 record on the Billboard pop chart and was the longest running #1 record on the R&B chart at the time. Still, I knew my second album had to be better than the first. The lyrics had to be more direct, more authentic, more reflective of my experiences, emotions, and of course my city. I also knew it had to be dedicated to my mother. What I didn't know though was by the time the album came out, my world would have been changed forever. While I was making 12 play album, I spent many nights in the studio. A lot of oh yeah. Okay. I spent many nights in the studio. A lot of the emotion showed up on the tracks. When you hear any unexpected position, bring it on. Any secret fantasy, baby, I will fulfill as long as you sex me. In Sex Me Parts 1 and 2, you're hearing raw, unfiltered, youthful desires coming through in those lyrics. I had a song that said, "It seems like you're ready." I knew that the ladies were ready, and I was ready. I wanted an album that will make love to every woman in the world. I wanted it to talk honestly to them and touch them in a satisfying, sensual way. The spirit of seduction was heavy on me. I saw no reason not to go for it. The album was extended version of the concert with all the pleading, teasing, mood setting, foreplay, and getting nasty with Sex Me, the gritty song. I didn't see nothing wrong with the little bump and grind. I felt your body's calling. I liked the crouch on you, and I wasn't afraid to ask the ladies to sex me. While I was making the album, my mother got sick. I found out later that she was going to the hospital for some tests, but she downplayed them to me as well as my brothers and my sister, telling me, "Baby, you busy making music. You go on and keep working. Don't worry about me. I'm going to be fine. I'm just tired. That's all." But what did the doctor say? I asked. The doctor said the same thing, baby, that I'm going to be fine. You go do what you got to do. I supposed to head back to Europe for some concerts. Then you go to Europe, Rob. You know I hate flying. I said, flying is always a lot easier if you sit next to me. I'll be with you next time. I want you to go with me this time, I said. I don't want to get on that plane without you. You'll do fine without me, son. Call me every single night if you want to. I will. I did. When I went to Europe this time, the crowds were 4 times bigger than before. That made me happy, but it wasn't the same without my mother. I got a couple of weeks out here. I got another couple of weeks out here on the road, Mom. I told her on the phone, I really want you to be here with me. If you want me to come out there, son, I will. But I thought you said you got to go back to the hospital for more tests. I do, baby, but the tests can wait. If I have to, I'll get on the plane tomorrow. No, Mom. I want you to have those tests. You take care of yourself. That's more important. God will take care of you, son. I know he will. In those last couple of weeks, the European fans kept coming. The tour was a success. I couldn't wait to get home and share the success with my mother. Yeah. The next chapter is really, it's a hard one. So, yeah, Karen, he loves his mother. Do y'all? I'm gonna stop for a second. Y'all want to talk about what we heard so far or anything? Because I gotta work. I gotta build myself, and just bear with me to to read the next chapter because it hit home hard. It really hit home for me. Let me see if I missed anything. Hey, I missed y'all too. I only come on live if I got something, that's important. That's it. And I felt like, this was a good time to share his book. I'm at this chapter. For anybody that's reading along with me, I seen a few comments that some people are reading along with me. She's teaching the angels how to love. Y'all got y'all tissues? Y'all take a minute to get y'all tissues. Because I need to get me some. I'm going to need it. Thank you, everyone that sent a cash app. I really appreciate you guys. It's not necessary, but I do appreciate it. I really do. I just wanted to, do something nice. Hey, Karen, if you your heart is heavy, it's gonna be heavier once I get to this chapter, this next one, and it's gonna get heavier. Have y'all tissue. Bear with me. I read this chapter last night again for the first time since the first time I read it, and this just reading this for me is like just reliving some things. So y'all bear with me. She's teaching the angels how to love. When I arrived home from Europe, I was surprised to see my sister Teresa waiting at the airport. What's wrong? I asked. It's Mom, she said. What about Mom? She had gotten worse. We need to go see her. Dang, I thought if I read this yesterday. Low key, I'm a punk, y'all. So bear with me. I'm sorry. But this just hits home. Okay, she's gotten worse. We need to go see her. How much worse? Much worse. Why didn't anyone tell me? Mom said not to. She said your tour was going good and she didn't want anything to mess it up. Where is she? Roslyn Hospital on 111th Street. I raced over. My brothers were sitting in the hallway. Tiff, I'm like, woosah. And I lost my mother. And I'm being honest with you guys. When I read this chapter yesterday, there was only maybe one or two things that was different from how I lost my mom. So it kind of takes me back. Okay. Roslyn Hospital on 111th Street. I raced over. My brothers were sitting in the hallway. A doctor was standing in front of the door to her room. Robert Kelly, he asked. I'm Robert Kelly. Let's talk before you go in there. Why? We need to talk. You need to prepare yourself. I was already scared, but the word prepared scared me more. Prepare for what? I asked. Let's just sit and talk. Doctor, please just say what you have to say. Your mother has incurable cancer that has reached its final stage. You're lying, I shouted. I wish I were. I wish I can say that there was hope. My mother says there's always hope. I'm sorry, Robert, but your mother is very near the end. When I opened the door, my heart fell to the floor. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'll try to get through this, okay? My mother looked like a completely different person from the one I had seen just a few weeks ago. I never seen her look like this before. She was so much smaller. Her eyes were as yellow as a yellow crayon. Her body was all shriveled up. I went to her side and started crying. Oh, baby, she said, you got to get out of here. I told them I didn't want you to see me like this. She said, you got to get out of here. I told them I didn't want you to see me like this. Okay. I had to see you, I said. I didn't want you to have this memory, baby. I want you to remember me when I was strong and healthy. No one told me, Mom. No one told me you had gotten so sick. It really happened fast, son. How can you forgive me? Forgive you for what? Forgive you for what, baby? For not being here, for not coming home. I didn't want you home, Rob. I wanted you out there singing. That's what you were born to do. I held her hand and said, Mom, I promise you I'm going to be the best writer on this planet. And for you, I'm going to be the biggest singer. I love you, Mom. I know that, baby. And I'm already seeing it come true. Now, please get out of here and let me be. I need to be alone. I don't want you to be alone, Mom. I can't live without you. I'll always be with you, Rob. You know that. I love you, Mom. I love you, Rob. I left her room with tears in my eyes. I didn't know what to do or where to go, so I went to the studio. I had to be around music. I had to sing. To me, singing is like praying. It's a more powerful prayer. It's the most powerful prayer I can send up. I was playing a song for you when the call came in. R.Kellys was gone. I stopped playing, but put my head down and just sat there. There were people around trying to comfort me, but I didn't hear their words. At that moment, I heard a new melody. I didn't have words for it, but the melody was strong. It had my mother's spirit on it. It stayed in my head. I thought of recording the melody, but something stronger was pulling at me. I knew I had to go see my mother one last time. When I got to the hospital, I learned that they hadn't moved her from her room. I told the staff that I needed that one last time to be alone with my mother. I sat next to her bed and looked at her lifeless face. Cancer had been cruel to her. But when I looked at her, I remember her when she was still healthy and full of life. I took her hand and said, I swear this to you, Mom. I swear this with God, as God is my witness. I will be the greatest artist in the world. And I will do this for you because you've always believed in me. I got up and left. People stopped me, saying words I couldn't even hear. It may sound strange, but my mind was fixated on basketball. The only thing I could think that might get me through the coming hours. Just being out there on the floor, running and shooting and giving it my all, my spirit of grief was so huge that only the basketball could keep me going. I imagine that there were people who had, upon hearing horrible news, beat their fists against the wall. That's their way of coping. My mind was full court press. Mine was full court press. Bouncing the ball on the hardwood floor, I exalted myself by playing game for 3 straight hours. Afterwards, I went to the studio where that same melody kept echoing through my mind. Every time I started to sing it, though, I broke down and cried. My mom was like God to me. She was the one who never judged me. She never abandoned me. She listened patiently to my doubts and fears. She encouraged my hopes and my dreams. Without my mother, I felt there was no one to call on anymore. I cried like a baby, cried until I felt I had used up every tear in my body. How could I go on? How could I live without Joanne Kelly by my side? I couldn't complete the 12 play project without paying tribute to my mother. I thought about the melody that had invaded my mind after she died. It was still there, but there was no words to go with it. I'm the kind of writer who never chases a song. I wait until a song chases me. And though I knew the unwritten song was going to be the most important one of my life, I couldn't force it into existence. I had to be patient. But I also had to dedicate a song to Joanne Kelly. I thought back on the life and remember how, when I was just a little boy in the 70s, Mom loved the Spinners. She used to stop whatever she was doing with their lead when their lead singer would start to sing One Kind of a Girl. One Kind Love Affair, or Mighty Love, or Love Don't Love Nobody. He also he also sang a song that talked about a mother named Sadie Mae. Sweeter than cotton candy and stronger than Papa's old brandy. Every line of that song made me think of my mother. I was never been inclined to record a cover song. I always been proud of my originals, but I knew by singing Sadie, I paid my mother the highest tribute. The song was out of her era. It was a sung in the high style of soul that she had taught me to honor. And while it's true that 12 Play would turn out to be a record that broke records and busted up some old taboos, an album that we remember for songs about sensuality and sex, the song that means the most to me is Sadie. My mother was my Sadie, my everything. The depths of my struggles determined the heights of my success. When my mother was still alive, I was a boy. When she died, I became a man. When my mother was still alive, my career was starting to build. After she died, my career blew up. The most tragic event of my 26-year-old life was the death of my precious mother, coincided with the explosion of my music around the world. Because she was gone, I was sadder than I had ever been in my life. And not too long after my mother passed, my grandma lost her battle with cancer and went to join her daughter Joanne. Because Bump and Grind became the longest lasting R&B hit in the history of Billboard charts, not to mention a number one pop hit as well, I was more successful than ever. Grief and Joy had a hard time shaking hands. My mind was a mixing board where the tracks, the up tempo happy joints, and the deep dark blue grooves were leaking all over each other. I'd reached my goal. I'd become a superstar. And while I could feel my mother's spirit still feeding me love, it hurt my heart that my eyes couldn't see her face. She was no longer there to give me a hug, and man, did I need a hug. Looking back, I remember that I couldn't go on without I remember feeling like I couldn't go on without my mother. And if my career had taken the amazing turns that it did, maybe I would have broken down and completely spent the next year or two doing nothing but grieving. But music wouldn't let me do that. My music took over and suddenly sweeping the country. Suddenly I was famous, but fame almost overwhelmed me. It was like a hungry monster with an appetite that could never be satisfied. It wanted more and more, and then just when I thought it was satisfied, it asked for even more. Things were happening so fast I could hardly keep up with myself. These were things, musical gifts that were tremendous challenges and undeniable blessings. Take, for instance, the fine art of the remix. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, most hits records got a second life and sometimes even a first life by releasing a remix version of its original. Usually, remixes were done by hot engineers or producers to create new versions of a song, which often was for clubs. On the 12 play album, I decided to do remixes of my own records and instead of having someone else do it. Because of the advances in recording technology and my growing confidence and experience in the studio, I could see how to break down the different elements of the song and put them back together in a different configuration. I would modify the groove, strip down the vocal, and add new elements, throw in new sounds and accents. And in short, I could re engineer the music in a way that gave it a whole new flavor. I did two remixes of Bump and Grind, the old school mix and the How I Feel It extended mix, which was the version of the song we shot the video to. I also did my first remix for Your Body's Calling on the B side of Your Body's Calling single. All the remixes were huge successes. I don't know how many remixes I've done for Your Body's Calling, and I recently remixed Bump and Grind as a choir version for my Love Letter tour. I saw the remix as a new part of art form to explore. I loved it as a canvas for sound. It wasn't that I no longer liked starting with a clean slate and creating a brand new song. I always liked doing that, but it was no longer either or. Now I could do both. Not only could I create a new feeling out of a previously recorded song of mine, I could do it for other artists as well. Just like that, I was to establish another major career as the remix man. Making matters sweeter, the remix of Your Body's Calling sold more copies than the original. By 1994, the 12 play had sold more than 5 million copies, and the sexy R.Kelly brand was established. Jive's president, Barry Weiss, publicly labeled me a pure artist and an old-fashioned creative genius. Jive had no problems happily allowing me to control my own creative destiny. This kind of artistic power was a big boost to my ego. I was happy that my fans and the people I work with accepted me as who I am. I didn't have to be phony or change my music or bow to the will and demands of others about my music. I was riding high as well as a real artist and rising star. But according to my plans and definition of success, I still hadn't risen high enough. While 12 Play was rising on the chart, Janet Jackson's album for the biggest career, Janet, Jimmy Jam, Terry Lewis wrote a beautiful song called Anytime, Any Place. It was especially appealing because since her earlier career, Janet had a hit called Let's Wait a While. Now the waiting was over and it was cool anytime, any place. When they sent me the song to be remixed, I was ready. And when my remix went crazy on the charts, I saw that by reimagining songs that people already loved, and I could enjoy another outlet for my musical energy. One thing was built up on top of another. And just when I thought it couldn't get any bigger or better, it did. Enter Michael Jackson. Now this chapter is very interesting to me. You are not alone. I'm pretty sure y'all know why it's interesting to me, because a certain someone said that it was written for a certain someone. We finna find out the truth. MJ. As a kid, I watched a lot of TV and loved much of what I saw. TV was my window into worlds outside of our little home. Cartoons were wonderful. They were crazy funny. Sometimes I picture myself jumping into the cartoons and running after the characters, but I never thought the characters were real. Take Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse was a superstar of cartoons. Donald Duck was cool, and so was Goofy. I dug the Roadrunner and Porky Pig, whose stutter reminded me of Uncle Doug. Mickey, though, was the boss. Mickey ruled the TV screen, but I knew he was just make-believe. Well, in a funny kind of way, I thought of Michael Jackson the same way. When the Jackson 5 popped into our lives, we loved them to death. We loved Michael, Jermaine, Jackie, Tito, Marlon. We knew one from the other. We couldn't wait for them to come on TV and sing their songs about school like ABC. They were as cool as the cartoon characters, beyond human. And they were black like us, too. We've been told the fairy tale myth of how Diana Ross had discovered them. Later, I learned that wasn't true. But as a kid, I believed the myth. When the Jackson 5 were set to appear on the American Bandstand or the Ed Sullivan Show, we got to the TV in half an hour early so we wouldn't miss a single minute. I was still a little kid, 4 or 5, when the Jackson 5 actually became a cartoon show, where the brothers were animated like Mickey Mouse. That closed the deal. They weren't real. Michael was Mickey Mouse. When Miss McLean came along and said that one day I'd be writing for Michael Jackson, I didn't believe her. And then when my mom died and I leaned on Miss McLean even more, she kept saying the same thing. You're more than just an artist, Rob. You're a writer whose songs will be sung by the greatest artists in the world. I have been through some personal struggles, and it seemed like everywhere I turned, I was losing people. Just before we were about to leave on our big 10-week, 12-play tour, the bus is all gassed up, the equipment was all loaded. I was sitting there waiting on my boys, the guys from Public Announcement, who still sang back up and danced in my shows on the videos to show up. But they never did. Because of all my set routines with the guys, I had to change the show. I made the necessary adjustments, and to my surprise, none of the fans seemed to miss Public Announcement. They yelled and screamed louder than ever. The tour was a huge hit. Michael was on my mind when, towards the end of the 12-play tour, we were in Gary, Indiana, the Jacksons' hometown. I was also thinking about my mother and our travels to Gary to see my grandfather, and how we would sit on the porch and he would play his guitar for us and my mother would sing. When the thoughts of Michael and my mother came together, out came a melody. The same melody that had continued to haunt me after my mother's death. After Mom died, I lost a person very dear to me, whom I love with all my heart and soul. I wanted to let this person know that I will always be with her, even though we couldn't be together. So this time, when I heard the melody, the notes were carrying words. The words were clear. They said, "You are not alone." So he wrote "You Are Not Alone" for his mother. I got this feeling in my gut, goosebumps and chills up and down my arms. I ran to the first piano I could find and started playing that melody and singing those words. You are not alone. It was my mother talking to me. It was me reaching out to the incomparable love and letting her know that although we were apart, I would always be there for her. The further I developed the song, the more it sounded like Michael. I heard his inflections, felt his spirit. I knew that this was the right song for Michael Jackson. Once I got to Chicago, I went to the studio and put down a demo. By the by the by then the whole story was there. Another day is gone. I'm still alone. How could this be? You're not here with me. You never said goodbye. Someone tell me why. Did you have to go and leave my world so cold? Every day I sit and ask myself, how did love slip away? Someone whispers in my ear and says that you are not alone. I am here with you. Though you're far away, I am here to stay. Just the other night, I thought I heard you cry, asking me to come and hold you in my arms. How can I hear your I can hear your prayers, your burdens I will bear, but first I need your hand, then forever can begin. When I sang on the demo, I purposely captured Michael's style, even catching the tones in his voice. That was easy since I had been listening to Michael my entire life. I love how Quincy Jones had produced Michael's Off the Wall. I love Thriller, Bad. I knew Teddy Riley had co-produced Dangerous, and I really wanted to be in that company of those who worked with Michael. I had my manager send him the song. A day passed. My manager called. Wait. Yeah, a day passed. My manager called. He wants to do it, he said. Michael wants to do it. I repeated, you sure? His people called. They love the song. That's fantastic. That's amazing. I was shouting out the good news. But there's one thing, Rob. What's that? He wants half the publishing. The publishing represents ownership of the song. Much as I love Michael and much as I understood that business is business, I believe that given the success of 12 Pay, I earned the right to keep all my publishing and retain all my ownership. Tell his people I said that no disrespect, but I do not want to do that. It would be a dream of mine of my life to have Michael sing that song, but it's a song that I need to own. You sure, Rob? You sure you want to take that chance? I'm sure. If Michael really loves the song as much as I think he does, he'll sing it anyway. He'll realize he was born to sing it. My manager conveyed my position to Michael's manager. One day passed, then another, still another. I was nervous. I was thinking about nothing except whether Michael Jackson was going to sing my song. Then the phone finally rang and my manager was on the line. Well, well, what? He said, teasing me. Is he going to sing it? Hell yeah, he going to sing it. Thank you, Jesus, I yelled. Not only is he going to sing it, he's coming to Chicago so he can show you how to sing it. So you can show him how to sing it. When? Next week? You kidding. I'll never kid about anything as important as this, Rob. Not when it comes to producing Michael Jackson. Me producing Michael Jackson. He was going to sing You Are Not Alone. I kept running those words through my mind. I still couldn't believe it. What better way to send radio a message than the king of pop himself? I immediately got nervous, started to freak a little. It was all coming true. Michael Jackson was really on a plane flying to Chicago for express purpose of me being produced by him. Wait, for the express purpose of being produced by me in the studio of my choice. My choice was CRC Studios just off Michigan Avenue in downtown Chicago. I knew it like the back of my hand. My engineers were the best. The atmosphere was cool. I knew Michael was comfortable and we could ensure his private space. Whenever Michael Jackson went wherever Michael Jackson went though, the world knew about it. It was like there was a secret agent putting out the word. So days before he landed in Chicago, the city knew he was coming. There were mentions of him in newspaper and on TV. The whole time, excuse me for a second, y'all. The whole, I just need 1 second. Their TV is too loud and I don't want y'all to not be able to hear me. I wish I knew my kid's phone number. Sorry. Wherever Michael Jackson went, though, the world knew about it. Hey, tell him to turn on the TV for me, please. Thanks. Sorry. It was like there were secret agents putting out the word. So days before he landed in Chicago, the city knew he was coming. There were mentions of the newspaper on TV, and the whole town was wired for his arrival. I was wired. I couldn't wait. The day finally came. I got to the studio 2 hours early. I ordered my favorite Chinese food. I was sure to include some vegetarian dishes for Michael. I was so nervous that I started practicing in front of the food just how I would introduce Michael. Would I say, Mike, would you like some Chinese food? Or Mike, you want some of this, man? Or maybe it'd be better to say, If you in the mood for some Chinese food, Michael, you're welcome to it. I was in the middle of all of this when the studio phone rang. The engineer answered. All I heard him say was, "Okay, what's up?" I asked. He said the talent has landed and is 30 minutes away. Michael's people had specified that they wanted only me and my engineers present during the session. My manager, though, had showed up. Like everyone else, he wanted to meet Michael. The phone rang again. Talent was 20 minutes away. I went back to rehearsing how to offer Mike Chinese food. Then another call came, 10 minutes away. I went to the bathroom to wash my hands super clean. I knew Michael didn't like dirt. He was a clean freak. He didn't eat meat. That's why I ordered the vegetarian meals. The talent has arrived, my engineer announced. 3 minutes later, his security guards appeared. They made sure that they knew who everyone was, and they made sure that the route from the car to the studio was clear. The route to the car from the studio was clear. Next, we heard that the talent was in the building. The next thing I knew, Michael Jackson was walking through the door. Michael Jackson was real. He looked like he was at least 8 feet tall. He looked like an avatar. He was wearing a black mask over his face, only his eyes were showing. My manager was the first to make a move. He went over to hug him. Michael stopped the hug and offered his hand instead. Then my manager introduced him to my engineers. Michael shook their hands. Finally, Mike walked over to me. He looked me in my eyes, opened his arms, gave me a hug, the hug of my life, whispering to me in his lighter than air, soft voice, "The world's going to be singing this song." I blurted out something silly like, "Congratulations on everything you've done, Mike. Congratulations on being Michael Jackson." Just about then, Bubbles the chimp pranced in the room. In my mind, I call Bubbles trouble. The chimp made me nervous. "He's friendly, isn't he, Mike?" "Oh, yes, he's not going to hurt you." "Anyway," I said, "I'm just glad you like the song." "I don't like it, Rob. I love it. I don't want to change a thing. I want to sing it just the way you wrote it. You captured me beautifully. The reason I came here, that's the reason I came here. We can get started as soon as I do my vocal warm-ups." "If you excuse me for a minute," I said, "I'll be right back." I walked to the bathroom and just fell out on the floor. I broke down and cried. It wasn't that Michael Jackson was singing my song. It was that Michael had felt that I had captured his spirit. Michael Jackson had come to Chicago to work with me. When I got back to the studio, I heard screeching. I thought it was Bubbles throwing a fit, but it was Michael doing his vocal warm-ups. He was screeching like a wounded animal. Man, I thought, this is a strange way to warm up, but he's Michael Jackson, the biggest star in the world, and if that's how he warms up, it's cool with me. Before we started working, Rob, Mike said, "Mike, would you mind talking to my vocal coach in LA? He has something to ask you." "No problem, Mike." When we reached him, the coach said, "Mr. Kelly, Michael just wanted to ask if it'd be okay if he only did the first verse today. You can start the chorus tomorrow. That will help Michael conserve his voice." "Sure thing," I said, amazed at Michael's humility. He had asked his coach to ask me if it was okay to work on Mike's timetable. "Thanks for understanding, Rob," said Michael. "I hope this won't mess up your flow." "I'll flow with you, Mike. Anything you want, man." For the next few hours, we worked on the verse, and with Mike trying as hard as he could to be as true to my demo. "It's better than the demo," I kept telling him, "way better." Next day, of course, I was less nervous. I knew the chorus was a killer, and Mike will nail it in no time. When he started singing, though, he immediately felt the need for background vocals. "Rob," he said in a high sing-song voice, "would you mind coming in here and singing backgrounds with me?" "My, are you kidding me?" Michael Jackson was asking me to sing with him. I had to practically stop myself from running to the vocal booth. I paced myself so I could walk slowly, but in my heart, I felt like a little girl. When we started to sing, the blend was perfect. We were butter and toast. He did that same rocking motion I seen him doing We Are the World. Sitting there next to me, my voice over his voice over mine, I tasted heaven. Heaven on earth. Brother, this was as good as it gets. "You know, Rob," he said later that afternoon, "sometimes it can take me a month to get a song where I want it." "Me too, Mike. I agree. Sometimes it takes me more than a month. I'm glad you understand. You'll be patient with me, won't you?" "I'll be whatever you want me to be, Mike. It's still a dream. It's still like a dream for me." "Can I ask you something else?" "Sure." "Is there a mall around here, Rob?" "Just a couple of blocks away." Would you go there with me? I love malls. I love them too, Mike. Let's roll. With Bubbles and the security team in place, we went to Water Tower Place, one of the nicest malls in Chicago. Michael handed Michael headed straight for Disney Store, where he was fascinated by a larger than life statue of Donald Duck hung above the entrance. That's beautiful, said Mike. Do you think they'll sell it to me? I love to have that Donald Duck for Neverland. Couldn't hurt to ask, I said. Of course, Michael Jackson walking into Disney Store caused a near riot. When the manager appeared, Michael couldn't even have been sweeter. Is there any way I could buy that Donald Duck? He asked. I'm afraid not, Mr. Jackson. It's permanently built into the front of the store. Oh, that's a shame, Michael said politely. But thank you anyway, sir. I've never met anyone with better manners. We spent the next 3 weeks perfecting the song. As far as the production went, Michael let me take the lead. And of course he had ideas for instrumental touches of his own. They were all great. We never had a single disagreement. After the sessions, he hung around the studio to talk. He was interested in my remix methods. He loved the remix on Your Body's Calling and wanted to know how I've done it. When I explained that I worked by instinct, he completely understood. The experience of working with Mike was drama-free. Every night after he left the studio and got in his van, people were hanging out their windows of office buildings and hotels, stretching their necks to get a glimpse of him. He always stopped and waved. With the job done and it was time for him to leave Chicago, he gave me another hug and said, "You are my brother." I was too choked up to say anything. When You Are Not Alone dropped as the second single off Mike's History album, it made the Guinness World Records book as the first song to debut #1 on the Billboard top charts. It was #1 in the UK, as well as in France, New Zealand, Spain, Switzerland, and Japan. Mike was right. They were singing it all over the world. When the video came out featuring Michael and Lisa Marie Presley, his wife at the time, I loved it for being so original. It got everyone talking. Unfortunately, the credits on the record listed Michael as a co-writer of the song. Naturally, that got me a little upset. But the minute I put a call into Mike, he got right back to me. "I'm so sorry," he said. "My people are so used to me co-writing everything. They presumed I had done this as well. But mark my words, Rob, this mistake will be taken care of immediately." And it was. It had been some years before Michael cut another song of mine, "One More Chance," for his number one's completions album. Before Before that, he invited me to LA studio just as a guest, and I wound up singing on that session and having a ball. We talked every 3 months or so. He'd tell me what was happening in his life, and I'd tell him about mine. Michael Jackson died June 25th, 2009. News of his death was like a hatchet to my chest. He meant to me what breathing means to most people. He was the only one He was not only my brother and friend, he was also my mentor. I was honored and blessed to have been in Michael's presence. I got to know him like most of the world never will, on a person to person, soul to soul level. I broke down and cried when I saw his YouTube video of Michael dancing to the Ignition remix in the backseat of his friend's car. I mean, he was jamming. You could tell he was fully into it and feeling it. I was like, wow, he's doing my music. He's singing to my music. I've been in this business for over 20 years, and I've written songs that sold over the world and won all kinds of awards. But it wasn't until I saw the great Michael Jackson busting his familiar moves to my song that made it all become official. Kells is here, baby, for real. In late 2009, I used part of the video in the tribute to Michael to put as part of my tour. After it played, I walked out on the stage and sang the words that came to me after his death. "Don't say goodbye to me. There is no need to. Don't say goodbye to me because I'm still with you. Don't say goodbye to me. Don't shed a tear because I am still here. Go light a candle and say a prayer. Scream out victory because love is there." The tribute was my way of keeping Mike with me and with all of us, really. I refused to let him go and was determined not to let him die because he was superhuman, and I was sure Mike would live in us forever. native one. They sure did. Is everybody good? I'm probably gonna read for another half an hour, 45 minutes or so, y'all. Okay? So I'm gonna just keep going. Daddy Lolo, you still on here? Just text me. You got my number if we need to stop before then. But you say, what? He didn't write that song for Lizette. All right, y'all. So the next chapter is Trade in My Life. Understand this about me. There's a studio, the basketball court, the crib, and the road. The studio comes first. In the studio, the lady is music, and she possesses me more deeply than any other woman. I need the basketball court for release. The competitive fire inside me needs to burn. If I don't burn it off, it'll burn me up. I need the crib for privacy and protection. I love my fans, but some of them are aggressive to the point of craziness. I'm going to repeat that for the folks in the back. I love my fans, but some of them are aggressive to the point of craziness. In 1994, I found a converted church in the Lakeview section of Chicago's North Side, an upscale in the city hood near the Lincoln Park, the lakefront, and Wrigley Field. I saw the place with its 10,000 square feet of living space as a blank canvas that I could paint any way I wanted. I'm a perfectionist in music, and I'm a perfectionist in design. I was going to design this, my first major home, according to my vision. For example, I envisioned an indoor pool and basketball court and spacious indoor rehearsal dance studios. I wanted a 27-foot stairwell in the living room, polished hardwood floors in the dining room, elaborate lighting, and breathtaking art throughout the house. There simply had to be a monster sound and home theater systems and a great room with a grand white piano as the centerpiece. I had a massive 1,500-gallon in-the-wall aquarium installed with a pair of killer sharks swimming inside. I got that idea from a James Bond movie I saw. Thought it might make my place more unique and give it attitude. My house was a place where I could take off the R.Kelly uniform and let Robert do his thing and be himself. In an interview with Vibe magazine in 2007, John Monopoly, at that time manager of Kanye West, Shauna, and Rhymefest, talked about his experience at a house party I had once thrown. It wasn't the house I just described, but the so-called hood shit Monopoly described hasn't changed. He watched women braiding my hair and how we hung out in the kitchen, singing, laughing, and talking shit. To Monopoly, that was a sign of my authenticity. From his perspective, it demonstrated my strong bond with the public and my connection to the streets. While what Monopoly witnessed seemed to convince him that I had a genuine street cred back in 95 as in 2005, as in today, if you're hanging with me, I'm not R. Kelly. I'm Robert, a mama's boy who lives life and enjoys his life, his family, his friends, and his home. In fact, being connected with real life and real people in this is the only way my music can stay relevant. People tend to pamper R. Kelly, but Robert, they can let down their guard and say what's on their minds and hearts. R. Kelly moves too fast and tries to please too many people. That's not a bad thing. In fact, it's good because it keeps me connected with my fans. But when I separate myself from that character and come down to earth, it's Robert who picks up the real vibes in the street. The road was always calling me because it allows me to connect with my fans all around the world. I want to see them and they want to see me. I want to entertain them. I also found myself in the same position as thousands of male singers who came before me. If I sing a song that says I want to seduce you and you alone, a woman takes that personally. And I want her to take it personally. I want that woman to feel like I want her. I want her to want me. All that translates into lots of ladies wanting me, and in turn, me wanting lots of ladies. Now, not many years before, I was a school kid with a reading problem whom the girls laughed at. Suddenly, the kid became a superstar with a lifetime pass to the all-you-can-eat buffet. And on the menu is every kind of beautiful woman you can imagine, every shade, every shape. I was excited. That's why my songs were so strong. Excited that the female fans liked the seduction. Excited that the females were looking to seduce me. And I said, hell yeah. My love started operating on the same level as my music life. It was gorgeous songs after another. But even though I have this spirit of seduction, I also have a spirit that comes from God. The preacher in me is strong. When my mom passed away, she went straight to heaven. I truly believe the only way that I'm going to see her again is to make it to heaven. After her death and all the sudden success, and to mention this hurricane of women coming at me, I was thrown into some serious confusion. The preacher and the seducer got to arguing. In 1995, at the start of my second solo album, R.Kelly, I decided to let my fans know everything going through my head. But I wanted the preacher to deliver the message. Earth is my preacher's turf, and people relate to him because they feel he's talking directly to them. The preacher is my music, and my music, although it's not the same as going to church, preaches. The intro of the record was called The Sermon. I preached like I was in church, a church organ playing between my words, with the sisters and brothers responding to my calls, yelling, "Amen," and preach, brother Kelly. I said, before I hurt, I'm sorry. I said, before I start, I just want to get a few things off my chest. You see, being in this business that I'm in looks like everything I do, everywhere I go, and everything I see seems to be through some kind of magnifying glass. Can I talk about it? While you're looking, I suggest you take a good look. And I hope you find just what it is you're looking for. Just like that song says, ain't nobody's business what I do. Now, can I move on? I remember when I was trying to be somebody, but I just didn't know nobody. Now, ever since God has blessed me, it seems that things are going a little bit different. Folks, ain't it funny how things can change sometimes? Why? Even the Statue of Liberty wants some bump and grind. Can I get a witness off of them in them Jeeps? Amen. I don't see nothing wrong with a little truth. You see, the good book says that the truth is the light. And I think it's time to turn your lights and see the truth. Can I talk on? You don't know where I've been. You don't know where I'm going. You don't know what I do. Can I get a witness? So before you go trying to pass judgment on me, pass judgment on yourself. Worry about yourself, what yourself is doing, and where yourself is going, and who yourself has been with. That way, you won't ever have to worry about nobody but Jesus. From the pulpit, I had to get right to the dance floor. You remind me of something. The first single from R. Kelly album got some serious criticism, but that didn't bother me. I was proud of the song because I was freer with my metaphors. I always wanted to express myself in ways that other guys have. I was glad to write. You remind me of something. I just can't think of what it is. You remind me of my Jeep. I want to ride it. Something like my sound, I want to pump it. Girl, you look just like my car. I want to wax it. And something like my bank account. I want to spend it. So pull up to my bumper and let the system sound. Girl, I bet you I can drive you crazy. The song is a compliment to women, not an insult. We fellas love our Jeeps. We love our cars. We love the speaker systems in our rides. And naturally, we love our bank accounts when we got money. You can compare a woman to a moonlight and stars, and you can compare her to some beautiful flower or an angel from above. That's all cool. But what I wanted to do was down to earth and make a comparison that was real to men. I was happy the song got talked about. I don't think I was wrong in saying that the fans got a kick out of the lyrics. They proved that to me when they ran out and bought the single and it wound up hitting the #1 spot. The power of music inside me didn't pay any attention to the debates about my musical direction. It simply kept feeding me more and more lyrics, words, riffs, and rhythms. It got to the point where I know this may sound crazy. I talked to the notes in my head. I made them prove that they're worthy of my completion. Come on, that's all you got? What else? Bring it. Even before I was married to a woman, I was married to my work. Music feeds me more than I can consume sometimes. Mostly it serves me in the wee hours of the night, so my engineers and staffers have to accommodate all night creative sessions. Because I still struggle with reading and writing, I got old-fashioned cassette recorders all around the house. Okay, we're gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. Even before I was married to a woman, I was married to my work. Music feeds me more than I can consume sometimes. Mostly it serves me in the wee hours of the night, so my engineers and staffers have to accommodate all night creative sessions. Because I still struggle with reading and writing, I got old-fashioned cassette recorders all around the house, in my cars, and everywhere to catch the moments of my pure inspiration. When a melody comes to me or some lines of lyrics, I got to get them down fast. I have damn near perfect memory, but I got so many songs in my head that I got to catch them that as soon as they fight their way to the surface. So I'll hum the melody or the bass line, whatever it is that comes to me into this deck, or now one of my many iPhones or iPads. I'll call the studio and have the engineer record my ideas over the phone. And for those bits of melody or rhythm, I continue to build. I hope everybody caught that. In case you didn't. And now, one of my many iPhones or iPads, he records his music. In the studio, I have a longtime musical director, Donnie Lau, who is also an accomplished guitarist. I have a couple of keyboard players and programmers on staff. I'll hum or imitate with my voice all the parts of the song, and Donnie will recreate the sounds in my head on the track. As the words come, I'll sing them over the track and keep refining until the song is done. Excuse me. I literally created I created a life that basically revolves around music. I like the weird scientist who's locked himself in the basement. I'm like the real weird scientist who's locked himself in the basement, experimenting, testing, and every once in a while blowing up stuff just to get the perfect formula. When the song I Can't Sleep came to me, I originally wanted to cut it with Toni Braxton. It had her inflection and vocal attitude all over it. Toni had wanted me to produce her. So naturally, I said yes. I love her voice. When she came into the studio, though, she wasn't happy that I Can't Sleep was already written. She thought we'd be writing together. Well, that's never been my style. I'm a lone ranger. I prefer to write alone. Because I'm as much of a word man as a music man, I have both bases covered. And I'm not looking for a collaborator. It's not that I don't recognize the greatness of other writers, but what I do alone. Toni was unprepared for my way of making music. Just listen to the song first, Toni, I said. It'll fit you like a custom-made dress. If I produced a song that fit Michael Jackson, I knew I could produce a song for Toni Braxton. After listening to I Can't Sleep, she liked it. But then came the tough part, producing it. Because I had resculpted the melody with Toni in mind, I knew exactly which way it had to go. She had just had to follow my roadmap, except Toni didn't want to follow. Sorry, Rob, she said. I don't hear it that way. But Toni, I said, that's the way it's written. Well, I'm changing it. Then you're ruining it. And just because I'm singing it differently than you want me to sing it doesn't mean I'm ruining it. It's a hit the way it's written, I insisted. I don't think so. Well, I said, you're certainly entitled to your opinion, and I'm entitled to mine. So I took my song back. At that point, Toni and I agreed to disagree. She realized, like the Lakers and the Celtics, we just weren't going to get along. What Toni rejected, I accepted, recorded. I Can't Sleep Now myself on my 1995 self-entitled album R. Kelly. It went to number one. The download story started with me riding around LA, where I saw Ronald Isley walking down Sunset Strip. I had my driver stop the car so I can get out and holler at him. Ronald Isley, man, you don't know how much I love your music. You don't know how much my mother loved your music. I bet you don't even know who I am. Are you kidding, brother? You're R. Kelly. You got the hits. He looked at me like I had accomplished what he had accomplished. I couldn't believe it. All I could say was, well, I believe I got some hits for you, and I'm looking to make some music. I'm music to make the kind of music my people listened to on the porch when I was growing up. You feel me? I feel you, but what can I? But what do I call you, brother? What does the R stand for? The R is for Robert, and Robert is ready to roll with the Isleys. If the Isleys is ready to roll with the R, we roll. We roll now. That very day we went to the studio where I played some tracks for Ronald. He loved them all. The very first song we did was Down Low, where I sang lead but used Ronald and his brother Ernie prominently in the background. You can't help but hear the Isley vibe on that record. I was careful to respectfully label the song Down Low, Nobody Has to Know, featuring Ronald and Ernie Isley. When it came time to make a video, I already knew the whole story. It was like a movie in my head. When I wrote the song, I was a young dude kicking it with the woman of a super bad gangster named Mr. Biggs. I cast Ronald in the role of Mr. Biggs, and suddenly both his face and his voice were back in the media. He told me that song and that music video would propel him into a whole new career. Hanging with Ronald was like being with a teacher. I always learned something new from him. Like any writer or director, I took great pride in giving the Mr. Biggs character life. The Isley Brothers was one of my mom's favorite groups. I was truly humbled to work with them. My only regret was that my mom couldn't see her baby boy singing with the Isleys. Just as Down Low had me look into the past, my collaboration with the Notorious B.I.G., You to Be Happy, on the same album had me looking towards the future. I saw that staying in the present, I could ride both sides of the road. New flavor, old school R&B, and rap heavy hip hop. Y'all, I didn't damn near almost finished this book. Sorry. Oh my God, time is going by so fast. Okay, I would do this. I know y'all probably think I'm crazy. Okay, so I'm on chapter God and Music. I didn't want this slide to be that long, y'all. I'm so sorry. You know what? I'm gonna read this chapter, and then I'm gonna come back because this is when we get to Miss Drea. So I'll be back. I'm gonna read this last chapter, and then we're gonna come back. God and Music. The other side of R. Kelly album testified to my relationship with God. It may be hard for some to understand, but I consider what was happening on stage with my career as steps I was taking toward God. If not for him, I couldn't have come that far. For whatever else was happening in my crazy life, God was happening. God couldn't help but happen. God's always there. With the success of 12 Play, and with all the pain that came from my mother's death, with all the willing women surrounding me, I felt that the need to reach out to the Lord for help. I needed him bad. I loved him deeply, even on a love song like Baby, 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 Baby. I asked my baby to take me to church on Sunday morning where I could thank the Lord. I sang. Let's say a prayer together. Heavenly Father, which art in heaven, I pray that you keep this love together. Same thing was true with Thank God It's Friday. I took the title seriously. On one level, the song was about Friday night disco lights feeling right, but I had to bring God into it. I addressed the Lord when I sang, Heavenly Father, I thank you, and I thank you. So many looking. I was one of those people looking. As I reached the end of the album, I reached out to God again in the song called As I Look Into My Life. As I look into my life searching for that paradise, oh Lord, will you help me take this crazy ghetto past of mine and put it all behind. I concluded that the R. Kelly album with a prayer and song I wrote, Trading My Life. I sang about sitting here wondering how did things go wrong and came to the conclusion that I had to give my life to God. I said, I love my music, I love my fans, but I got to step back and look at this thing as it sure enough is. What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? I'm going to trade it to be with you from the depth of my heart. R. Kelly ended on a holy conclusion. When the love of a woman, the love of music, the love of God all came together in a single song. Trading My Life was the affirmation of my love for Jesus. The same Jesus who through my mother I met as a little boy. The same Jesus who lived in my mind and soul of the Lena McLean. The same Jesus who had blessed me with the talent that had taken me from the dirt to my dreams. The R. Kelly album and my lyrics seriously confused my music critics and fans. Mixing the spiritual with the sensual was a hard feature for many. Some speculated that my mother's death was the beginning of a spiritual awakening. For me, was a beginning of a spiritual awakening for me. My critics wrote that R. Kelly was wrestling with both a sexual and spiritual concerns. And some of the people took offense and accused me of twisting things up. There were many artists who had so boldly combined the circular and the secular and the sacred. Some distractors speculated that the album confirmed that, like so many before me, I was lost and uncertain about who I wanted to serve. Oh, I know who I wanted to serve, all right, but I wanted to be honest. My mother's death affected me greatly, but it didn't constitute a spiritual awakening. The seeds of God and church and religion had been permanently planted in my life by my mother and Pastor McLean. I had never walked away from God. In my late 20s, I was going through some personal trauma. I was thinking about my future and what I was doing with my life and career. Writing and singing about the inner conflicts on stage was just my way of taking steps toward God. He created me. Surely He'd help me if I asked. The rumor mill blew up in 97 after my surprise appearance as a gospel concert in Chicago. Looking back at the comments that night, I understand why many would expect me to abandon R&B and make full-fledged conversion to gospel. I talked about my obsession with money and material possessions and being the center of attention for women in the media. Here stands a broken man, I shouted. I used to be flying in sin, and now I'm flying in Jesus. I want to be clear here. I never consider my music sinful. For the most part, what people see on stage, R. Kelly bumping and grinding, dropping my pants, seducing women, that's all show business. What I do on stage does not jump off the stage and continue my act in real life. If my fans and critics could see me as I worship, filled with the Spirit, praising in prayer and seeking guidance from my pastor, they know God is and has always been an essential part to my life. At the concert, I was expressing my faith, acknowledging God, and honestly just admitting I had some serious work to do if I ever plan to join Joy and Kelly in heaven. There is no divide between sexy and spiritual music in my world. God blessed me with the ability to create both. Take away the seductive lyrics, and you can easily replace with the gospel. I was grateful when I was one of the great contemporary gospel. I was grateful when one of the great contemporary gospel singers came looking for me. He knocked on my door and said, "Rob, let me help you, brother." I felt in his spirit and genuine love of God. I went to his prayer circle and received many blessings from his insights into the Lord. But because God had gave me a discerning nature, even in the midst of a powerful prayer circle, I was aware of what was happening around me. Example, I was seated in a room in a prayer circle, brothers and sisters who all dedicated their life to the Lord. A sister asked us all to hold hands as she led us in prayer. When I pray, I get emotional. I give my heart over completely to that sacred moment. I started crying, shaking, and even talking in tongues. Anything might happen when I pray. This time I fell to my knees. calling out to God and thanking Him for His grace as I fell. Though I noticed the group leader had his little video camera aimed at me as he was catching me on tape. I heard him talking on his cell. Yes, we have R.Kelly with us. R.Kelly is saved. R.Kelly is in our prayer circle. I didn't like that. Prayer is a personal thing. Prayer is private. Broadcasting my religious moment in that particular manner killed the moment for me. I wasn't on my knees to create a photo op. I was on my knees because I was humbling myself before God. I didn't need to have that image to go out to the world. The kind of publicity left a bad taste in my mouth. Today, just as it was back in the late 90s, I'll keep on expressing what's in my heart, be it sexual, spiritual, or just entertaining. People shouldn't get so deep into psychologizing what R. Kelly does. If you like my music, buy my music. If you don't like it, don't buy it. I will love you either way. I love hearing these words, but I also made a promise to myself. I promised to trade in my life. That meant concentrating on the spiritual gifts God had given to me. I knew that spirit would grow, and if I could concentrate on one woman and one woman alone. When I watched Andrea Lee dance across that stage, my eyes and my heart told me that she was just that woman. I said I was going to stop when we got here, y'all. Let me see. Y'all good? Everybody good? And these frauds will pay for what they did. I'm still on live. So, okay, it's 3:00 my time, you guys, but I have to take my daughter to work in 2 hours. Let me ask you guys, 6:00 my time central will be 8:00. I have, so far in this time, I read this much of the book in the time that I've been on. We have this amount left, the small amount. Would you guys prefer that I continue this live tonight at 8 o'clock Central, or would you prefer I pick up tomorrow around the same time, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, 12 o'clock Central? Or do y'all want to finish it tonight? Because I'm good with finishing it tonight, but I just have to take my daughter to work in an hour. So what y'all want to do? It was helping me get through my work projects. I mean, I could go for another hour. I can go for another hour if y'all want to do that too. And then I could do the last part. That way, if I do the last part tonight, I won't have so much, so you won't be up as late if I do another hour. What y'all think? Rena says no, keep reading. Okay, Native One says tonight. Rose Gold said, please come back. Pretty Brown Eyes says tonight. Okay. Lolo, I don't know when you sent this text, but you said 10 minutes. I don't know how many minutes ago that was. So we're going to come back tonight, you guys. We can finish tonight. Okay. All right, y'all. We're going to finish tonight. So thank y'all for bearing with me. I'm sorry if I went through this too fast. I'm sorry, but you guys can always come back. Oh, 5 minutes. Sorry. Well, I'm right on time then, right, Lola? Let's finish tonight. Let's come back at 6. Okay, so I'll be back at 6 my time, 8 Central, 7 Eastern. And we're going to start with Drea. We're going to start with Drea. You're welcome. Let me see. And I'll be on time. If you're not here at 6, I'm just going to start without you. So I'm gonna start at exactly 6. So I actually be on here at 5:45. So I will be on time. So let me tell y'all how many chapters I read today, though. Let's see. I read. Is that 20? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. I read 41 chapters today. Damn, that's a lot. Thank y'all, though. I appreciate y'all for staying with me, for everybody that stayed with me from the beginning when I started until now. I really appreciate y'all. I will see y'all tonight. Daddy Lolo, I gotta make you a mod. Hold on 1 second. Okay, Lolo, you should be a mod now. You ain't gotta be in no bushes over here. I don't do no bushes. Come out over here. I'm finna watch it's a Janet Jackson documentary. Well, I'm not gonna take this video down. I took down the videos when I went to the to Rob's birthday party. I had made those private. So if you request, I can show that. If anybody hadn't seen that, I did go to Rob's party in Chicago. I do have video of the entire thing, but I just made them private on the page. So if you want to see it, you can request it and I'll send it to you. Thanks, Lolo. Appreciate that. All right, y'all. Native, I really appreciate you. I really do. Thank you so much. And you coming back at 6, right? All right. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all later. See you in a couple of hours. Go get something to eat, something to drink, and then come back and we can read about Miss Drea. All right. All right, y'all.